People of the internet, welcome to Atheist Edge. And today I am joined by my friend and former colleague, Jason. Jason, how you doing tonight or today?
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you for being here. It's really been a long time since we seen each other. How long has it been?
Let's see, 2013, 2012, 2013.
Jeez, yeah, before my daughter was born.
Yeah.
So tell the people about what's going on with you. Let's start with the cancer. Let's talk about that. You are about to start some kind of treatment.
Yeah. I got a lot going on. So let's take it one little tiny chunk at a time. Okay.
Yeah.
Cancer. Yeah, I was diagnosed. First of all, ended up in a coma in 2014 with no explanation as to why. For like a week. 2018, diagnosed with Non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And it's funny because I was on my way to work. I was working 11 to 7 on my way to work. I woke up and that
Hold on, you're roboting pretty bad right now. I don't know if they can hear you or not. If anybody in the chat, let me know how bad you guys can hear him. Please let me know, because it's got a little bit of a bad connection, but I understand. When you do come back on, let us know where you are and what kind of situation you're in at the moment.
Can you hear
it? In and out. In and out.
In and out. All right, let me try something. Luckily, I'm staying at my mom's tonight, so I can move a little closer and turn on the Wi-Fi.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely getting better already. Well, that's good. You got to be at your mom's house tonight. I know that you can't always be there.
Yeah.
If the camera is turned off and you want to leave it off, that's fine. Just to make the connection easier.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Great.
Can you hear me at all?
Sorry about that. Hear you great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So where were you? You were talking about what's going on with you right now today?
Yeah. Okay. So got diagnosed with Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and did my first round of chemo. I did 6 months of chemo, and they decided that that was good. My tests looked good. My labs looked good. Everything was looking pretty good. And within a year, the lymph nodes in my neck started to swell back up. So that told them that I needed a little bit more than just some chemo. That my cancer was a little bit more aggressive than they originally thought. So I got a consult put in for Moffitt Cancer Center down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I live in Central Florida. So I went down there and spoke with the doctor. Very nice gentleman, Dr. Sandoval. Very knowledgeable. Moffitt is spearheading this whole CAR T cell therapy thing. And so after a meeting with him and a few more appointments down there, I feel like I've been going there 2-3 times a week for the last couple months. They decided that CAR T cell therapy is definitely going to be for me. So I went down and I donated some cells. and they've been sent off to be programmed to fight my particular brand of cancer.
Nice.
I go back the 23rd. I get admitted for 3 days of chemo and then a day of rest. And then I get my infusion. I get my cells back with the supercharged cells. And that should keep my cancer at bay. They should be able to kill my cancer cells about as fast as they can grow. We're hoping for a good long time. But it's still really early in these in this particular therapy. They're about to be FDA
experimental.
Approved. Well, yeah, I think they're in transition right now from experimental to FDA approved.
Okay. Well, at least that there's some hope, right? At least there's a treatment that you can actually take. And
right, yeah.
And
that, it doesn't include radiation and surgery.
Yeah, for sure. So that's coming up real soon. And then now you're having trouble with keeping a job with maintaining regular work, right? And
yeah, I was, like I said, I was diagnosed in 2019, and I've been having problems since before that. I haven't been able to work full time for more than 8-10 months since 2013. So I've had a job, just not been able to work full-time hours.
Right. Yeah, I understand. I can't even imagine how hard it must be for you right now. The last time I spoke to you, you were staying in your car, and it's very heartbreaking to see you doing that. And I wanted to be able to do whatever I could to help you out. So I want to let everybody know we have a GoFundMe for Jason here. That's linked in the description below. Anything that you can help out with, I don't care if it's $1, just anything at all. Please help him out if you can. And that's why we're going to do this stream today. We're going to have a big show. We're going to have a panel discussion coming up shortly at 6:30. That's going to start with Ninetails CosmicFox. That's going to have Diesel from RHE Podcast. Biblically is going to have BMillzebub and Alex. And they're all going to be having a conversation about atheism and theism and all these questions that we have prepared for you. Then after that, we're going to do a debate, a formal debate, kind of like MDD style. Maya Adkisson is going to be hosting and moderating that one. And then, and also James Hake of the Hake Report is going to be debating against Stardust. They're going to be discussing hatred. What is exactly hate, according to these two people, and what we all can take from that. Then after that, we're going to have a open mic discussion, which all of you are invited. I will put the link to the studio in the description at that point. And we're going to have Purple Rhymes with Orange, Secular Rarity, and MageGreyWolf. They're going to be hosting that. So they're going to have a conversation. We've got some content for them to react to, and you guys could jump in and have a conversation with them. They're going to be in charge of it all. So however they want to run it is how they're going to run it. Today is going to be not my channel. But we're going to have some fun in light of this harsh topic that we have here tonight. So, Jason, I don't expect you to stay online for any of that. But if you wanted to pop in at the end at some point or anytime during the open panel, not the panel, the open discussion, the open mic, please feel free. So tell us a little bit more about what's going on with you. Can you tell us about the side effects that you might experience with that treatment?
Well, the scary thing and the thing that they're harping on the most is the neurological symptoms. Now, I have a nursing background, as you know, but nobody else does. And I'm not allowed to drive for 8 weeks after infusion because at any moment, it's possible I could forget how to drive. It's possible I could experience symptoms or exhibit symptoms of a stroke without actually having a stroke. It's possible I could forget who the person is next to me that's going to be taking care of me, my girlfriend, Tiffany. I could forget who she is. I mean, there's a lot of really scary symptoms that they're concerned about people having after this treatment.
Yeah, that's scary. I can't even imagine. It's almost like, you know, some kind of early onset Alzheimer's type situation and dementia.
Right, exactly.
Can we talk a little bit about what you suspect might be the etiology of this particular cancer? I understand that you are trying to get on a burn pit registry.
Right, yeah, and the government website has been making it difficult. I've retired in 2012, and since then I've been trying periodically and been unsuccessful to verify my identity so that I can get on this burn pit registry, because I have no familial history, either immediate or extended, of any type of cancer. The only explanation, I'm the only one who has been to combat. I'm the only one who's been around open air burn pits. I'm the only one with any kind of cancer out of my entire family. So to me, I mean, it's a no-brainer. But
right. Go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut
I'm
you off.
sorry. The VA sees it differently, apparently, saying that my cancer is not service connected.
Really?
That's what I was
you
told.
Have to get on that burn. You're gonna have to get on that burn pit registry in order for them to even consider that a case, right?
Yeah, I've called the VSB, the VSO. I've called the hotline, and none of them can help you get on the registry. You have to go to the website and do it. But the website, if you don't already know the information that they request, like your user ID and password, which I made a password a couple years ago when I was trying to do this. It took a couple years to get an actual ID out of them, because that comes from them. I may have all that down now, but I was still unable to verify who I was with that information. I still had to verify my identity. And there was a couple questions in there. They were asking about past addresses, and none of them looked familiar to me at all. And so when it was all said and done, they said, we can't verify your identity, so come back later. And every agency I call gives me another telephone number. So I've lost your sound there, Kaz. Can you unmute?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, I didn't think about it before, but I actually have videos from Iraq of us burning shit there. So I could have shown those. I have pictures and everything. If anybody wants to see that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really is interested in seeing burning crap.
Yeah. But if anybody wants to know how that works, let's see, Hake's in the chat. Shout out to you, Hake. Hake's going to be debating later on. So shout out to you. Thank you for joining us and helping us out with this, Hake. I really appreciate it. How that works is you have these cut in half barrels of metal that we stick in these makeshift porta potties, and you shit in them, obviously. And then we take JP8, which is a mixture of diesel and gasoline, I think. I'm not an engineer, but you take the JP8, you mix it with the shit, you burn it, and
jet fuel.
There you go. You have to stir it the whole time.
It's diesel and jet fuel combination.
Jet fuel. Okay, yeah, I knew diesel was one of them.
And that's for field sanitation.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, in my particular case, I was in Afghanistan 05-06. I was in Kandahar, and they had a huge open-air burn pit, was probably 25 feet deep and about 60 feet in diameter. And everything went in there, from Humvee parts to body parts to computers. Everything that they had to get rid of went in there, doused with JP8, lit on fire. Now, the bitch of it is, it was upwind from where we were living, so all that smoke went straight down into where we were sleeping. And we still had to do PT. We still had to do PT test, right? Well, we did our PT test. What do you think the turnaround point was for our 2-mile run? The burn pit. So here we are running, breathing deep, exercising. We had to turn around at the burn pit, which was constantly smoking. It was, even when it wasn't on fire, it was still smoldering, because we had produced so much trash. It was always burning. Yeah.
So
I mean,
actually,
Shouldn't be rocket surgeon. It shouldn't take a rocket surgeon to figure that one out.
I'm actually, I did find the video, but it's an AVI. I don't think that this thing can play AVIs. So I'll have to convert it. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Maybe you guys can see some poop burning in Iraq at the end of this marathon tonight at around 12 o'clock. I'll have it converted by then. It'll be uploaded, and you guys can see exactly what we did. Hope that nobody else that's in the video will have a problem with that, but I'll try to skip around. Okay. So yeah, we've got a couple people coming in for the panel discussion. They're showing up. Bub and Alex are here, so we'll let them on in right now. And then
okay,
when the rest of them get here, we'll go ahead and transition to that. So hey, Bub, how's it going?
How's it going?
Hey, Alex, nice to meet you.
Hello.
So you guys are going to be joining us for the panel discussion when the rest of the guests show up. Good to have you. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Yeah, happy to help.
Supporting this. Oh yeah, you got a lot of pets there too, huh?
We have
Jason,
2 dogs up our ass right now. 2 of them.
Nice.
Yeah, you can't see the old one, but maybe.
This is my old Lucy. We call her Poop because she's a big wild.
Has nothing to do with the fact that Alex used to have a speech impediment.
I couldn't say Poochie, so I said Poopy, and it just stuck.
I love this camera so much.
Yeah, it's a garbage camera.
Man.
I'm sure that's good enough.
No, it's good. It's great.
No, you need attention.
Just glad to have you guys. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, didn't mention this before, but if you happen to send a super chat tonight, that is of course going to be donated to, as soon as I get it from YouTube. That's going to go straight to Jason. But I'd prefer if you just went to the GoFundMe link that's in the description and just go ahead and donate there, because that would just be better for everyone. YouTube won't get a cut, all that stuff. Ninetails is here too. Ninetails, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Pretty good. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. A little sharp, but not too bad. It's like a software where the mic turns on and off.
Is that... I actually turned off the automatic volume control on here out of worry. Did you say it's sharp or...
It was. It sounds a lot better now, actually. It sounds great.
Okay. Maybe
turn this,
going back to the settings, reset them or something. This camera gives me horse face. I'm so sorry. It's the fisheye effect. Nothing wrong with horse face, but this, I might look a bit different from normal if anyone's like, whoa, okay, I'm just at work, so I might get up sometime. Thank you. And I might put my phone over here.
Awesome. So we are just waiting on our Christian friends to join us, and then we will get to going on the discussion panel. And I'm going to check my emails to make sure nobody's said anything to me. But yeah. So Jason, are you going to be able to watch any of this at all, or?
Yeah, I'm going to try to watch some of it. It's 6:30 my time, so it's a little bit past my bedtime already.
Oh no. Hey, biblically, I see you in the chat. The link is on the itinerary that I sent you at the very top of it. I can resend it to you again, by the way, just to make sure you have it. And then I should check on Diesel and make sure he's on his way, because this has been quite an event to put together. I'll tell you what, a lot of trying to get this stuff together, but yeah.
Well, Kaz, you and I haven't talked in like so long.
No, we haven't, have we? You were my first debate partner on any debate, I think. Okay, I don't see something. Let me make sure. Oh, Bub and Alex are cutting out. Took a message to Isaiah. He should be coming shortly. And gotta get a message out to So, Jason, tell them a story about me that is not too embarrassing.
Well, we really didn't work together all that often after I was done with nursing school. Don't really have too many stories.
No?
Just I remember comments and stuff that you made, but some of them I don't know if they'd be appropriate.
I'm sure not. I was much more of a douchebag when we first met. One thing I'll tell you all about is something that me and Jason used to do. I don't know if you guys ever watched How I Met Your Mother, but I was a super fan. I'm not sure if Jason was a fan or if he just got it from me, but were you? Just tell him.
I liked this show, but I never heard of it before you and I were living together in San Antonio.
Yeah, we binge watched it. It was like before Netflix was.
Well, I had to get caught up.
Yeah, and so we started doing suit up nights, and we would go out to karaoke bars dressed to the nines, and it would be the most hole in the wall karaoke bar you ever heard of. We just drink and sing our hearts out all night long. It was a lot of fun.
Now tell the whole story.
What whole story? You tell them.
Yeah, we're in San Antonio, Texas. This is the Tejano and cowboy capital of Texas, and we go out all suited up and sing Disney tunes.
Oh yeah, we do that, do we? Yeah, I love to sing Disney songs. I don't care. I don't give a damn. I'll sing anything I like. I'm not shy. So we don't have Isaiah yet, but we have everybody else. I just messaged him, and it's already past 6:30. I don't know. You guys want to get started with the first questions? Ultimated. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on. I can get straight to the argument, unless you want to take questions first.
I hope it's just a problem on my end, but you're roboting hard.
Am I roboting hard?
Ultimated. I mean, everybody sounds good to me. I don't know. Let me look.
Am I roboting for everybody else?
No,
I can hear you just fine.
So, Ultimated, we're not going to do arguments. We're just going to have a discussion about these questions. There is a question about your argument that you can go answer it with that one, though.
Well, can I ask the first question, and then we could go from there?
If you want to ask a question, that's great. But I do have a list of set questions for everybody they already had been aware of. So I didn't want to spring anything on anybody too last minute.
Okay, well, I can ask you the question after you address those questions.
Why don't you just go ahead and ask your question, and I'll answer it, and then if anybody else wants to, they can.
Okay, so what is your definition of God?
My definition of God is a timeless, spaceless being that created everything. How about that?
Well, you did miss out a key attribute. God is absolute. So in other words, God is infinite in size defaultly. So often when you ask self-proclaimed atheists, what is your definition of God? They may not give you a fundamental definition. So you can be ignorant on an all-powerful creature, but you can't be ignorant to an absolute all-powerful God. And that supports premise one of my argument / syllogism, which we can go into in more detail later. Unless you want to address it now, it's up to you.
No, I don't think we. Let's deal with that a little bit later when we've gone through the questions that we have already. How about that?
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so here's my first question that I had for everyone on the panel. As a person who elicits confrontation, do you have any tips or coping mechanisms that you can share to manage your fight or flight responses in debate or discussion?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by illicit confrontation? Is that just like debate in general?
Yeah, I would say that I'm characterizing it loosely, but the way that we all come on the internet, we all talk to people, we invite people to come and argue with us.
So you're not talking about like when debates become conflict. It's just like in general, because I find like both trying to be like intellectual about things and keeping things on that level, but also kind of just monitoring my heart rate. If I notice my heart rate's going up, I might try to slow down. I wish I actually paid more attention to the rate at which I spoke, because I think that would be a better thing to monitor.
Interesting. Yeah, I do think that's a good idea. How about you guys, Bub, Alex?
You want to go first?
Well, I've literally, the closest I've gotten to debating in my life is those fun high school debates about whether or not I should live as a queer person. So, like, I usually leave. I know that that's not typical of debates, but I really don't have an answer to this because I've never been in a real debate where someone is, like, actually respectful, if that makes sense. It's always just, yeah, you don't deserve to live. So I just get up and leave. I don't really do debates, to be frank, because of that, because I've only ever had like horrible experiences.
Okay, I understand. How about you, Bub?
I don't think I tend to go out of my way to elicit confrontation. Like, I just kind of put my videos out and, you know, where it goes from there, you know, I just sort of let it go. Now, I mean, if someone wants to try to debate, I usually will say that, you know, this isn't really a debate channel. I'm just kind of putting my thoughts out there, and you can take them or leave them. And more often than not, when I do get theists commenting, the comments are not terribly respectful. So I just say, okay, thanks for commenting and giving me a view. You know, that's pretty much where I let it die.
It's interesting. You know, they have the Bible verse that says, don't cast your pearls before swine. It would be helpful if they would be very respectful in the comments. But, you know, we are guilty of that too, aren't we? So maybe we all need to check ourselves, don't we? How about you, Ultimated? How do you feel? How do you handle your physiological responses to confrontation when you're in a debate?
Yeah, I speak the truth. I avoid making claims. If I detect that my interlocutor is trying to get a sinful reaction out of me, I let them know that it's never going to happen. So I yield with that.
Very good. I just wanted to say, I guess we lost Jason. He might pop in later on, but thank you so much, Jason, for showing up here. And we're going to keep working to try to get you something to help you out with your plight today. So we'll talk to you later if you are still watching. Anyways, let's go to the next.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
UJC, what's your name again, by the way? I missed it whenever Kaz said it.
Ultimated Judeo-Christian YouTuber.
So just call you that? Okay. So what do you describe as like being sinful in a debate?
If someone uses our Lord's name in vain, or if somebody is slandering me, bearing false witness, etc., often I will pick up on that and interject by saying, don't do this, don't do that.
Okay. Well, I forget what bearing false witness is. I have a bad memory when it comes to like the lexicon of these things.
Yeah, don't slander, don't misrepresent people, don't lie about people.
Can someone be mistaken and still be bearing false witness?
I would say no, because they may be ignorant on what they are actually saying. But if they know what they are saying, then they are sinning.
Oh man, I've just had so many theists say to me, like, you're bearing false witness. It's like, no, this is like my opinion. I'm not lying or anything. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like we had a bit of a confusion about the time zone differences. So that is why we don't have another Christian on the screen right now. So Diesel is not coming yet. He might be here in a little bit. We'll see about that. So everybody, since we're all a bunch of atheists and biblically is the only Christian here, let's go easy on him, shall we?
I'll debate all three of you at once.
That was pretty cordial.
Yeah, no, I didn't say you weren't.
I was wondering
about
his definitions.
I'm just, I just wanted to get things even, and I guess I'm not able to do that at the moment. So,
well, we have two people who don't debate versus very often, and then an actual debater. Kaz, are you going to get in on this if it does pop up?
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut from now on. But I'm just gonna ask the questions. But if you guys want another question, you want to keep talking about what you guys were just talking about.
I'm done asking you, JC, any questions.
Okay, so
you
here's
can
another
move on
question.
to the next.
In a similar vein, what do you say to a person who doesn't like arguing? How important is debate? And do you try to convince them of that?
Well,
I actually,
go ahead.
Well, I actually present the truth, so it's up to my interlocutor if they want to turn it into a debate. And then depending on how far it goes in, then I may have to switch to a debate mentality to disprove any claims. So that's how it should go. Present the truth. Yep.
I'm just more wondering, like, do you feel that it's a reasonable thing to just refuse to debate anything ever?
It depends on how you identify yourself. If you identify yourself as a Judeo-Christian, the Bible does state to give a defense for your faith and to disprove any false ideologies. So I have to speak from that position.
Okay. How about you guys, Bob and Alex? You guys want to answer that one?
What was the question again?
What do you say to somebody who does not like arguing? Do you try to convince them that arguing is an important thing to do?
I mean, sometimes it's important, but if you don't have the good enough mental health to do it, it's just going to make you worse. It's your points that you make they're not going to be nearly as cogent as if you did have good mental health to do debate or argumentation. So if it's something you just can't do, don't do it. But it absolutely does have its place.
Okay, yeah, I understand. The reason why I came up with that question is because I was having a conversation with somebody else recently, and they just refused to even engage with me because they don't like debates, they don't like arguing, and I just thought, well, where are we supposed to go from there? Mm-hmm. Right? Okay, let's go to another question then, shall we? Given the context of this event, could you talk about your worldview and how it informs your principles and behavior?
How many questions are there, firstly?
About 8. 8 questions.
Okay, because I may have to go on mute later on.
Okay,
I will stay on. I may have to go. I'll answer this one. So, can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, how does your worldview inform your principles and behaviors?
Yeah, it sets the foundation for what is true, objectively true. That should answer that question. I will be going on mute as I do have to make some updates to my project.
Oh, no worries.
However, I will be listening.
Okay, great. How about our atheists? Since we have a non-theistic worldview, how does your worldview inform your principles and beliefs?
I mean, I tend to consider myself to be a humanist, so the well-being of people should be higher up on the list of priorities. So I mean, if you're being disrespectful or claiming that some people shouldn't be allowed to live, I'm gonna likely consider you to be a not so good person. But I don't know, Alex, what do you got?
No, I pretty much say the same thing. Like, I don't really have. Dude, I don't know what to say. You pretty much said what I was thinking is the thing. Like, people's well-being should go first, but a lot of people don't think that way. I mean, look at our government. Just throwing that out there. We're a capitalist government.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Capitalism and neoliberalism too. As a leftist, I try not to let that guide everything. Actually, some people I've argued with would say that I'm a bit religious about science. I think that they're just anti-science, but I do try to use science and what's been found in research to inform me more than anything, but more so like if there's research coming out that breaks my preconceived notions, then I need to address those things, either look into that research further and stuff like that. And that's like going to the humanist thing. I'd say I'm like a bit of a post-humanist because humanism as like a philosophy is quite outdated. It relies a lot on normativity, and you know the past, if anything, like the past 10 years or so with trans people has really shown that the normative model that's centered around the white cis heterosexual male and the patriarchy and stuff like that is just not the way things should be run. Even just like medically, we shouldn't be orienting things around that model. And so I think I become like, going back to the debate question, I didn't really get to answer that, but that's fine. I think people debate when they're passionate, and you can't force someone to be passionate. It's like trying to get a horse to drink after you bring it to water. And what makes me passionate right now is getting people to realize that, you know, we can still have a system where like even Democrats will claim like this is for everyone's well-being, but that's more of a euphemism now. It's the well-being of capitalism. It's the well-being of the normative model that can be quite violent in its own right.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, I totally understand.
If I do, if since we're in worldviews, I do want to suggest anything for somebody who's like, communism, blah blah blah, the left. Like, there's many ways to look at leftism, and there's a branch called social ecology that is very much rooted in the science of ecology, but it's also about, you know, thinking about ourselves in an ecosystem. And I think another passion of mine that really drives me and shapes my worldview is just wanting people to like be able to self-organize into something better.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. So given that this is a show that we're trying to get people to donate and give out of their hearts, I wanted to ask you guys about that principle of charity, because as atheists, we don't have, you know, a book describing how we're supposed to be that in that way. So I was wondering how you guys formulate that concept in your minds, or if you do at all.
I'll let you go first this time.
Oh, I hate you.
Three times.
I mean, I firmly believe that if you are able to help somebody, you should. Even if it's something on large scale, like countries. If there's a country that America is able to help, and actually able to help, not go there, give them weapons, and then leave, we should do it. You know, I feel like, you know, if I have money and I see somebody who desperately needs it, I'm going to give it to them. I don't understand why, like, you need the threat of hell. Like my mother, for instance, I understand my mother isn't every Christian out there, but she would only give if the church said she had to. And I feel like having the threat of hell being the only reason why you do good, is it really doing good? Like, it seems like selfish reasons to do it. You should be helping people if you can, if you're in the position to do so, because you can, because you should, if that makes sense.
Are you passing it on to me now?
I can go third.
If you want, I do have an answer lined up, so it's no big deal either way. If you want to go though,
but you can, if you got an answer, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think selfishness has a lot to do with it, actually. I think we should think selfishly about this and think about the world we want to live in. And if you have kids, the world you want your kids to live in, like if they're hungry on the streets, if they face disaster and stuff like that. And don't just think about this in terms of your own country, right? Think about this in terms of the entire world. Do you want them to have to be like condemned to that reality, or do you want to have them to be in a society that says this person's hungry, that makes me feel hungry as well, so I'm going to try to feed them like I try to feed myself? And I think like how radical it is to even think that way, like a community that feels hungry when one of its own members feels hungry.
Yeah,
it would be like so revolutionary that capitalism couldn't exist in such a thing. And people,
which would be a good thing.
yeah, like we'd be able to help so much more now if like logistics aside, and I know logistics are an issue. Believe me, I like to think about engineering, so I know logistics are an issue. But if we had a more grassroots way of making things based on need, then I think, you know, when these things pop up, we'd be able to say, okay, we have what we need. What can we give? But, you know, instead we have consumerist culture, and that makes us afraid out of self-preservation to like donate stuff and stuff like that. And granted, like I've participated in stuff like mutual aid and, you know, there's a point where you do have to do a bit of protection. You can't just give away all your stuff to the most greedy person. Oh, are those guinea pigs?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I love guinea pigs.
Them and they're mad that I didn't give them more food.
My ex bred them, and she was also a dog groomer, and she had long-haired cavies. So like she would bring them to shows and stuff, and she won awards. I know.
I've been wanting to take my animals to shows and stuff because I mean, like I got a husky, which is rare for this area. So if he could stop being a dumbass for 2 seconds and actually take to the training, I don't think he's a dog that's gonna be trained though. He's got the basics. That's about it.
But either way, I do think that like donating to charity does like contribute to this culture, even if it's in this capitalist framework, because you know there's probably somebody who would rather try to make a buck from this, and if you're donating money, then it's not as easy for them, and you know, or at least better yet, somebody doesn't get to suffer because that person can't profit off of the situation. Aw, I wish one of my boys would show up, but they're being stubborn. It's like they know stuff.
My partner
Like,
brought
I
this
normally
one
don't
to
have
me.
my cats near me because I'm not at work, and my cats actually stay at work. My place is too small. But
Yeah, we have
I'm
End of the world, Georgia.
Come
Say
here.
hi.
something animals. We have over 20 animals, so there's always an animal
Sorry.
bothering.
Sounds a bit much. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it
Not
is.
that I'm not judging. I'm just saying much. That'd be a bit much for me.
Oh, it's a lot for us too. The only reason we have so many is because we were taken in rescues. So it was like life or death situations, and I'm not going to turn down an animal if it's going to be life or death, you know. But it gets
These boys are rescues, and they're some of the most grateful cats I've ever met. Like they're brats now because I spoiled them. Finally, he came over. Yeah, say hi. That's one of them.
It's a pet stream now.
Oh,
Hey,
we
that's
can
nice views.
we can make it a pet stream. We got enough.
Let's do it. I don't care. I only got one though in here. This is so this cat right here, we thought it was a boy when we got her, and I realized one day that she's not. Her name was George at first, so now her name is Georgina or Georgia, but or George. It doesn't matter.
And it's not like animals really have a concept of gender, so
Totally, it's so ridiculous how we just project everything on these animals. And it's like you can't even help it because it's just so culturally programmed into us. Like, oh, it's a female cat, must name it a female name. Like, why?
yeah.
But yeah. So, I guess Ultimated is still in the background, and we're still waiting on Diesel if he has anything to say. But I guess we can ask another question if you want. Let me just ask you guys this because the reason why I wanted to ask you guys that is because I just wanted to get an idea of, you know, where give people an idea of where atheist principles come from and how we formulate them. So like the answer that you gave, Ninetails, was amazing. And I think the same kind of way, you know, that it's kind of like mathematical. If I do a good thing in the world, and that increases the number of good things in the world automatically. And it's just a pure numbers game as to how many of those things you need before we have a good world versus a bad world.
You just jogged my memory too. Not that I want to cut you off, but you reminded me about a principle in game theory, which is the tit for tat theory. It doesn't always work out tit for tat, but the idea is like, let's say we both have some food and we can share it. And so we decide that it's better to share it between us instead of us like hoarding our size so we get more food or whatever. So we'll keep doing that. And what we've observed in behavior, especially even with mammals and stuff like that, is that we'll share until one of us suspects that the other is cheating. And then that all breaks apart. And I think capitalism is a financial model that just assumes that this is impossible, that people can just share mutually. And, you know, I know that, like, people have reservations, especially leftists, with, like, this is happening within a framework of capitalism, but, like, this isn't capitalism. This has to rely on capitalism, but this is, if anything, socialism. If anything, I don't debate me on whether or not this is actually socialism.
I understand. Bub, Alex.
I mean, we're still on the charity question, right? I want to make sure I haven't lost my place. Okay, yeah. I kind of lean into the veil of ignorance. I'm sure some people have heard of it. But the idea is that if you're building a society, you may not know necessarily where you're at in that society. So you want to build as equitable of a system for the people in that society as possible. So, you know, I tend to think, yeah, it's kind of from selfishness, like Ninetails said.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, but I think I slightly lost my place. Veil of ignorance.
It's like,
it's kind of selfish because, you know, I may not know necessarily where I am going to be in a society in a given period of time. So, like, 5 years from now, I could be living on the street somewhere, and, you know, I have no way of figuring that out, obviously. So using the veil of ignorance to build a society, you build the most equitable society possible, and it's likely that you won't have to have anyone living on the street, you know. So it's a bit selfishness, but
you know, totally selfishness.
But when you think about it, you know, most forms of charity are kind of selfishly motivated. Being charitable feels good.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
it
exactly.
feels
That's what I was just going to say.
People, you know, so I'm not going to say all forms of charity are selfish, but I'm going to go ahead and say most are.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to, does it make you feel like you are a good person or a bad person? Does it make you feel good or bad about yourself? And that's what everything we do. Like, if you want to say that you're helping an old lady across the street, you wouldn't do that if that was like the worst feeling in the world. If it felt like your leg was getting cut off or something, you know, you do it because it makes you feel like you're a good person, and that's not a bad thing. I'm totally okay with that kind of selfishness. So let's move down just a little bit more. So Judeo-Christian, are you still there? If you're there, can you come back on?
Yes.
Because we're going to talk about the God stuff again now. So you wanted you gave your argument for God already. I'm wondering if you can steel man a rebuttal to it.
Well, there's no steel man to my arguments because it's the truth. So you just have to accept the truth. And are you referencing the argument /syllogism I private messaged you here?
Yes. And is that the same as the one that's on your YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay. I think I can.
There's no rebuttal to it.
Screen. You said there's no rebuttal to it. I'm pretty sure I can put it on the screen. Just give me 1 second, and I'll do that. Copy, and I'll send it to the people in the chat so they can all look at it too. Let's talk about some atheist stuff, shall we? It comes on 2 parts. Well, this one's got the first premise, so we can all look at that and just let's concentrate on that for a second. I guess biblically, awesomely. I'm not sure what those 2 words are contributing to it. Why you put those 2 words right there?
Because it's in regards to the awesomeness of God's existence. So at the earliest starting point of our self-consciousness, we are in awe to God's existence. So biblically has all of us.
So you're assuming that all of us are in awe of God from the very second word of the argument.
Assuming is a slippery term. I know we are all in awe to God's existence.
How do you know that I'm in awe of God's existence?
Because God has revealed himself to everybody, and given the category that he is in, it's impossible not to be in awe to God.
Okay, I'm going to shut up and let you guys take this a little bit. If you guys want me to jump in, let me know. But there's too many of us here, so I'm going to let you guys and Ninetails handle this.
Respectfully, I've never, mind you, I used to identify as a Christian. God's never shown himself to me. And I feel like for most people that I've spoken to, including currently religious people, they have said that as well. Because the fact of the matter is, if God shows himself to somebody, they don't need faith. So religion, all religions, I would venture to say, if not the vast majority, do rely on faith, though. You have to have faith that your God exists, right? If you have to have faith
Not necessarily.
Please don't interrupt me.
So before you're gish galloping philosophically, you asked me a question. I assumed it was my turn to respond.
What was the question?
I forget. I wasn't quite done. I was going to define faith and then...
Okay, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes as you're possibly philosophically gish galloping.
Well, even if they're gish galloping, we can allow them to finish their thoughts, right? Let's just do that, shall we?
Yeah, I have severe ADHD that's unmedicated. I'm trying my best. It's kind of hard to articulate, but faith is, from my understanding, from what I have been told my entire life, both by the church and by people outside of the church, that it's believing in something that you have no proof of. So by definition, God showing himself would be proof. So why would you need faith? If that makes sense.
Doesn't make sense. I'll address that point first and then your earlier point. So God loves when we have faith in him. So what that means is that we know God exists without fully understanding him. So there's a distinction between belief and faith. However, God is an ultimate fact. This is referenced in Romans 1:20. No one is without excuse. So the Bible is very heavy on Satanists, not so much self-proclaimed atheists, because everybody knows God exists.
I don't.
And then to address your earlier point, your entire response referenced God, including your if statement, because God is ultimate truthful love. So you have to presuppose him to identify hypotheticals, conditional statements, if statements, etc. So you actually presuppose premise one. And because God is an ultimate fact, premise one of my argument / syllogism is an ultimate fact. So you just have to accept that before we move on to premise two. Respond?
Well, I don't have to accept anything. Debating is discussing the things that we, believe in, both differences and similarities. I don't have to accept anything, but I do get what you're saying. I believe I get what you're saying.
You presuppose God again with the pronoun I, because God is ultimate truthful love. You are a temporality. So you reference God as an ultimate authority to understand facts, more precisely your creatureliness, as you are finite, subject to our ultimate perfect Judeo-Christian God. So premise one is still outstanding against you. God, biblically / awesomely, God's ultimate truthful love through sacred theology / revealed theology. Reply?
I quite frankly did not understand anything you just said, Benjamin.
Okay,
well,
so
I can simplify.
You're playing word games. You're playing word games.
Not.
Yes, you are.
Can you paraphrase what I said then?
Half of what you said. I'm sorry about that squeak. My chair doesn't have
You're making a claim. You need
Yeah.
you're making a claim. You need to back up your claim by summarizing what I said.
Because Alex used the pronoun I. That's a word game, my dude.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah.
No, it's not. You are a creature.
Yes.
Diesel.
First
You're
of
a
all,
creature.
Alex is a person. Let's not diminish their value. Alex is a person. Everyone in here is a person. Presumably, you too.
A person would just be a synonym to a creature, a finite being. So you are a finite being contingent on God as he is an ultimate being. That's a true dichotomy. The only two things that can exist is God and not God. Not God entails temporalities, finite beings, etc. So premise 1 is the truth, definitionally. You just have to accept the truth before we move on to premise 2.
Well, no. Okay.
Responses?
Well, you must.
I think you're trying to
we're not going
control
to
the discussion
so
right
let's-
now, and it's really annoying. I just want to point out something. It's like there's a lot of things that we don't have to accept before the conversation can go on. You can stop doing that and just make a final point for us to respond to.
My premise 1 is in regards to God's definition. So
We're
that's
not
why
going
I
to
asked the
agree on that.
host
We're just
earlier.
not going to agree on it, okay?
You have to agree because there
No,
can only be one God definitionally.
You're pigeonholing the entire discussion then, because it's
I'm
a
not,
subjective
because there
thing.
can-
It's inherently
It's
subjective.
not. It's objective.
Biblically, hold on a
There
second.
can
Hold
only
on a
be-
second, biblically.
Yep.
Hold on a second. So Diesel is here. Thank you so much for joining us.
What did
Diesel.
I
Really
walk
appreciate
into?
it. So
Hi.
we're having a little conversation about the arguments for God. Can you see the private chat here in the studio? The one above. There's only one in there. Do you see it? If not, I'm going to resend
I
it.
see their chat.
From biblically.
Biblically, let's see.
It says
Ultimated.
Judeo-Christian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so if you could just check that out for a second while we finish this little point in the argument, and then if you wanted to respond to it, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. But just take a second to familiarize yourself with that. So, Bub, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Were you about to respond to Ultimated?
No, I wasn't. Alex had to let the dogs out.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we don't need if you obviously, in order for us to accept the conclusion of your argument, we do have to accept premise 1, but we're not doing that without some convincing. So we can't move on from premise 1 until we get convinced on that. So I think that's what we should try to do, is for you to try to convince us of premise 1 and its soundness.
You have to agree to it because premise 1 is an ultimate fact. Because God
I only
is an
have to agree
ultimate
to it
fact.
if I'm compelled by my reason and my faculties.
You have to presuppose God for reason, as God is ultimate truthful love. God is an
I don't.
all-knowing mind. Information doesn't come out of nothing. Information has to be eternal and revelatory, and only an all-powerful mind can be eternal, not subject to chaos, contingencies, random self-destructiveness, etc. So that is who we call God. You just have to accept the truth. We all know this innately, but some people may not be able to express that default knowledge in words. God has made himself known to us through his invisible attributes. So babies are a good example of this. They don't know how to fully articulate the definition of God, but they know he exists. So that
Okay, so
supports
we have a
premise
Christian.
1.
We have a Christian on the screen. He's just heard what you said. Let's hear his response to it.
By the way, hi Alex and Beelzebub. Good to finally see you, Alex. Wow.
We reviewed it, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would agree with that. I've never heard any Christian arguing that babies know about God.
The
So
Bible states this.
the Bible says that babies know about God.
Yeah, everybody.
Where does the Bible say that? I must have missed that one. I haven't read the whole thing, but could you direct me there?
Romans 1:16-20. So I can just paraphrase briefly. So since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that no one is without excuse, including babies.
Yeah, I don't know where you get there, but I will say I did find another big flaw in one of the things that you were saying, because right as I
referenced the
arrived,
Bible.
you said everybody here was a human, or everyone here was a person. I have to disagree with that. Kaz is not a person. He's not a human. No, I'm just kidding. Kaz is great. Actually, it's really great because let me just cut in something not related to this directly, but I am a Christian. Kaz is an atheist, and this is multiple times we've worked together to help raise funds for someone who needs it. So we probably, if we have Christians here, we're probably not going to come to a full agreement on this, because I don't even agree with what this guy's saying, honestly, myself. But still, though, it's great to come. Hold on, let me finish, please.
Well, speaking of which, just before we get sidetracked, where can people find that donate link right now?
Right now, it's in the description below.
People
right
need
now,
to be donating.
yes, they do.
you.
Please. And
Yeah,
Malavia
just,
is sending
like
a super chat,
yeah.
by the way. Let me just acknowledge his super chats right now. Malavia said $20 super chat, so that's freaking awesome. Thank you so much. He says he's at work, he can't watch, but we're gonna take his money. Thank you so much, Malavia. Really, really appreciate it so much. And then they said another one that said that
super chats are going to charity.
Yes, all the super chats are gonna go straight to this as soon as I get them. They're gonna go into that GoFundMe right there. You'll all be able to see my donation amount once it's in there.
Yeah. All right, G, we made a $50 donation to this, so supporting the cause of Kaz. I think Kaz is a great person.
Thank you so much, Diesel. Really appreciate that too.
Yeah, I talked some smack to Kaz because I rock out the bald head better than him, but we're cool. We're cool. Like, I love the fact that we can work together and it's all good. But anyway, can you guys continue?
I don't care.
I don't exactly agree with biblically here with this, but I'll stay out of this.
Agree with what? Agree with what? Don't make a claim.
That babies know about God.
I just
saying that he does not
Bible.
agree is not a claim.
I referenced the Bible.
Anyway, I want to stay out of this part. I want to stay out of this part. I'll just listen because I'm coming in halfway through, so I'll just observe for now.
Yeah, so premise one is still, yep.
Sorry, just want to acknowledge the super chats real quick. So Malavia had said that Kaz is the only God I believe in. All hail Kaz, which I responded, I command you, do not believe in me. And then he responded, just melted my brain with that one, Kaz. God has betrayed me. So that's what's going on in the chat right now. Thank you so much, Malavia, for this. Really appreciate it, man. I can't even tell you. It's amazing. Thank you. So yeah, sorry guys. Continue.
This whole you have to agree with premises thing is really getting to me because it's clearly a rhetorical strategy. Like, nobody has to agree on anything. In fact, expecting people to agree with passages from the Bible like along the same lines is fundamentalist. It's hardcore fundamentalism to the point where it's irrational in its own right.
You haven't provided an argument, so we have to come to the same agreement to the definition of God.
No, we do not. No, we do not.
You
just want that so that you can control the discussion.
You haven't provided a counter argument. Don't poison the well now. Address the argument. So we have to come to the same definition of God, as there can only be one God definition.
We do not have the same definition of God.
What is your definition of God?
It is an archetype that people assign to superstition to personify it and project their will.
No, you haven't laid out adjectives to the proper noun God. So premise one.
I don't give a fuck about your rhetoric bullshit. I don't give a fuck about it.
Don't swear, please. It's not rhetoric. Don't swear, please. It's not rhetoric. I did respond.
Yes,
you haven't provided. You didn't provide
adjectives.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. You didn't provide adjectives to the proper noun God. So again, you have to care. So premise one, biblically / awesomely, God's ultimate truthful love through sacred theology / revealed theology. Backing, so in brackets, yep.
So we got a super chat again from Lin Yen Chin for $10 Canadian. They say fact equals fiction, poised as truth. Mind equals finite, or it isn't mind. Ultimate blah blah is is just an intellectual. He needs to loosen the inflexible bind on his emotional constipation, needs inner stillness. Thank you so much for that super chat, Linian.
That's clever.
Yeah, like expecting Eastern people from like the East Pacific to agree with your definition of God is just semantic bullshit. Like, and especially with this whole like you need adjectives and stuff like that.
I was still
like,
responding before
like
the super chat. It was my turn to respond. I was speaking, and there's
ultimately you had stopped.
Of
To be fair, you had stopped. You had
no, but you interjected with a super chat, so I paused to allow you to get to the super chat, and then I was going back to.
Go ahead. Go
argument.
back to your point.
So, premise 1 backs the creator-creature distinction, perfect being theology, ultimate / brute facts, and God's prescriptive laws of logic 4 / thought. So, premise 1 is the truth by definition. My previous interlocutor didn't
those conditions need to be satisfied. Who decided that?
Hold on, can we just let him finish, please?
God.
Like, it's kind of rude to keep interrupting him.
Well,
I asked that person.
Made a point that was like.
Okay, so yeah, it's okay. But Ninetails, you did interrupt, so let's let him finish it real quick. Come on, go ahead.
I asked you.
But you are talking a lot, and we have another Christian that needs to argue too. So.
Yeah, I asked Ninetails, what is your definition of God? You didn't give a proper response. So there can only be one God, definitionally, as there can only be one ultimate truth, backing the law of identity that A equals A. So the first A would be singular, eternal, and revelatory. The second A would just be a definition, a tautology, a synonym to the first A. So God equals an ultimate fact and vice versa. Thus, premise 1 of my argument / syllogism is an ultimate fact. So you just have to accept that before moving on to premise 2.
Hey,
hold on. Biblically, hold on. As a Christian, their pronouns are clearly displayed right there. Ninetails. So can you just please be respectful of that? Biblically.
Did you say something else?
Respectful.
You don't even have to refer to their gender. You could just call them by name.
See, it's pure ideology.
I said Ninetails. Don't try to poison the well. I'm an ultimated Judeo-Christian, so I will pick up on any possible slander. So address the argument, premise 1.
Yeah. And I'm just like, that's not worth engaging with. Diesel, what do you think about the notion that some people use God as a way to take their superstition about reality and project their personification
I think you're dodging.
of what they want?
Hold on, she's speaking.
Hold on, she's speaking.
God is essentially a superstitious personification of what people can't understand, of what we don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely think that happens a lot. If you're asking my personal opinion on it, I think that's a design of God, like he's deliberately revealed himself in kind of like an ambiguous way to where we would actually be debating like this. Because if a God does exist, he would obviously be able to reveal himself in a way that there was absolutely no doubt. Even among like believers, you wouldn't have Christians with 1,000 denominations and debating about all these theological issues. But I do think that there's a lot of validity in what you said. I do.
People lie. People do lie.
I don't think you're entirely wrong. Let's say that.
So we have to come to the same definition of God. That's what premise 1 is about. I asked you, Ninetails, what is your definition of God? And you didn't give a proper definition. So I'll ask you again, what's your definition of God?
Bob and Alex, did that response I gave make sense? Makes sense.
But
100%.
Of God.
100%.
I think Ultimated just doesn't want to listen to it, so they're ignoring it.
It made me think
I'm
of
listening.
Too.
Alex is speaking.
Thank you. It made me think of like Greek mythology. If you look at the gods, you had a god to explain volcanoes because they didn't understand what they are. Is that sort of like what you're talking about?
It can only be one God, definitionally? I'm just correcting you. Don't take it personal. I'm correcting.
Can you please, if we're gonna be all, don't interrupt me to everybody. Let's just all be that way, okay?
Yeah.
Not interrupting each other, not interrupting anybody else. Or we can all interrupt.
Yeah, but I'm correcting mistakes. I'm correcting mistakes.
Okay, but
this is one of the 10 commandments.
Just do it after they're done talking. That's okay. And I'll ask them to stop, not to interrupt you. I asked Ninetails not to interrupt you just a little bit ago, didn't I? So
yeah, but if I'm making a mistake, which I highly doubt, then yes, I would accept interjection. But if you're asserting multiple deities, that's one of the 10 commandments. Don't worship other gods.
Every interruption is a correction. Every interruption is a correction. Every time anybody ever interrupts anybody, it's because they heard something that they didn't like and they're trying to fix it. So that's is not a good rule to use.
I'll just take notes. I do have a notepad, so you can continue. I'll address.
Thank you. Thank you for respecting the rules.
Thank you. So, Alex, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just asking Ninetails if I was kind of interpreting what she was saying correctly. I know she was talking about superstitions, but that's what came to mind. Am I understanding your definition correctly?
Yeah, just like the interpretation of natural phenomena or scientific phenomena as something personified that we can relate to better.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That is a flat definition. It's just not the same definition that someone else might have, but there are how many people on this planet? There's gonna be like hundreds of different definitions, you know?
There are hundreds of interpretations of the Bible for a reason.
Yeah.
It's a subjective piece of literature. It's culturally significant because it's culturally written. Go ahead.
So science presupposes God. The scientific method presupposes God. Because to identify physicalities, we have to reference a non-physical God, as God is ultimate truthful love. You brought up the Bible, Ninetails. So biblicalism would cover all the versions of the Bible. That's premise 2 of my argument. So just to prove the Bible really quickly, only a loving God can exist. And this is referenced within the first sentence of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Creation is an expression of love. There's no other scripture that can beat the first sentence of the Bible. This is why the Bible is the top-selling book worldwide, entailing Judeo-Christianity / Christianity to be the dominant religion worldwide, because a loving God would make this known to us within the first sentence. So it's pretty easy to follow. Responses?
Why should I accept the Bible, and where in the scientific method does it presuppose God?
Well, I have to repeat myself. So to paraphrase what I was saying is that science presupposes a non-physical / immaterial God to identify physical energy / matter. You have to accept I made this as basic as I can. I'll try to make it even more basic. Only a loving God can exist, and only our God of the Bible is loving, as he created the heavens and the earth. And a loving, truthful God would make this known to us within the first sentence of his sacred book, the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the first sentence of the Bible. If you look at the Quran, for example, there's no reference of a creation point, so it doesn't back God's ultimate truthful lovingness. So this is premise 1 again. So if you accept premise 1,
where in the scientific method?
I didn't ignore the question.
Yes, you did. Where in the scientific method?
No, I didn't.
Does it presuppose God?
You're asking the same question, so you have to paraphrase what I am saying. So the scientific method to identify physicalities.
Can I try to paraphrase it?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think what you're saying is that there has to be a loving God because a loving God has to exist.
That's one point, but in regards
I'm right.
science,
I was hoping I was wrong.
But in regards to the science, the person is just asking the same. This is a common theme. When you give people the correct answer, they will repeat the same question to give off the impression that I didn't answer it properly, which I did. That's why I get people to summarize, because you possibly don't understand the basic words that I am putting forward. So I'll try to make this simple again. So science references an immaterial God. So what I mean by immaterial is non-physical.
We know what
so what I mean by
how does science reference it?
Again, science to identify physicalities. So a physicality would be a physical particular. A physical particular would be energy / matter. So what energy / matter is part of your vessel. So your skin, for example, is made of energy / matter. So for you to see your skin, you have to reference a non-physical God.
What? Come on, man.
So I've made that.
I think you're going to make Diesel
break
atheist
it down
before the end of the stream. I can't wait.
People self-proclaim to be atheists, but there's really no atheists.
I have a genuine question.
Hold on.
Biblically, have you ever taken mushrooms?
I don't do drugs, so don't try to poison the well.
No,
I was just going to say biblically.
I've had these thoughts on mushrooms, so it was a genuine question.
I don't even drink alcohol.
Biblically, I only have a few brain cells here. Like I can't spare killing any more brain cells. So, come on, man. Seriously, I have no idea what you said.
So you just don't lie. I'm God's best friend.
We're at an impasse here. We're at an impasse here. You are trying to make an argument with claims that we cannot possibly find soundly, and we're just stuck here.
It's not claims; it's the truth.
Okay, but
you're making a claim.
Truth claims.
No, that's a contradiction. Truth is objective. A claim would be subjective. So I'm referencing more precisely. God.
In the real world, we are all subjective beings. So everything that we say is a subjective.
We are in God's world, God's reality, as He is ultimate truthful love. That's a true dichotomy, as I stated earlier. So to paraphrase, the only two things that can exist is God and not God. Because you are not God.
For you. You are either Voldemort or not Voldemort. That's a true dichotomy. Does that mean Voldemort is real?
I'm assuming you're referencing that movie character.
The Harry Potter.
So the
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So the actor obviously exists, and the book Harry Potter exists. So
this is almost done.
That would be a label to a temporality. So I went back to God, the true dichotomy, God or not God. So because you are not God, you are subject to God. That's a true dichotomy.
But what do you get from a true dichotomy?
That only God and temporalities can exist.
That's not a dichotomy.
Complements it is. There's a true dichotomy.
How so?
God or not God?
So you're defining atemporality as God.
God is not a temporality.
Right, but temporality is the opposite of a temporality that in a true dichotomy is atemporality. And now you're saying that other side of that dichotomy is God. So you're equivocating God.
God is eternal. God is eternal.
That is an aspect of God, but is eternality the entirety of God? Is everything about God wrapped up in the word eternal?
Yes, because to be eternal requires. I've stated this earlier.
So love,
eternal, eternalness has many entailments. So to be eternal requires an absolute all-powerful mind, as they have to love their existence, not subject to chaos, contingencies, etc. And
Okay,
on the contrary,
itself. How does eternality itself imply?
Yes, because
mind,
the entailment, because eternalness entails an omnipotent mind. A mind not subjected to anything outside of themselves. So only an absolute eternal mind can be the starting point of temporalities, because free will is freely singular through the law and spiritual law of cause and effect.
That's a gish gallop right there. See, you
it's
just
not a
made
gish
like
gallop.
3 different claims in one sentence, and I can't even tell you which one was the first one.
It's not a gish. It's the same point. I'm going into detail of eternality. You asked, is God eternality? It's the same point. I'm going into the definition of eternality. There's a lot of this is ontotheology. There's a lot of entailments to being eternal. So address this point. Only an all-powerful mind can be eternal.
Yeah. That only an all-powerful mind can be eternal. A mind, as far as I can tell, is the opposite of eternality. Every mind that I've ever encountered in reality has been not eternal. So you're telling me that there's some other mind that I've never encountered that is eternal. I don't have a basis for recognizing that as even a possibility.
It is. You're not all-knowing, so you committed a fallacy, the black swan fallacy.
I didn't say you were wrong. I said I don't have a basis to accept it as even a possibility. I didn't say it was factually not true.
It is. It's backed up with evidence, because we have minds. We extrapolate that back to God, putting him to be a personal being. On the contrary, infinite regressions defaultly are illogical, because a set of particulars is contingent on an absolute mind without gaps. So this goes back to God being an uncaused cause, or in other words, immutably mutable, which I backed up with the law and spiritual law of cause and effect. So for emphasis, only an all-powerful, uncaused mind can be eternal. On the contrary, the universe can't be eternal because it's not all-powerful with a mind. So this goes back to a non-physical God that created complexities, thus supporting premise 1 and premise 2 of my syllogism. So if you accept premise 1, you have to accept premise 2, and then the conclusion.
Yeah, that's how syllogism work. So I think that I want to
categorical syllogism.
Argument. I think that, so here's my thing. I understand, I can empathize with you being a person that argues with people, thinks that I'm right a lot, you know. I know
I'm right.
Okay, whatever. You believe, well, you can call it knowing, but you believe
it's not a belief, it's an ultimate fact.
Okay. But I understand what that feels like, to think I know and having people saying I'm wrong, okay? What I've come to understand is that if I'm making an argument that nobody seems to even possibly comprehend, even the people who do this like all the time, you know, like I'm not just lay people, but you know, we're all debaters. We do this all the time. We've heard these arguments.
Don't poison the well.
I'm just saying that if you are not able to convince us or even get us to accept one premise of your argument, it could be a problem with the
you haven't addressed my points.
I can't address your points because they're nonsensical.
Yeah.
You just referenced God. Hang on.
I just want to chime in for one thing. Kaz is a co-host on my channel. He's literally never right. He's never been right on my channel. But Kaz, that is completely right what you just said right now. Because I honestly don't get it.
No, again, I asked the host. I'm God's best friend, so I know who's in the book of life or not. So I asked you, Kaz, your definition of God. That's what premise 1 is all about, the definition of God.
I mean,
that's more.
We can
you
go
can't get
back
more
around
basic
the merry-go-round all
that.
you want. You can. You totally
haven't provided a counter argument. And you haven't provided my
what do you mean?
more
We've not even.
point.
We don't even understand the argument.
Hang on, don't speak for yourself.
Stepping out.
It's the truth. There's a difference between an argument and a statement.
The problem with what you're doing is that you're making this premise like a barrier to us getting past it, but it's just a one-way definition. You want everyone to agree with your definition instead of you being able to work with anyone else's definition.
You haven't given a proper definition.
Like I originally said.
You haven't given a proper definition. So I asked you earlier.
For you until somebody
hang on, don't say everybody. Only speak on behalf of yourself. So I asked you, what is your definition of God? You didn't give a proper definition. I asked the same question to the host
At this point,
earlier.
I don't know what a proper definition for you is because you're too semantical.
There can only be one God. By definition, you're not addressing my arguments or my statements properly.
Disagree with
okay.
you.
Ninetails is trying to say something.
You don't know this? People do lie.
Hold on.
Yes, I do. You think Eastern religions are all monotheistic? No, they're polytheistic. A lot of them are polytheistic. Come on.
That's fallacious.
Okay, so
you're just making.
What I'm trying to get to here.
It's just accurate. It's factual. You're literally just using these terms to control the discussion. You're just.
I referenced one term, more precisely, God's definition.
So I wonder if you can shift your mind's focus for a moment, Ultimated. We do have another Christian on the screen. We don't need to be bogged down on this argument for forever. We only have about 20 more minutes left. So let's try to talk about something else because we're not getting anywhere with this. Even if you are absolutely right, you're not conveying it in a way that we can understand, or maybe we're just too stupid. You know what? Whatever.
What is your definition of God?
This is... Didn't we all already answer this question?
Premise one is.
God is an atemporal mind.
There's more to that.
Sure. There's so much to it. We can the whole Bible, whatever, the Quran, every book has its own definition. There's so many details. I'm just trying to give you a quick one. What else do you want?
And like your definition of science,
you have to be more precise.
Totally
God is,
by the way, just I never got a chance to say that.
God's ultimate truthful love. So what ultimate means is that God is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. What absolute means is that God is not contingent. In other words, infinite in size defaultly, or you can say omnipresent or omnitude. What eternal means is ageless. So only a mind, an all-powerful mind, can be ageless, more precisely, an omnipotent mind.
Sure, only an all-powerful mind can be ageless, but how can a mind be all-powerful?
That's just who God is. In Exodus 3:14, when you speak...
See, that's not a definition. You're just saying that's what it is.
It's the law of identity. I referenced this earlier. God is an ultimate fact, backing the law of identity, that A is A. So God just is. God is a brute fact. You just have to accept that.
I understand. We will not accept it.
The problem is that... Sorry, I thought
you don't say we. You have to speak on behalf of yourself. So you're not addressing the argument
I do
properly.
not accept it.
You just want to do these logical gymnastics.
It's not. It shouldn't be because I get a score of 100 out of 100 through Grammarly.com in regards to my project. So if you don't understand what I am saying, I can break it down more. And Grammarly.com is one of the most popular editing websites for writing.
But Grammarly is not capable of reading. Grammarly is not an AI.
It's an editing website, so especially for academic writing.
You can't read what you're saying and understand the context.
It can understand the syntax, so the arrangement of words.
Not always. I've put words in Grammarly that were accepted.
Hey, I just want to ask.
What is your definition of ultimate?
Diesel, please save us. What do you got to say?
Yeah. Biblically, have you made your donation to this cause yet, boss? It's a great cause we're supporting here.
Yeah, please refer me as Ultimated Judeo-Christian.
Ultimated Judeo-Christian, have you made your donation to this cause that we're supporting yet? If not, I encourage you to do so.
No, not yet. I don't see a link or anything. Oh, maybe I do.
Kaz, where's the link, man? Come on.
The link is in the
description. There is a link. I was looking at the wrong page.
The link is definitely in the description. It was the first thing I put there.
Hey, Diesel,
what are your definitions of ultimate?
I want to ask Diesel a question since...
Yes, can we please...
Kaz is amateur. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Please ask Diesel a question.
What's your definition of God, Diesel?
I would say the creator of everything. And so I don't know, by my definition, I would say that, because I don't know about all the other, there's a lot of arguments we could get into whether he's all powerful or omnipotent or whatever, or omniscient. But I would say by that definition, there can only be one God. There can be demigods, like God could have created a bunch of other gods. But if you're going by who created everything, then at least from my definition, maybe you disagree with that, but there can only be one God. But there can be demigods, though. God, in fact, I would say even as a Christian, what we would describe as angels or demons or the devil, we'd probably consider those demigods. So definitely a higher being than humans.
So
because we are made in God's image,
I would have a lot to do with why you think it's monotheistic.
Say that again, because he was talking.
Does the creationism, does your link to creationism that you make with your definition of God, does that have a lot to do with why you see it as being monotheistic?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You cut out right
meaning
now.
Only one God. Oh, yeah, that might be my internet. Am I good?
Yeah.
Am I good? Hopefully I'm good. Okay.
Yeah.
So is your definition of God having to do with creationism? Is that why you see it as being monotheistic?
Well, again, this might be a little bit of semantic. This might be a little bit of semantics right here, but I believe that God could have, and in fact, I believe that it's probably possible, maybe even probable, that God has created other gods that we'd call demigods. So I don't know in that sense if you could consider that to be polytheistic, but I think that the other gods might just be a part of his creation. Because I think if you read the Bible, you would definitely get that there's some other gods out there, because it does reference other gods. Even the commandments to say have no other gods before me, that kind of assumes that there's some other beings out there.
Fake conceptions of God or gods. In actuality, there can only be one God, one capital G God.
Right, I agree with that.
I'm pretty down with worshiping Satanists. If I were to be religious, I'd be worshiping Satan.
Satan will be destroyed in the lake of fire.
I think the argument that there's multiple gods makes a lot of sense.
There can't be.
I have a question. I did a Google before asking, but I don't fully understand what it's saying. So I was told that God had a wife. So what I Googled was God's wife a goddess? And what came up was that she was worshipped as a god. So you guys are Christians, so you're going based off of the Bible. So if you're going based off of the Bible, like what Diesel said, the Bible does mention other gods. Wouldn't God's wife being worshipped as a goddess be proof of other gods? I'm sorry if that was hard to understand.
I get it.
Okay.
God doesn't have a God can have a human wife, but not a godly wife.
Yeah, we don't. I don't know. As Christians, we don't accept that God has a wife. So that's kind of just a nonsense. But yeah, hypothetically speaking, what you just said right now, yeah, then that might be some kind of other heavenly creation being. But it would have been created by God, so it wouldn't be like a capital G God. It would be like a lowercase g, like demigod, maybe something like Hercules or something.
Yeah, no, that
makes sense. It turns out that God just doesn't swing that way.
I was just curious because that's what was popping in my head when you mentioned other gods. For some reason, that was like the first thing that popped in my head. I was like, wait a minute.
Well, don't worship the creation over the creator. So don't worship fake physical gods. There can only be one capital G God. And then you could reference an only malevolent God. There are heaps of false conceptions of God. There's even a Garthe Hako logical God. So that means a good and evil God at the same time. But that's illogical. So there can only be one true God. So that's
okay. I just wanted to highlight this super chat right here from Lin Yen Chin once again for $10 Canadian. Thank you so much, Lin Yen Chin, for that so much. They say mind isn't mind if it doesn't change. Similar to sustaining orbit around a heavenly body, mind is just energy that seeks equilibrium but can't find it until deorbit. Mind is only a function of change.
Well, yes and no. I mean, like, it also stores information, so it's really hysteresis, and so how it changes is really important to its function. I could get into neuroscience and neurocomputation all day, but I really want to ask biblical. Sorry to bring it back to this, but where do the laws of logic come from? Why does God have to follow the laws of logic?
I didn't say that. I referenced God's prescriptive laws of logic.
And bad God is illogical, so how does that disprove that God can exist if a God can exist outside of logic?
Your microphone dropped.
Yeah.
Okay, so if sorry to give you these guys this angle, but if a God can exist if a God, you said that a good or bad God is illogical as some sort of way to disprove it.
I said
correct?
good and bad at the same
good
time.
And bad. You said that's illogical though, right? Like to disprove it? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a contradiction in terms.
So how come God has to exist within the means of logic? How do we know that God didn't create logic?
God is logical. So you're asking me a loaded question. So I reference God's prescriptive laws of logic / thought. As he is absolute, therefore he sets the foundations for dichotomies. So we have to reference him to identify things, to point out contradictions, and to cross-reference facts. So that's just who God is. You just have to accept the truth.
Sorry, I thought you were done. You may be forgetting that this could also, like making dichotomies and stuff, could just be a function of the human brain, like our way of organizing information, right?
We reference God first, as he has revealed himself to us, and information doesn't come out of nothing.
I reference dichotomies when I'm looking to delineate two things, so that way they're completely separate from each other, and that's about it. It has nothing to do with God.
You do, because a dichotomy would have to reference God, as he is absolute. The opposite to God would be a temporality. So that's a dichotomy.
Yeah.
So
the universe it's temporal in nature. That's fine.
The universe can't be ultimate, as I stated earlier. The universe consists of many parts, height, depth, and width. So it can't be singular or all-powerful, because matter has edges.
Well, the universe
so
can't
only
be
a
anything
mind
that you make up, because the universe is what it is. It's not a made-up thing.
God created the universe, an all-powerful, uncaused mind, not subjected to any edges.
No, I want to go back to what you said. You said the universe cannot be the ultimate, and I just want to keep things on track, because I don't care what can or cannot be the ultimate. The universe is what it is, and it's temporal in nature, and therefore I don't see any God in the universe.
God created the universe. God,
you keep
matter
asserting
is
that,
irreducible.
but I'm not convinced.
It's the truth.
Okay.
We know the universe. It's objective truth. We know the universe was created. It is. We know the universe was. It's not an opinion. It's the truth. We know the universe was created through the revelation of God, which I've already stated.
It was created because the energy that existed had to become matter at some point.
There has to be an uncaused cause. You can't appeal to an infinite regression. So there has to be a mind that
Same with God,
everything in motion.
Applies to God. You're assuming an unjust cause for God.
So we've got 8 minutes left before we're supposed to start transitioning to the debate. So I kind of want to start wrapping this up. I want to let everybody say goodbye. I want to let everybody say what's on their channels and where they can find them. Everybody is linked in the description below. So if you have liked what you heard from any of tonight's guests so far and in the future, they will all be linked in the description below. So please check them out. I really would appreciate you helping out my guests for helping me out with this. So please check out their links if you have liked anything you heard. So let's go around the block real quick. Let's start with Ninetails. Can you please tell us about your channel, what they'll find when they get there, and anything else you'd like to say?
I'm Ninetails. I don't really try really hard with the streaming stuff. I'm just around to debate when people want me on their panels, I guess. But Kaz, if you want to host like a more focused debate between Biblical and I think that would be cool.
Okay, yes.
If Biblical's down. But yeah, debater, science communicator, social ecologist, green anarchist, and just always getting better, you know? So I do try to have shows every now and then. I'm trying to make that 2 shows a week. One will be a more like an interview / debate focusing. The other one will be an intellectual oriented panel, not strictly intellectual, but we'll try to keep things leaning in that direction. So that way it's not all just people yelling at each other. And by the way, thank you so much, Kaz, for your moderation tonight. You've been wonderful. Remember people to donate to that link. It will help out greatly. I've been homeless, and there's definitely nothing worse than being homeless. It can give you PTSD on its own right. So I'm just going to say that and leave it there. Absolutely. And thank you for doing this stream, guys.
Thank you for joining us and helping me out with this. I really appreciate it. All of you who came and supported the channel today by being here is beyond words. I can't tell you how much it means to me to be able to get all of you guys together to have these kind of conversations so that we can support somebody. So Diesel, how about you?
Yeah, I took a few wisecracks at Kaz because I really like Kaz, and it was getting a little bit too serious for me. I just woke up here. But I would say that either way, it's great for Christians and atheists to come together for a very good cause. I was homeless here in South Korea for some time, and my mother was a Vietnam vet who suffered from PTSD. And so I know it's a very real thing. As you're talking about, being homeless can trigger that, and a lot of vets suffer with that as well. So it's just great if we can work together. RAG Podcast, Kaz is a co-host with me, where we have Christians and atheists coming together and just having conversations. What's up, BMillzebub and Alex? I hope to see Alex on soon. Yeah, and thank you guys for your time.
You're muted, Kaz.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm a ding dong. Thank you, Diesel, for joining us, and thank you for that $50 donation to the GoFundMe. Yeah. We really appreciate it. Thank you again so much. Mm-hmm. How about you, Alex?
Oh, hi. We're shouting out social media, right?
Yes,
okay, cool.
What we're doing.
I'm so sorry. Actually, yeah. So I have a lot of social media, but my 2 main things is I have a YouTube channel that's Autistic Alex, and then I have a TikTok that's the Trans Autistic with like the underscores, I think they're called, as spaces. And currently, right now, most of my content is honestly weed focused. Just being frank here, and I'm focusing on becoming a political refugee for being trans at Germany. So if that's anything anyone's interested in, and I talk a lot about my health too, because I have 2 types of cancer. So that's a lot of my content.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here so much, Alex. And you guys, please check out Alex's channels. She has 2 of them. They're both linked in the description below. And Bub?
It's BMillzebub, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Well, BMillzebub, but close enough. I have a YouTube channel under the name BMillzebub. I would put that in the chat, but StreamYard doesn't let me do that. You can find the link in the description. But I do mostly atheism content, but I haven't posted very regularly lately. Been kind of burned out. Yeah, most of what I do is on Twitter now. I may start YouTubing again eventually, but
do it.
Donate to the cause. That's the big thing. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Oh, Diesel came back. Thank you again so much, Bub, for bringing Alex here and for being so willing to participate at the last second. You are a godsend, or whatever. Thank you.
You are a Marx send or a Darwin send.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
By the way, Cass,
I'm stealing that.
By the way, Cass, Kaz, what we call that in layman's psychology is called a Freudian slip right now. What you just did. So
I got you. I'll own that one. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. And Ultimated Judeo-Christian, you want to tell anybody about what's going on your channel?
Yeah, before I do that, if I am to debate with Ninetails, will you be happy to platform that?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's something to think about, Ninetails. If you want to have an organized debate with me, what's your you can respond to that.
Just let Kaz know, and we'll set it up whenever you're free.
We will.
Okay.
Next couple of weeks, y'all.
In a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'd say the week after next, probably.
Perfect.
Okay, well, I'll finish. So this is my closing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I do just like to give an analogy to God's eternalness, and that will sort of summarize everything. So just a moment as I read this word for word of my project. So analogically, God's eternalness is like feeling causelessly alert of dreams or lucid dreams, as he is who he is. So that puts us back to God being an uncaused cause. So if you want to find out more on this, I have a YouTube channel, Ultimated Judeo-Christian, where I primarily prove Judeo-Christian / biblical presuppositionalism. If anybody wants to engage me, I'm more than happy to. If you're a YouTuber, I will even pay you. So that would be my closer, and I will message both you, Kaz, and Ninetails to set up a debate in the future. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Ultimate really Judeo, don't forget to make a donation to this cause, man. It's a really good cause. And Kaz, I'll see you in 2 hours, boss.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right.
Bye. Yeah, in 2 hours, we're going to have the open mic. So I guess Diesel's planning on jumping in on that. That sounds good. But that will be ran by PurpleRhymesWithOrange. That will be ran by Secular Rarity. And that will also be ran by MageGreyWolf. They will all be in charge. So thank you all so much for joining us. They all took off already, so I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. So I'm going to put on a little intermission screen real quick while we get set up for the debate, and then we'll get started on that. Thank you all so much for being here once again, and we'll be back shortly in, I guess, a few minutes with the actual debate. And yeah.
Hi, everybody. Wait, Kaz, you're muted.
Oh, shut that music up, huh?
Oh, now
All right.
I know you can hear me.
Yes, thank you so much, Maya, for being here. Maya is going to be taking over. You are going to be the moderator tonight. Thank you, Maya, for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. So, James, welcome. Stardust, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm going to disappear into the backstage. I'll be handling things in the background. If you guys need any, I'll be here. But have fun.
Appreciate it.
How's it going?
Hi, how's everybody?
Going well, thank you.
Going great. Yeah.
Nice.
It's a pleasure to meet both of you. I've seen both
nice
of you.
To meet you too.
Right on.
I don't think I've ever like messaged you or anything like that, but
yeah. Well, nice to meet both of you as well. Should we just get into it then with what is hate?
Sure. Are we okay? Yeah, we're going. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
All right, so I believe we have 10 minutes for I'm sorry, God, I should be more prepared than this.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, we're gonna have 10-minute opening statements. We're gonna have about a 50-minute open discussion, and then we're gonna do the Q&A for the rest of the time. Of course, super chats are all gonna go to the donation, and yeah, I guess that's all there is to say about that.
Kaz, whichever one of you wants to go first. I'm sorry, a lot of people keep asking for the donation. Like, I am not able to pin it to the top.
Yeah, I will pin it right away. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just be right here. Don't worry. So I'll be here to take over if you need me to. This is Maya's first time being a moderator, and I thought that it would be fun for her to get that experience on her belt so she could do more of them. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to her.
All right, who would like to go first?
Either is fine with me. I have no problem.
All right, awesome. You have 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay. I don't think I'll take 10 minutes. So, I as I understand Hake, Hake, last time we spoke, I believe you said that you don't believe in that racism that exists or that sexism exists. What you last said to me was that you believe things like this are hatred, and I think that's I think that's decent. I think that is true in a sense, right? Especially when it comes to interpersonal and when we talk about hateful bigotry, hateful sexism, hateful racism, right? I think that these are all things that stem off of hate, 100%. But I do think that racism and sexism are not necessarily always intentionally hateful. I think that there are occasions in which racism and sexism are things that are a byproduct of incorrect beliefs, or a byproduct of unknown prejudices, right? And I don't think that those are necessarily hateful, but I suppose I would say that just like hate is a spectrum that can branch off into a lot of different areas, so is racism. Racism can branch off into a lot of areas. There's systemic, structural, and there's hateful racism. Same thing with any type of bigotry. So that I guess is my opening statement.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that, Stardust.
Mm-hmm. All right, that was a minute and a half.
Nice. When I think about the question, what is hate? I think about what puffs up in me in like a prideful judgment when I get angry or feel offended in a discussion with somebody or in a confrontation or some type of information that comes that's kind of outrageous. I think of those things as anger or hate, which I think are the same thing. And like what Stardust said, that these things that are called racism and sexism and homophobia and all those things are not necessarily from hatred or anger at all. They're from either a true statement that's called bigotry or a false statement that's called that. And very often the problem with these what I call buzzwords of racism and all that stuff are a trick of the mind to make the person accusing the racist as racist to not look at themselves and notice that they're exercising the same bad judgment of the so-called racist, if you're following what I'm saying. The people who are anti-racist are guilty of more hate very frequently than the people who are accused of racism. And the same thing with the sexism stuff, misogyny, and all that. And lies are really important to how people come into conflict with each other, because people sincerely believe lies, and then they also knowingly lie too sometimes, or whatever. And that comes, I think that comes from hatred, and I think that comes from emotions and judgment. And most of the time when you think of bigotry and racism and sexism and homophobia and all that stuff, you think of the perpetrators as being, I don't know about you, but I'm talking about the general you. The average person, I would assume, thinks of whites and men and Christians as being the ones who are racist and sexist and homophobic or whatever, or Islamophobic or whatever. And yeah, everybody else can do it too, but it's mainly because we're in a white Christian male-dominated country. It's mainly those people who are the primary perpetrators of racism and all those forms of so-called hate. But in reality, those are the least guilty of those things with most people's experiences. Most people experience men to be pretty fair-minded, whites to be pretty fair-minded and sharing, and oftentimes bending over backwards to not appear racist, which is, some people might call that in itself racist. It is problematic for sure. It is kind of from a hatred, from a fear, which is the flip side of hatred. But you'll notice that, like, very frequently blacks will be the most obsessed with race, the most quick to cry racism, when everybody else around them is noticing, like, where's the racism? You're just imagining this. It's in your imagination. And then other people will cave and be like, oh, this black person must have a sixth sense about what racism is. And they'll do the same thing with women. They'll cater to the women's emotions when they feel that they've been offended by misogyny or something like that. In reality, the woman is judging the so-called misogynist. Same thing with the gays and the LGBTIQ people. They can be some of the nastiest, vicious people that you don't want to meet sometimes, yet they're the ones taking the Christians to the Supreme Court, trying to force them to bake these gay cakes for their same-sex weddings, forcing people to go along with their delusions and what they're about, you know. I think that we would do better if we broke it down to just hatred, anger. And then when you break it down to those things, you notice that you yourself can be guilty of the same thing that you're accusing the other person of. So that's my thing on hate.
Okay, great. I don't think I disagree with you on hate, right? I think we seem to actually agree a lot on hate. I think where we disagree is maybe on the prevalence of other types of racism, right? Racism in general, and then the prevalence of sexism, things like that. And also, we probably disagree on the prevalence of hateful racism as well, I think. I think as far as when it comes to the definition of hate, I think we're both kind of aligned on that. Do you think you would disagree with the idea that, like, hate can be a spectrum, like there's a prism, and just like you see a light going through a prism, you see a bunch of different lights coming out, and hatred can go in and become all these different types of hatred?
Yeah, I agree with that. It can. I don't think of it as a spectrum, but I do agree with the prism idea in that our issues, we all have the same root issue of hatred, anger, pride, fear, but those things manifest in all kinds of different ways. It twists people up in different ways, and there forms the ways that they play favorites with people, whether it's race or whatever, or it's just impersonal, interpersonal. It can manifest in different ways. It's like the symptoms differ, but the root cause is the same, I say.
Okay. I would say, do you think that racism and like bigotry that is non-hateful could have similar effects to hateful bigotry?
Yeah, sometimes, for sure. Yeah, people may not realize that they're being that they're wrong about another person, or that they may not realize that they've made a false judgment or jumped to conclusions about a person, and they're not necessarily being vindictive, but they are wrong and they're discriminating against that person in an unfair way as opposed to a just way.
But you still wouldn't call that like a type of racism?
No, I don't find that term useful, really. I find that the term racism is like missing the root issue. The term racism is looking at the surface of things and thinking that that's the cause, when it's really not. Like it's no. A lot of times people will notice patterns about how blacks are, or how whites are, how Asians are, and all that stuff. And they may think, oh, they'll see something that looks similar and they'll say, oh, this person is going to be this way. And you could call that racism, but it's not. It's not. So I don't find it useful, but I'll go with you on, what my definition of what racism would be. Judging a person based on their race.
Okay. Judging a person based on their race. So,
yeah.
But it's not necessarily. So then, even by your definition, it's not necessarily hatred.
Right.
Okay.
But I don't think that people really judge people based on their race. Not at the root.
I think
they may see something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it might be more prevalent than you think. Do I think that every case is a hateful case? Not necessarily, but I think it may be more prevalent than you would think. The existence of discrimination based on somebody's characteristics.
Right, but it's not based on the characteristics. It's based on a judgment about how those people with those characteristics are reputed to be, what their reputation is, whether it's a just or unjust reputation. It's not based on their characteristics. It's based on something it's based on something that most of the time we agree on, whether such and such type of people steal, or what such and such type of people tend to be more racist, or such and such type of people tend to be stingy or whatever. Those things are not. It's not based on their race or ethnicity or characteristics. It's just an assumption.
Okay. So I
don't disagree with you that type of judgment is prevalent. It is prevalent for sure.
Okay.
What's bigotry?
Bigotry is, I would say, an incorrect belief or an incorrect judgment of somebody. Based on just incorrect ideas, I guess, around them. Because
when I used to hear liberals accuse Jesse Lee Peterson of being a bigot, and whites and Christians and Republicans of being bigots. And I looked it up, and at the time the definition was someone who can't tolerate other people's opinions. And that sounds more like the people who are accusing us of being racist and stuff like that. But I know that they did recently change the definition because people use it so differently from that definition. They use it to mean more what you said, judging based on race and being racist and stuff like that.
Okay.
But that was just really just a side note. I didn't mean to take you off course.
Oh no, it's fine. So I won't disagree that I have seen discrimination from various different groups, right? Towards any group, really. I've seen it towards Black people. I've seen it towards white people. I've seen it towards women. I've seen it towards men. You know, I've seen these types of discrimination, broad statements made, right? But I would still classify those things. I don't find it unuseful to classify those things within the categories of racism or sexism or misogyny, right? I think it's just these are flavors of bigotry that and with each flavor we give it a different name so we can more succinctly tell each other what exactly we're experiencing.
That's fair enough, but what good has that done in the world, like on the political or societal, how the way that people interact with each other? What good have those subsets of bigotry?
I mean, you could claim that people overuse words, right? I could see you could say that people overuse words, but I think that's kind of a common occurrence within politics, right?
Right. I'm not asking you to agree with me on the problem that it presents. What good has it brought, though?
What good has it brought? I think there is utility in just like there's utility in categorizing things, like categorizing man and woman, male and female. Mm-hmm. There's utility in categorizing flavors of discrimination that somebody experiences, right? So just like you're a man and you're white, or at least that's what I am. What I can tell, if you experience discrimination based on your race, then you would call it racism. If you experience it based on your being a man, then you could call it, misandry or sexism. And there is the case where maybe it's both. Maybe you're experiencing discrimination based on both, and there's utility in you being able to identify that and say, hey, I'm experiencing discrimination based on my sex and on my race right now.
What utility, like, can you think of an example where it has been useful? They're useful as descriptors for you and me to converse, I guess, but I don't really call those, like when I've been, attacked for being white or whatever, quote unquote, and stuff like that. I haven't really called those misandry or racism usually. From the time that I was a kid to this day, I just noticed that the person is just being judgmental, kind of blind. Mm-hmm. And so, like, there's a lot of whites who call what's going on against the whites is anti-whiteism, and I don't even particularly like that term because it's kind of a distraction from the root issue that we all deal with, which is the judgment. So because the reason I'm asking this question, and I get that it's kind of putting you on the spot, like to come up with something from history that has helped improve relations between the races or between the sexes and stuff. Because right now it seems like men and women hate each other as much as ever. And men hate men and women hate women, and everybody's hating each other. And we're pretending like we are loving the other races and we love our own race. But I don't see any love in the world for the most part. I see a lot of phoniness, and I see in politics and in the media, this like attack on racists and sexists, but that's not breeding any love. It's just breeding more suspicion and resentment. So that's why I ask if it's done good.
For example, like a time when categorizing something as racism or systemic racism, for example, is when, for example, separate but equal, right? During segregation. Uh-huh. Things were not separate but equal. One group specifically people of color and Black people, were disproportionately had worse facilities, disproportionately had worse conditions where they were, things like that. They were discriminated against, right? And so being able to identify that and say, hey, this is an experience, this is an experience of racism, is being able to categorize that is also allowing us to more directly address the issue, right? Because we know that there's an issue there, and that issue is rooted in one group being disproportionately affected negatively by policies.
And I get what you're saying, but I don't see how that really improved things, because that was the locals were segregating, like the local communities and sometimes the local states, the states were pushing these laws on the people, and some disagreed with it, but Blacks in the South, where that was happening the most, I guess, were building up their own. And yeah, they did have lesser things, I understand. They had like the facilities that were built for them weren't as good, and maybe, but their schools were kind of more self-run, maybe funded by some do-gooder types. And they had their families better together. They weren't thinking about this idea of racism. Like, this idea of racism has become more of an excuse for them, and a suspicion, false suspicion of whites. They're not doing too. I mean, financially, they're doing much better. I think we're all maybe doing much better. We're all maybe too spoiled, honestly, with how, I don't know, it's a mess. Financially, I grant that they're doing quite well, by and large. But I don't think that stuff improved for them, that anti-racism thing, the anti-segregation thing. Many of them don't even agree that the integration was a good thing. And there's a South African guy on a viral video that was floating on Twitter saying, under apartheid, yes, you can say that the National Party, the whites, were cruel, but our country was functioning. And now, like, things are falling apart in South Africa. There's high crime, high disease, high child-headed households. So
right, but as we've seen segregation go away, we've seen people's conditions become better, right? Although initially people were on both sides were may have been against desegregation. We've seen that. We've seen conditions improve for people. The general material wealth of people has gone up. And although that may not be super important to you, I would talk about like the hierarchy of needs, right? When you're able to satisfy your basic needs through, through monetary means, you're able to then focus on other things beyond that, right? If you're able to satisfy your hunger, satisfy your basic needs for shelter, food, good facilities to go to school in, you can start focusing on the less material things.
Such as?
Family, such as community.
But they had family and community better back then. They traded family and community for the material gain, you know? Like, I don't see the material gain as having alleviated a problem of not being able to have a family. They had their families, you know?
I don't know that they traded that. I think that we see obviously we see places that could be improved, areas that could be improved today. But I think still we see the average person being brought up, an average kid being brought up, is still being brought up in much better conditions.
In terms of finance and material comforts.
Finance and material comforts, but also like their schools are better, their communities are better. Right?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I really don't know if that's true, Stardust, because look at like the illiteracy rates. I know that they had high illiteracy because they weren't even allowed to be able to read, many of them, under slavery. And after slavery, like some even politicians weren't literate. But I think that they were doing better than you may realize back then. I recommend you watch, if I can plug, Uncle Tom 2 and check that out. And you may realize that things were actually looking up for them. Yeah. And they were kind of coming together naturally without the government coming in and doing this forced integration
that
thing.
may even if you were to make the argument that people within their segregated communities were doing better, even if you were to make that argument, we still saw higher rates of hate crimes, higher rates of lynchings, right? And with the desegregation, people, although it's not perfect, people still discriminate against each other. These really heinous, violent crimes are at an all-time low. And I think that making people more comfortable with people who are different from them is directly benefits that.
I think even the lynchings and hate crimes are like bigger in your mind than what they really were, because I disagree with the term hate crime, but like what happened to that boy who was tortured, who quote unquote whistled at the white woman and all that mess. And that was just something that we heard about. And I'm sure that there was a lot more that went on between the races, probably on both sides. But crime really went out of control between the 50s to the early 90s, and really even to this day, kind of, with the breakdown of the family and the idea of racism, interracial violent crime. Like, I don't know if the way that, because blacks are attacking other races as well as their own right now in this, in different parts of the country. And I don't know if it was that on that level back then, with whites toward blacks or blacks toward whites. There is a moral crisis in America, and I think it's partly because of this distraction of racism. People think that this.
I don't know. I think this moral. I think that I'm not going to disagree with you that there's a problem with community, right? I think there's a problem with fostering a sense of community, but I don't think that. That means I think desegregation is still something that has been broadly beneficial for all people involved. Learning to live with people who are different from you, learning to accept people who are different from you. And while we still have division and we still have tension between each other, it's much less than what it used to be. Yes, you're right that there are still hate crimes. There is still violence that's being committed from one group to another. But I would say that it's still less in general. Crime in general is still less. It's still lower than it's been before. And we live in a much safer time than we ever have.
I don't know if that's, you may be right. I know that times were really rough back then, like back during the lynching days, at least the early lynching days, where if you stole a cow or a horse or something, that meant part of the livelihood for that family who owned that. And so there were serious punishments for theft. Nowadays, somebody steals your car, you may be really inconvenienced, but you're not going to starve necessarily. So the lynchings and things like that and blacks committed lynchings against fellow blacks sometimes because of crimes like that. It was just rougher times back then. I grant you that it's nice that we live in kind of cushier times where things are not so desperate. Mm-hmm. But I really don't believe, I know a lot of you guys say it, and I have no evidence to back it up to say this, but I don't believe you guys when you say that crime is at an all-time low, crime has gone down throughout history. You can say crimes came down since the 90s, because the 90s with the crack epidemic and the drug wars and all that stuff, I don't know what all was going on. that it came down since then, but it's also spiked, and it's kind of untold numbers now. They, you know, cops are politicians now. And so like they kind of hide the numbers, and people aren't really going to jail for crimes that they should be going to jail for. And it's a mess.
I think we can agree to disagree on this. I think it might be better for us to kind of like refocus back on like the utility of categorization, right? Would you say that there is utility in categorizing between man and woman?
Yeah.
Okay, and then is there utility between categorizing things of different colors and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say the categorization of different types of discrimination still has utility. Being able to understand what type of specific problem somebody is dealing with, right? You look at like from medicine, right? Symptoms, right? The categorization of different types of symptoms is super important, right? There's a huge difference between somebody who's not feeling their leg and somebody who's feeling pain in their leg. And so we find plenty of utility with that, and to address illnesses and address injuries, we use those categorizations. So just like we address an illness within the body with these categorizations, we can address illnesses within society by using categorizations of how people are being discriminated against, or what type of discrimination they're facing disproportionately, things like that.
My problem with the anti-racism and anti-sexism and anti-bigotry push is that, yes, those things have a utility, and it's kind of interesting to see the different types of crimes that are being committed, and if they can make statistics based on like the different motivations and different things that are going on, and the discrepancies between, you know, people's income and employment and all that stuff. But my problem is that we have dishonest people at the top who say, oh, it's racism, when there's a symptom and you want to treat the symptom, you should get to the root of the issue. And actually, like, the government has no business trying to force people to love one another, or try to force, because that's only gonna breed resentment. It's like a mama saying, now get along, and then trying to artificially push them together. And I get that you say, oh, we get used to each other, we're dealing with each other. But in the South, they were naturally coming together. And then the segregation thing came in and bred more resentment and suspicion, and the crying of racism has become like a major trend. And so this, you get my point?
Yeah, so I'm not going to disagree with you that there are going to be people who will cry out racism and cry out sexism when there isn't any. Just like there are going to be people who deny that there's racism and deny that there's sexism when there is some. I think we can both point to examples of both, right? And but the thing is, in regards to what you're saying about whether the state has a right to be intervening in this way, I don't know that the state needs to be intervening like in a very direct way, but we do live in a we're humans, right? And we thrive in a society that is cohesive, that has community, that fosters a sense of community, and while the government shouldn't be directly maybe putting their hands on things, fostering a sense of community, fostering an identity, an American identity, regardless of race, regardless of background, right? Fostering, this sense of community is incredibly valuable to cohesion as a country.
Right. But so it sounds like you may agree with me that some of these hate crimes laws and anti-discrimination laws are misguided, in that they're not fostering community, they're fostering suspicion and accusation and
Not necessarily. I think if there's been a history of a group being disproportionately affected or disproportionately victims of a hate crime, I think to foster a sense of trust and foster a sense of community, there needs to be some accountability, right? And accountability comes into the form of like, okay, if somebody is targeting you and doing something hateful against you based on immutable characteristics, we will hold them accountable. And I think that building that sense of trust is super important.
I think it's like a, you know, are you creeped out at all by the notion of a thought crime? Like people
sure, I don't
harboring
like thought
hatred.
Crimes, yeah, I don't like the idea of punishing people for thought crimes.
But it's not a crime in itself, but it's a punishment enhancer that allows the federal government to come in, or the state or the local government, because they all have different hate crimes legislation, to come in and punish the person for not for what the actual crime was, whether it was an assault or some type of theft or whatever, but for the thoughts that they allegedly had, or the statement that they allegedly said that was racist. Like they said the N-word and then punched. It's a hate crime because they said the N-word, but if they had just been a punch, they should be rightly and swiftly punished for the punch. But the N-word is like the First Amendment, you know? Like people hate each other, and they should be allowed to express their hatred.
I think
get it out.
People should be allowed. I'm a big proponent of like, you know, freedom of speech, but at the same time, we're not talking about punishing somebody for their thoughts, right? What I'm talking about is punishing somebody for actions that they took as a result of discriminatory thoughts. So I'm not saying we punish people for thinking racist things. I'm saying we punish people for taking that racist thought and putting it out into the world in a violent way.
Right. I get that, but that's in a twisted way, whether it's on purpose or by accident. The mainstream media licks their chops and rubs their hands together when like a white attacks a Jewish center or a black church or whatever, or El Paso Walmart. They are gleeful when that happens, and they pretend to be horrified, and they are horrified too, but they love this stuff because it's so people tune in because it motivates the passions. And then people fight amongst each other on just, you know, verbally fighting.
Sure, but we could take a look at like people who go missing, right? Like whenever it's a attractive young white female who goes missing, she's always like the center of the media. But you know, if there's a non-white person who goes missing, who was abducted or something like that, generally we don't see the same type of attention. So yeah, we could definitely say that the media will focus in on specific tropes to get higher ratings, get more people watching. But I think that goes all the way around.
And it's not just ratings that the media is after, in my opinion. Like the media tend to be more liberal, and not nice like you liberal, but like, well, maybe in their minds they are nice. Maybe they're nice people in person, but they have like this bias against Christians and whites and men that they're going to jump to conclusions about, for example, the knee on the neck of George Floyd. Oh, that must have been racism, when like nobody has any clue what was in the mind of Derek Chauvin. So and you know, same thing with George Zimmerman. He was a white. Okay, he was a white Hispanic. Oh, he hated black people. Oh, but he actually like helped black kids and stuff like that. And so like they tried to push racism. I think it's more than just ratings. But anyway, that's kind of a side note.
So I think that both of those cases are examples of like systemic racism, right, and structural racism. Because you see a community that's getting disproportionately affected by the policies and of an institution, and as a result of those policies and getting disproportionately affected, you see more brutally violent things happening, right? Even the most recent example of all those black cops who were beating up that one guy, I would say, is even though they're all black, that was still an example of systemic racism. It's the system itself that disproportionately affects a group of people, and as a result, you see more brutal acts against one group of people.
But that's why I say that this racism notion is a looking at the surface of things and not at the root of things, because you're not really, you don't seem to be looking at why it's affecting blacks more. You're just seeing that it's affecting blacks more and calling it racism, rather than looking at
multiple factors. I think there's multiple factors as to why it disproportionately affects black people, but you can look at the studies of even you can look at the studies of crime and look at the rates that people are incarcerated and still see that there's a major discrepancy. Even with an increase of crime within specific communities, there's still a discrepancy.
Right, but there's you're not looking at all the factors. It's and so you're assuming racism, imagining racism in the system when it's a bunch of different things. It's the excuse.
Racism is systemic discrimination is a factor. It's one factor of many, right?
But I don't think there's any real evidence of it, of this systemic discrimination against blacks.
Systemic discrimination is not, again, it's not hateful racism, right? Just like we have the prism for hatred, we've got a prism, I would say there's a prism for racism, and you've got this broad idea of what racism is, discrimination based on race, and goes through the prism, and you can go, there's hateful racism, there's interpersonal racism, there's systemic racism, which is not interpersonal or necessarily hateful, but it is something that affects one group disproportionately and leads to disparate outcomes for that group.
In short, what was the problem with Trayvon Martin's getting shot in what we can only presume to be self-defense?
So it's been years since I've visited the case of Trayvon Martin, but I think you can see that, again, there's a more policing of certain communities, and while some people will say, well, there's higher crime in those communities, that is true, but there still is, if you look at per capita, the amount of incarceration, it still is not, there's a disparity even between the higher amounts of crime and the amount of people that get incarcerated. So it doesn't match up with the higher amounts of crime. There's still more people getting incarcerated or becoming victims of the legal system in comparison to white communities.
I get that the legal system is pretty corrupt, and it's honestly pretty anti-white and anti-man. It's anti-Christian now, and I wouldn't doubt that, with the drug stuff, that there's some unfair things happening. I know in family courts there's problems, and it's kind of bad enough that Walter Scott may have been motivated to run away from that cop down in one of the Carolinas, that he didn't want to go to jail or deal with child support. It's all speculation. But Trayvon Martin was in a gated community with his mother and stepfather, walking home, according to George Zimmerman, looking suspicious. And there was a confrontation between him and George Zimmerman. And we can only assume it was self-defense. He was not a cop. He was a community watch.
Didn't the police advise Zimmerman as well to not follow him, to leave him alone or something like that?
The dispatcher at one point, he asked if he was following him, and he said, yeah. and the dispatcher, which I don't know if that's a cop or not, told him, we don't need you to do that. And then he said, okay. But the media edited it in a way that you didn't hear him saying, okay. And so we don't know whether he continued to follow him or not. According to his girlfriend or supposed girlfriend, Trayvon was almost home, but doubled back and said, I need to do something. So we don't know what really happened between them. And so you can only, it's only fair to presume innocence on both sides. And unfortunately, Trayvon died in that confrontation. But
I mean, if somebody were following you at night, I'm not justifying any confrontation or anything like that, but it's reasonable that somebody might turn around and confront that person and say, hey, why are you following me? Right? I don't know what happened between the two of them, but I would say, the dispatcher did advise Zimmerman to not follow him.
And we don't know if he continued to or not. And it's not against the law to continue to follow him just because the dispatcher said not to.
It's not against the law.
Said we don't need you to do that,
It's not against the law, but it's ill-advised, right?
Yeah, perhaps so. Yeah, I mean, he ended up messing up his life, by getting the media attacked on him. At first, he wasn't even going to go to trial, but in my opinion, I don't think he ever should have been charged. Maybe for manslaughter, but for murder, it was kind of ridiculous.
But I don't know.
But you made a statement that it was an example of systemic racism when I guess you could say, there's a culture of looking side-eyed at young blacks in hoodies. That's what people were saying. But that's not the system. That's just
that's
a lot of
like
people have seen
societal discrimination, like cultural discrimination. Yeah,
and it's based on how many blacks, like Trayvon was caught with supposedly what was in at school with a dozen or a half dozen pieces of jewelry and what was described as a burglary tool. It was a screwdriver. Suspicious. I don't know if it was what that turned out to be, but he was not just this decent kid who was just innocent.
No, but nobody is a perfect victim, right?
Right.
Just because there is a higher instance of maybe, some criminality in some communities doesn't mean that it's justified to be the amount of incarceration is justified, right? And I would say the Zimmerman case is probably a little bit different from the George Floyd case, right?
Right.
Or
what was systemic racism about George Floyd?
Well, I think Floyd, these are communities that are over policed, right? They are policed more than
I don't know if you could call that policed more, but they're not. I don't know if they're over policed.
Okay.
Because I know that there have been black mothers begging for more policing in cities like Baltimore. I don't know about Minneapolis. I forget which city he's in, but they're desperate for more police, more less violent crime in their communities.
They are. Yeah. And one thing that I've been critical of Democrats on is the ACAB actually performed really badly in some urban areas because people of color in those communities actually wanted more police presence. But
ACAB meaning all cops are bastards. That type of movement, is that what you're saying? Okay.
Defund
the police.
That messaging was something that I've been a little bit critical of because it ended up hurting Dems in specific areas. But I would say that still there is a disproportionate amount of incarceration, right? There is still that doesn't match up with the higher crime rates.
But in George Floyd's specific case, he allegedly tried to pass a fake 20, or I think twice, such that the shopkeeper, I think, called the police on him, and they confronted him, and he was beside himself. Oh, don't kill me, don't kill me. He seemed to be tripping out, maybe on drugs. And he was kind of resisting arrest when the Fuller video came out at first, and then he's they started to put him in the cruiser, and he said, I'm claustrophobic, let me out. And they as soon as they got him down on the ground, he was saying he couldn't breathe. And I don't know if that's at the exact time that they put their knees on him or what, but I don't see that as brutal. Like, I don't think far be it from me to disagree with what the official narrative is supposed to be and get myself banned anywhere. But I'm very, very leery of this murder conviction on Chauvin and these other guys.
Okay. So what I would say, about the George Floyd case is that even if he tried to pass a fake $20 bill, right? Even if he was on drugs, even if he was harder to arrest, I don't think it justifies somebody using that neck kneel for 9 minutes, right? I think,
and it was shoulder blade as well as neck. It wasn't. I mean,
okay, yeah, but either way.
But anyway,
yeah, either way, like that is pressure on a pretty vital area. I can see why maybe a little bit more force was needed, but to use that type of kneel on somebody for them to die for a $20 bill and some maybe intoxication just doesn't seem like justice to me. It seems like a huge injustice.
I don't necessarily see it as a question of justice, really. I see it as an overdose with the added stress of the arrest. Certainly, I'm sure that contributed to it.
Yeah,
but they can't just not be.
Stress will do that. Yeah.
They can't just not be sitting on him. They have to be sitting on him if he's not going to sit in the cruiser.
They already had him on the ground though. He was laying down. I don't know that it was necessary for them for 9 minutes. I don't know. Maybe for 9 minutes straight. I don't know.
I can't make a judgment either way, really. And how about this? The crowd around him was like taping, yelling at the cops.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that adds to them needing to be kind of like.
They were probably stressed out.
They're not intentionally killing this guy. I don't think there was even intent proven. But anyway.
I don't know that they intentionally killed him, but I think that it was still negligence, right? I think that it was a negligent act. I think that
maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah. See, I would never say that. I don't think I would say that they intentionally killed him, but I would say that a man trying to pass off a fake $20 bill and being high on drugs is not deserving to have death that's exacerbated by neck kneeling, right? And especially that neck kneeling for 9 minutes, right? I'm very sympathetic towards cops, right? I think they have a very hard job, but in that situation, there's nothing that could really justify it in my head. And if anything, we see a man crying for his mother, right? We see a man crying
or
for
his girlfriend, maybe the mother, maybe
his
the
girlfriend, or we
because he called her mama.
We see him lose incontinence. We see him become incontinent from how bad this situation is, and I think it's very brutal to see. You watch somebody, go still. It's a very, very brutal act, and people, I think, had a right to say that why did he deserve this? Why did he deserve to be humiliated publicly like this and to be dehumanized like this in such a public manner?
But you're putting all this feeling into it where I recommend you be more dispassionate about it, because you don't know. You're assuming that the medical examiner is correct, that it was the pressure on him that killed him and not the fentanyl or whatever else was in his system. When
even if the fentanyl was a part of it, even the fentanyl was part of it, it still doesn't justify the kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes.
And again, it was on his shoulder blade and neck area. I don't see where maybe he was justified or not, but to me, it's not a question of deserve or humiliation. He was maybe high out of his mind, didn't realize that he had already tried to pass this fake 20 and didn't even know it was a fake 20. But the shopkeeper had to call the cops You know, I don't
Yeah, I
blame
have
the
no
shopkeeper
fault.
for calling the
I
cops.
have no fault with the shopkeeper. I
don't blame the cops for arresting the guy. He was
No, I don't blame
clearly
them for
needed
arresting
help.
him either, right? The
And
part where
I don't really blame them even for being on him for that long necessarily. I can't tell if they were wrong or right in that situation. I can't call that brutal.
Yeah, I think this is where we disagree, right? I disagree. So I don't disagree with you. I have no problem with the shopkeeper calling the police. I have no problem with the police arresting him. I have no problem with them even laying him down on the ground, right?
Which he asked for.
Right. Yeah, he asked for. I have no problem with that. The problem for me is when it's not just a neck and shoulder kneel for a few minutes. It's for 9 minutes straight. We see him again. We see him go silent. We see him like the life leave his body. Right. Mm-hmm. There should have, at the very least, these are police officers. They should have been trained in what it looks like when somebody is going through a medical emergency. And I don't think you continue to have your knee on somebody's neck and shoulder area when they're going through a medical emergency.
I mean, they had called the EMS or whatever, you know,
they called the
ambulance.
EMS, but it's too long. It's way too long for me to justify.
Cops are law enforcement. They're not supposed to like babysit, and it's like the worst.
When you're in here's the thing: when you're in the care of the police, you know, when the police arrest somebody, you're in the care of the police. They at that point have a responsibility to make sure that you're safe.
I get that. And like they had the crowd around them, and it was a hectic situation. And 9 minutes can pass like that if you're in a crazy situation like that.
But again, it's their job, right? I'm sympathetic towards them, but that is their job.
Right, and I don't know that they didn't do their job. I think it was a political, calculated overreaction against them. They were like the scapegoats in this situation because nobody wants to put responsibility on George Floyd for being out of control that day, and on blacks in general when they get themselves in these situations with the police, like that Tyree Nichols guy. I don't know what was going on between them, but it didn't look like he was complying completely. And I know that they were
right.
It was confusing and all that stuff.
You can go through the Tyree Nichols footage and look at how many head blows each cop gives to him. And it seems like the police officers in that situation were not keeping track of the amount of head trauma they were giving this guy. I remember going through that and counting two kicks to the head from one cop, another 2 punches to the head from another cop, right? And these are, you know, I can't, even if Tyree Nichols was resisting, right? Which it shows that he did run away. He was scared. Yeah. Even if he was resisting, he did not deserve that many blows to the head. And I think it's negligence for them to not keep track of how brutal they are being with this young man. And how they need to take some responsibility for this man being in their care.
You may well be right on that. I really don't want to make a judgment on them at this point because I don't know what the whole story is. I don't agree with them deeming them as murderers and stuff like that because it's premature. Like, let the court system play out, you know?
Sure.
And I don't really trust the courts, like what you said, like the courts are corrupt, but that was partly a result not of the systemic racism thing, but more like the anti-racism thing, because the anti-racism thing brought an attack on police. Police were leaving many precincts, retiring early, and they were lowering standards. Some of these guys were arrested. I mean, some of these guys were hired after the George Floyd riots, and which the overreaction, you have to agree, was way overreaction to the George Floyd situation. I think it was like a communist insurrection.
I think seeing something that brutal on
television, I'm talking about not you personally, which I do accuse you of overreacting, but I'm talking about like the riots and the protests and all that stuff that was worldwide.
Yeah, I think people have a right
overreaction.
to. So I think if people have a right to protest, obviously rioting is not something that I agree with, right?
But why not?
Yeah.
If you allow me to interrupt briefly, why not allow the court to handle the situation rather than riot as though the courts are not going to handle the situation? You're poisoning,
I don't agree
poisoning
with
the minds of the
rioting.
people.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
agree
okay,
with rioting.
protesting though, protesting.
Yeah.
Why?
Protesting is an American right. I think
But
people have the right
but
to.
why? But why protest before the court makes the decision about what was right or wrong in the situation?
Because
People
it
don't
was
know
a brutal
what.
situation. You know, people's children saw that happen on live television, right? People saw a man's life go out of him on television, while police officers who should have been, you know, taking care of him and monitoring his health were negligent with his health, right? So
Well, I say allegedly.
yeah,
But-
I mean,
but that doesn't justify the jumping to conclusions that people did, because anyway, they're jumping to conclusions is my point.
okay, yeah, I think again the Tyree Nichols case is another example of police officers being negligent while somebody
Right.
is within their care.
But my point is that's because they were perhaps undertrained, under-disciplined, if what you're saying is true about what those cops were doing. And I believe they probably was, at least one of them was a bit aggressive. Maybe two of them were a bit over aggressive.
Oh yeah, one of them
knocking
used
at
his
this
baton
guy.
and hit Tyree Nichols with the baton so hard. You can see in the cop video, in the body cam video, he tries to close his baton afterwards, and his baton is so messed up that it won't close. That's how badly they beat him up.
Yeah. And I see this kind of, that's
Okay.
more an example of black on black crime than police
We're gonna have to start
violence.
wrapping up.
Okay. I would say that is a.
If you would like to make closing statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to go first?
Sure. I think I went first last time, so why don't you
Okay.
go first this time? Yeah.
I don't know if I mentioned this, but two of the worst presidents came up with these, and their corrupt fellow politicians on both sides, apparently, came up with like major hate crimes legislation and anti-discrimination legislation. Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968, I think it was, exploiting like this false black victimhood and really making it worse. And Barack Hussein Obama in 2009 did these different things for the Matthew Shepard and the gays, and the Lily Ledbetter, I think, was the anti-discrimination for the women, equal pay or something like that. But these same people also come up with the phony anti-discrimination laws, and these, like I said, they violate the First Amendment, and it feeds the division and hatred and suspicion more so than it breeds community. A lot of Jewish people cry anti-Semitism, and like there's these whole organizations like the ADL that fights against anti-Semitism, so they say, but in so doing, oftentimes what all they're doing is breeding more resentment towards them by calling different things anti-Semitic and doing these witch hunts that causes it only creates more so-called anti-Semites, you know? Same thing with the ladies who are anti-sexism, and there's a major power grab by the feds, by the UN, even trying to get involved, accusing the United States of human rights abuses of black people, Republicans and Democrats, the federal and state governments. It's like a mama wants to force people to love everybody, but that's not how life works. Like I said before, imagine a male trying to force a female to date him when she doesn't necessarily want to. That's what the government and media are trying to do with the whites, with the POCs, people of color, men with the women, Christians with the LGBT IQs, and the Muslims and everybody. There's this rush to judgment that we see. When you see something, you rush into judgment. We saw it with Stardust. Rush into judgment about I say it's rushing to judgment, even though they got a conviction on the guy. And it's making the perpetrators into victims, and it's accusing the innocent people, oftentimes innocent people, or the men who are trying to keep order in society, calling them bullies, when and it's actually causing more problems in society. We're seeing crime go more and more out of control. It really is, and division and hatred on all sides, and it's a shame. It's breeding more hate. We have like a religion of anger in society, like Jesse Lee Peterson says, and the reaction that Stardust feels is justified about what happened to George Floyd. That was an angry reaction and a emotional overreaction, and we need cooler heads. We need, like I often have said, men of logic to set an example in the world.
Okay. Well, what I would say in response to that is,
Stars,
when the men.
Would you like to make closing remarks?
Oh yeah. Sorry. When the men who are trying to keep charge of society, who are trying to take care of society, are being negligent and failing their duties, we need to hold them accountable. And that is what happened with Tyree Nichols, and that is what happened with George Floyd, and that is what has happened with plenty of examples across the country. And it's, we can look at many different groups of people, right? But the police are, and again, I'm somebody who supports the police. It's a hard job. But when the police are the ones who are in charge of people, when you are in custody of police, the police are the ones who enforce laws. They're the ones who are supposed to be leading the charge and making sure society is safe, right? And making sure communities are safe, and establishing trust within the community, establishing a sense of community within that group, right? When the police are failing at that, they need to be held accountable. And there's nothing that signifies a failure more to me than watching a man's life leave his body live on television, watching a man lose continence because he's been kneeled on for 9 minutes, right? Watching a man be humiliated just moments before his death. So there's nothing, even if he tried to pass off a fake $20 bill, even if he was high on different substances, there's nothing that can justify that in my head. To go back to this topic of hate and systemic racism and things like that, I agree with Hake on the idea that hate is the root of a lot of things, right? Hate is, there's you imagine the prism, right? You imagine the one light it goes through, that's hate, and out of the prism comes all of these different flavors of hate, right? Hateful sexism, racism, hateful bigotry, prejudice, right? But just like there are different flavors of hate, there are also different flavors of racism. And not all of those flavors of racism include hate. Some of those flavors of racism just include ignorance, or include old laws that disproportionately affect a group of people. Or same thing with sexism, right? There are different flavors of sexism. Not everything is an intentional, interpersonal feeling of hate, but there's still problems within society that we need to address. And I think we can all agree that a sense of community is something that is probably one of the most important things within modern society. And we need to build trust and build community with each other.
All right. Guys, I didn't see any questions.
What's up, Hoosier Bear? Hoosier Bear says, Lord Goodhair is here. That's a meme about me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, we also had a couple of super chats. I'm sorry. Lenny Chen says, Debate is hate. Let it abate as long as you look to Lord Goodhair, who can guide.
Mike, can you see these?
Oh God, I don't even. I can see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Lin Yun Chin is
And
kind of
there's
right.
another
The
one.
debate can be hate. Okay.
There's another one from there's Jabril, NTP, Hake report, clap hands, number one emoji, and smiley face.
Nice.
Get well soon. God bless you. From Lord Spike Protein.
Nice. I assume that's for Jason, the guy that we're raising money for.
Right. That's what I'm assuming, unless somebody on the panel is having issues that they haven't told us about. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, but Digibrail NTP says strong family equals strong society equals strong country equals strong freedoms. Thank you for that super chat. And again, thank you for the super chat, Digibrail NTP. As a white Caucasian from the Caucasus during war with Russians, mid-1900s, my people were called equivalent to N-word, referring to dark people, by angry, hateful Russians. Racism is a made-up word to hide true root of all evil.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, right now, like they're blaming, they're fear-mongering about Nazis and the KKK when we have BLM and Antifa and other crazy groups, but they blame Proud Boys when Proud Boys were not the primary ones doing the insurrection around the country and fighting. They weren't the primary aggressors in the country. It's a shame.
I would say, racism is a useful categorization, just like any other categorization that we use in modern language.
Would you, if you'll allow me to follow up, would you say that whites are the primary perpetrators of racism in America?
I don't know the numbers. I actually don't know the numbers. I don't think I know the numbers enough because also the type of racism you're talking about, I assume, is like the hateful type of racism, right? I think that there are plenty of communities of color that we see have, racism within them, have, very traditional, not even traditional, like more backwards ways of thinking about people of different groups. So I don't know if it's any one group over the other, and I'm not here to make that type of statement. So
okay.
All right. So I believe we're winding down and getting ready for the next panel. Did you guys want to show yourselves out?
Sure. Yeah. I'm Stardust. I cover politics, pop culture, drama, everything under the sun, and I play games sometimes too. Stardust, why you leave my DMs on red? I don't know, bro. I don't know what you DM me, but if you like my content, consider subscribing. You can find me at links.fromstardust.net. It shows all of my links, my YouTube, my Twitch there. And thank you for considering me, and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you, Stardust. I had fun. I am James Hake. I host the Hake Report. I just found out that I got a strike on my YouTube channel for an episode from this week after I covered Joe Biden's speech and some other things, and I don't know what I did wrong yet, and I may not ever find out. But thehakereport.com. Thank you to Kaz. I always forget your name, man. Kaz or Kaz?
Kaz.
I appreciate it, Kaz. And very interesting discussion beforehand, before my appearance. And thank you to Maya as well for moderating. Nice work. And I appreciate it.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Maya. We really appreciate it.
Maya.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Oh.
Yeah. I know. It can be rough. So yeah, we still have some time left until the next thing starts.
Okay, because you said it was we only had 30 seconds until time was up, so I wasn't sure if we needed to run down or if I should let them go.
Oh no, sorry, that was for the open discussion section. That was a little bit earlier. I sent that, but I understand. Yeah, we have plenty of time, so you guys are free to hang out.
I don't know if anyone has any questions for either of the panelists. I know that we had a lot of time open for just for questions, but I haven't seen any questions come through.
I just also want to say some people in chat were asking me about like examples of like police brutality against white people, right? If there was if George Floyd was white and I still saw a man being kneeled on for 9 minutes and saw him lose continence live on air, watch him his life leave his body, I would still have a problem with that. There's something wrong about that. Nobody deserves to be dehumanized and humiliated that way moments before their death, and nobody deserves to die over a counterfeit $20 bill and substance use.
I believe you, Stardust, totally. You're a pretty fair-minded person in my experience, but I don't believe that Black Lives Matter or Antifa or any of those people would have been on the streets or the media. And I want to know if you see the kiss up culture in the mainstream, in the establishment towards Black victimhood and against white alleged police perpetrators and all that. Do you see that kiss up and bias?
Again, I would say the Tyree Nichols case is an example of like we can see systemic racism there, right? Even though all the officers were Black, systemic racism has nothing to do with the individual racism of those police officers. It has to do with the system itself and how and certain communities are much more affected by policing, right? But as far as like kiss up culture, I think that we saw in the past a lot of the time things were underreported, racist interactions were underreported, things like that. So maybe there is a little bit of an overcorrection right now, but I can understand it, and I can understand why. And actually I don't know. I personally don't think that there's an overcorrection, but even if there was, I could see why. So.
Man, you said something. Well, if I think of it, I'll mention it. Man. Oh, Tyree Nichols. I know that Jesse Lee Peterson, I'm on his network. He did a poll in church one Sunday recently, asking some of the young Black guys at church, would you rather be arrested by 5 Black cops or 5 white cops? And other than that, they didn't want to be arrested at all. They invariably said white cops because they tend to be a little bit more rational, cool-headed, and not have this ego battle with the Black suspect. So
you think that the officers, you think that the Black officers had an ego battle?
I have no idea. They may or may not have. I don't want to assume that that's what was going on with Tyree. I know that they were animated, and it was understandable their animation if his aggressive and pulling him out of the car, if what they said was true about the way he was driving. But I don't know if they had other motives, if there was a backstory or anything. I really don't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, again, even in the case that he was driving erratically, even if I give it that, even if I give that, he reached for an officer's taser, he ran away from an officer, even if I give all those things, there was still negligence. That kid was in the care of those police officers, and there was still negligence on the part of the officers that they were not keeping track of how much head trauma this kid was going through, how much physical aggression they had unleashed upon this kid, and the fact that one of them used his baton so badly that he couldn't close his baton. It's on tape. You can see the officer's body camera where he's trying to close it and it won't close after he's used it on Tyree Nichols. So again, you talk about these men who are in charge of society, who are trying to make sure in charge of and try to be leaders in society, right? Police officers are a great example of people we look to as leaders, right? They're people who enforce the law. They're people who we look to for an example, right? And when the example for us, for so many people who idolize these people in charge, who idolize police officers, when that example is failing, when they are not taking care of people in their charge, there's an issue.
I definitely don't. I don't personally particularly idolize the police. I respect them, and I get that they have a tough job, especially in a city like Memphis. But and I'm not against them being investigated and even charged if they're deemed to be potentially guilty of some of these things. But I'm definitely against this crazy overreaction, falling all over themselves for police reform when there's no mention of how frequently blacks will resist arrest. Like, I think in San Francisco, it was stated that they were cited for resisting arrest 8 times as frequently as whites in San Francisco. And I get that there can be false accusations of resisting arrest, I'm sure, but we know that they resist arrest more frequently. Like, it's pretty clear.
But here's the thing: even if they resist arrest more frequently, you're still under the care. As soon as somebody arrests,
I know. I get you.
Yeah,
I totally hear you. I'm just saying, there's zero mention or responsibility for black reform when there's all police reform. It's like, the more out of control the black suspects get, the more perfect the cops are expected to be. And all of society is, in my opinion, on decline. So of course cops are going to be more emotional and less well trained. And we have this affirmative action going on in the police forces, and Black Lives Matter has drained the police. So
even we can look at other professions, right? We see unhealthy Americans every day, right? And even if somebody comes in, a patient comes in, and they are like 500 pounds and they go in for a surgery, and if a doctor messes up that surgery, they are still held accountable. They are still sued for malpractice. If doctors can be held to that accountability, so can police officers.
I don't know. I think that the insurance and court, lawsuit system is quite a racket. That has only increased the costs of so-called healthcare. And I think there's a lot of, this Black Lives Matter push, although you don't see it as an overcorrection, it caused the police in Memphis to be understaffed and needing to lower their standards to bring in more police officers. So you have lower standards as a result of this anti-racism stuff. So of course this type of thing is going to happen. That's what Mama Love does. It just brings in. Oh, you were starting to say something.
Again, I will say that I was somebody who, I was critical of the Dems for the whole dismantle the police thing. That was something that caused a lot of alarm within communities, it tends to be that even Democrats who are minorities tend to be more moderate than white Democrats, right? And they tend to
because they see what's going on in their community.
Yeah, well, that there's that, yeah, and if you live in a community that has more crime in it, you're more reliant on the police. But still, I would say that I forgot where I was going with this.
I was blaming Black Lives Matter and the kissing up to Black Lives Matter and all that for police standards going down.
Right. So I was critical of that, dismantle the police thing, right? And I won't disagree with you there. But again, we have a shortage of medical workers. We have a shortage of nurses. And even though we have a shortage of nurses, and we have Americans who are more unhealthy than ever, who are just more indulgent than ever and more unhealthy. If something goes wrong in a surgery, if a doctor messes up, it doesn't matter how hard it is to do surgery on that patient because of how overweight they are. If you do something wrong, you can be sued for malpractice, and you probably will be sued for malpractice. And that's the accountability we hold our medical professionals to, and we should hold our anybody who's taking care of somebody else, including police officers, to that accountability as well.
I agree. It's just kind of tying the hands of police, because you can't put them in jail for doing different crimes. So you're just kind of squeezing them on both ends, and it's happening to the medical world as well. Like the overreaction to the virus, and the push for vaccinations has drained on the healthcare workers, has made for fewer healthcare workers being there.
Well, a lot of healthcare workers actually quit around the pandemic because of how intense the people who were sick with COVID were coming in, how many people there were. There was like an overflow. I had friends who were nurses who had, seeing a death was something that was rare. When COVID happened, seeing a death became something that they saw every day. And some of them had to go to therapy for that. There's more of a shortage of healthcare workers after COVID than there ever has been. But that still, again, we still hold those nurses accountable. They're still liable if they do something wrong. Same thing with the doctors. Same thing with the police officers, even if they're understaffed. I think we should create, we should work to create the environment where both medical workers and police officers can function and do their jobs properly. But I wouldn't blame BLM necessarily for what happened with police forces. I would blame that more on the whole ACAB, dismantle the police kind of movement, rather than BLM itself.
It had been the hatred towards police has been popular and smiled upon in the Black community for many decades. And it was spiked under Obama with that Black Lives Matter wave of insurrections. So people have been retiring, and white officers in particular have had a target on their back for a long time. And they're the ones who are I think that there was a study saying that white officers are less likely than Black or Hispanic officers, at least in a study in Philadelphia, I heard from Heather McDonald, to errantly shoot a unarmed suspect. That white officers were less likely to do that stuff. So they're going after the people who are like the best statistically.
So most of the time when we talk about tension between a community and their police force, generally it's not about the race of the police, right?
Right.
The what we call systemic racism is not like this interpersonal racism from the cop to a suspect. The systemic racism is the kind of baked in racism that happens, not racism, but the discrimination, to make it more clear for you. It's kind of like this baked in discrimination that happens because of certain policies that disproportionately affect one community. And so it's not interpersonal racism necessarily that causes this tension between communities and their cops, but there is accountability that needs to be held. The relationship between these communities and their cops, their police force, was low for decades for a reason. The trust was low for a reason, and accountability needs to be there.
And part of that was that it was you should never hate police. Like, it was smiled upon literally to hate the police. There was no condemnation
Well,
of
they
this
didn't trust them,
on a
right?
mass scale. And
Yeah.
there was this push on blacks to be crying racism. It became fashionable to be crying racism for many decades. And
But in a
the
sense,
destruction
they're
of
correct, right?
and the
If
destruction
you
of
understand systemic racism, they're correct in a way.
No, they're not at all. And the destruction of their family and their constant excuse and suspicion of racism is more what causes their problem than the system itself. You are more responsible for your own life situation than the outside world when you compare yourself to your situation to others around you. And blacks are babied as though they can't be responsible for themselves, and they're given this constant excuse of racism.
I don't know about that. I don't think they're babied. I think the black community has suffered a lot, and I think that people have been telling the black community for decades, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? When we know it's not that easy. We know that people are born into situations that they have no hope of getting out of. We know that people, and even though America is better than so many other countries, we still have these issues where mobility, economic mobility, the ability to reach a different level of socioeconomic wealth is still so hard for people in extreme poverty. And when you can't trust the systems of government that are around you, that are meant to keep you safe, that's going to affect it more. The over-incarceration of men is also going to affect the family unit, right? These are all things that play into effect. And I'm not blaming it on any one thing. Obviously, there are multiple factors into this, but I think I definitely have a lot of sympathy and a lot of empathy for the black community and for the lack of trust they felt for so long from the police. And
that sympathy and empathy is it's that mama love that's killing them. Like, that empathy has enabled them to have single mothers and raise kids with the anger of the mother and no protection from the father. So it's no wonder they're going out of control. And then you're constantly patted on the head with this racism talk from everyone. And so it's no wonder that they just live with a constant excuse with low expectations.
I don't know that I would say that it's the mama love when you see single mothers are the ones who are the ones who are keeping the family together when
it's not a family,
can't be around. Well, I mean, it can be, right? Families are families. Obviously it's ideal for both parents to be home, but when there's over incarceration, when you can't,
it's under incarceration, really.
You think more
it's under incarceration. Incarceration is negligible compared to the out of wedlock birth rates and the women driving the men out of the homes. And it takes two to tango. They're both wrong for not getting married and doing it the right way. But there's no sense of responsibility. It's celebrated in churches now.
There is a sense of responsibility from the woman, from the mothers, right? There is a sense of responsibility. Women,
and they can't handle all that responsibility.
They have been. Women in the black community have been disproportionately the ones holding together the black community, have been the ones who are taking care of the children, the ones who, and you can say, well, they made this decision. At least they're staying, and at least they're driving the car, they're driving the ship when the men are not able to stay.
But they're driving the kids crazy. The young people are more angry today than maybe ever. They're disproportionately the ones raising the thugs, the criminals. You look at the people in prison, many of them, probably most of them, by a huge majority probably, had single mothers who didn't have their father in their life.
How many of them do you think had
And and the mama love that I'm talking about was the enabling of that. We subsidized single mothers. We should be defunding that rather than encouraging it.
How many of those men also in those in that are incarcerated do you think had male role models that were less than ideal because they didn't have like a father at home or something like that? I'm assuming a lot of them had male role models that were less than ideal. And
right.
So
you're making my point though.
But
we should be defunding single mothers.
No, I don't think we should be defund. I think single mothers are doing the best that they can.
I get that.
But I think
which is not good.
Men still
by and
disproportionately. Men still disproportionate. 84% of all violent crime is committed by men.
I know, and they're mainly raised by single mothers.
Yes, but
it's also, the anger of the mothers.
But didn't
we
just
we
say
went over
that
this
it's
one last
on
debate.
the personal responsibility, right?
Right, but
men need
but
to
you're
take
talking
personal responsibility for what they do.
Right, and men and women need to be personally responsible for what they do.
Sure.
And so these mothers can't be given the pass. Oh, you're doing the best you can. No, you're raising thugs, or you're raising your children with anger. You're abusing your young black boys and girls,
again,
and they're going out of control in the community.
A lot of these kids again are finding role models outside that are bad influences. And
like LeBron James, I agree.
I don't know much about LeBron James, but
he's a mama's boy.
People within their communities, right? I think that at least mothers stayed and steered the ship, right?
What choice did they have? That's their job. That's not at least. They could have not driven the father away.
They could have left them up to the state. They could have
walked away
too. They could have walked away too, just like a lot of men will walk away, right? Or they could have.
But you're getting away from the point. The point is, like, the state, by subsidizing the single mothers, gave the out. You know, this abortion culture and all that stuff gave the out for men and fathers.
How is it abortion culture if it's single mothers? If anything,
abortion culture, abortion culture brought about more single mothers. If you look it up, Dr. John R. Lott Jr. covered it in, I think, a town hall article, because he's studied this type of stuff, that with the choice of abortion, then sex out of wedlock went more out of control, and people got pregnant and didn't necessarily get abortion, even though it was an option. So more single mothers flourished, if you want to use that word. It's the wrong word for it. After Roe v. Wade. And so all of these liberal policies that are meant to so-called help are in a twisted way hurting the black community that they're pretending like they're trying to help.
Okay, so teenage pregnancy is something that's an all-time low, right? Despite abortion culture. Abortions are also near all-time lows despite abortion culture. I don't think that...
But out of wedlock births are not.
Yeah, but that's not abortion culture. That's people choosing to have kids, choosing to keep their kids.
But you didn't discount what I said. Like, you gave me a couple of facts that are kind of irrelevant.
I don't understand how you can call it abortion culture when abortions are at an all-time low.
I don't know if they're at an all-time low. They're at a low since Roe v. Wade, that you can say, but not in an all-time low. Maybe a 40-year low or something like that, or a 30-year low. But that's not low. That's like saying crime is at an all-time low, when I seriously doubt that. But abortion culture means sex out of wedlock like crazy with no responsibility. That's what I mean by abortion culture.
I'd call that maybe like, the modern dating culture or something like that.
Abortion is smiled upon by many more in society than ever before.
I don't think it's smiled upon. I think it's seen as a necessary but unfortunate action that some people have to take. But if less people than ever are taking that choice, then I don't think it's accurate to call it abortion culture.
It is, though, because there is this shout your abortion thing. You may say that, and other people may say that, and you may mean it, but other people, that's just lip service. They love abortion. It's a major moneymaker.
I think there are people who are massively delusional, and they're the small but loud minority who will say that, they celebrate abortions, things like that. But
maybe they're more honest than everybody else, though.
I don't think they're honest. I think if anything, a lot of those people who are loud and yelling about their abortions are not only dishonest, but they're lunatics, right? I think anybody who even, I think most people, the vast majority of people who are pro, access to abortion still would not, don't think that that's the ideal choice for birth control. We think that birth control needs to take place prior to that. But abortion is a necessary and unfortunate action that some people have to take in really dire situations.
I say it's not necessary. Very rarely, maybe. Would you say that most people are good?
I don't know about good. I think most people are neutral. So.
Like me. I don't know if there is neutral.
Yeah.
I kind of understand. Explain what you mean.
I'm not sure what I mean, to be honest with you. I haven't really thought too much about humanity, but I think most people think about themselves and think about their families and think about the people in their lives before they think about greater society as a whole.
Would you agree that most of us, even if we're well-meaning, we make messes even with our well intentions?
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that's what's happened with this, the Black Lives Matter, the abortion thing, the situation with the medical crisis.
Well, I think the Black Lives Matter is just a response to the Black population feeling like they didn't matter for a really long time.
But that's their own insecurity. Like they're accusing whites of, they're kind of accusing whites of not valuing their lives or the state or something.
Well,
when they're kind of the ones throwing
by the low trust that they have in their police forces, right?
It's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, though, because when you're constantly escalating with police, you're going to have more frequent deaths by the hands of police.
Again, even if you can look at the data on this, but even with populations that even with the Black population, even if you grant that there is more crime committed, the amount of incarceration does not line up with the amount of increased crime. Right?
Are you talking about crime? Are you talking about victimization or reported crimes or convictions?
So I believe the amount of people who are incarcerated for like misdemeanors is much higher within the Black community, even in a way that is not proportionate with the amount of crimes in that community.
But that's partly because they don't take care of their business, and so they can't afford a decent lawyer, which it speaks to the corruption of. It speaks to the corruption of the, like we shouldn't even have to be using lawyers in courts.
Well, part of it is Black defendants are more likely to have the 3 strikes rule applied to them, right? And so you can look at like the criminal justice system. Majority of the part where this where you see disproportionate outcomes, what happens is it's usually as the charges are being given to somebody. That's where most of the disparity is, and then it's it's not with the way that the judge judges things. It's not with the way that the jury judges things. It's specifically with the way that charges are given to people.
Black leaders were asking for some of those tough on crime things that went on in the 90s. And so the Blacks kind of brought that on themselves at least their so-called leaders did bring that on themselves. And I don't know that I disagree with some of these policies. Like they kind of scapegoat broken windows policing and 3 strikes, but it's very often that these guys get plea deals. they've committed way worse than what they were convicted of or what they pleaded guilty for. So they get a rougher sentencing. And according to a letter, an anonymous letter that was put out on AmRen, American Renaissance, there was a letter from a public defender who said that his black clients would not show up to court, or they would not be dressed properly for court. They wouldn't know how to behave themselves. They didn't see their victims as like human beings. Like as long as they weren't kin, they didn't care about the well-being of other people. So like there's a culture problem in the black community that's not really being addressed, that may speak to the disproportionate incarceration. And people, go ahead.
Yeah. Again, I will say that it's two stages within. There's four stages within the criminal justice system. There's the cop citation, there's the prosecutor charge, then there's court starts, and then there's the judge sentencing. Majority of the difference that you see is within the cop citation and with the prosecutor charge, right? So there's studies that show the cop citations between black and white people, and when the sun went down, black and white people got the same amount of citations, or same amount of got pulled over at the same rate. There's the prosecutor charge, which is again before court starts, right? I know you're talking about when the way that black defendants are in court, but the majority of this disparity happens at these first 2 points in the criminal justice system, like prior to court ever starting. So the prosecutor charge, you're more likely as a black person to have mandatory minimums applied to you than if you were white.
Because they have a major crime problem in their communities. So it's understandable that they're going to have these mandatory minimums.
It leads to a larger the amount of incarceration versus the amount of crime does not match up.
Right, but I wouldn't say that that's an over incarceration. Like it's an assumption to say it's an over incarceration.
I mean, I think we can agree to disagree, probably.
Yeah. Because you go into a white community, generally, when you think of going into a white community, you're not going to be like watching your back, being concerned as much as if you were in a more black community. Like this is just lines up with common experience.
Again, even if you take into account, there have been studies done on this. Even if you take into account an increased crime within black communities, it still is disproportionate the amount of incarceration that they experience.
I get it. It's not surprising. When your community is known to be safe, you're going to get away with more. Doesn't that make sense?
It makes sense, but it's still unfortunate. So
I don't know if it's unfortunate. Like it's what happens. Like the good suffer with the bad. There's many blacks who would never even think to steal, but like a woman may hold her purse tighter because blacks disproportionately steal purses, maybe. So like the good maybe. The good black may be offended by that, but it's better to understand where that's coming from rather than assume that it's racism and blame the white woman for it. We need more understanding in the world and less victimhood, less resentment.
It sounds like you're advocating for empathy, which seems like a female trait. It seems like mama's love.
I do not like the empathy word. But it is an understanding that you should have, like a less jumping to judgment, being less emotional at offense. Mm-hmm. Because there's a problem of people getting offended way too easily nowadays, and it's spreading. It's not just blacks, it's not just Hispanics and others. Everybody's catching this religion of anger, and it's really bad.
I can agree that there are people who are over offended nowadays. I can definitely agree with that. I
Yeah.
run into that a lot. So
did it strike you as odd when they called January 6th an insurrection, but didn't call the Black Lives Matter riots an insurrection?
Well, I think they were like fundamentally different scenarios, right?
Right.
I don't think the riots were ever justified. But I think that when you look at like what happened on January 6th, it was a federal building, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
But they went after federal buildings I think they were federal buildings. They tried to burn down court buildings, and police precincts are not federal. But like this, what's up with the feds? I don't know. The feds are some of the most corrupt cops and politicians. And
I don't agree with them burning down like police precincts. I think about like all the unsolved, like all the rape kits, for example.
Right.
That sit in place. I don't know if they're kept in police precincts actually, but I just think about like things like that. It obviously will
causing problems.
That would be an issue, but I think people again have the right to protest. I think it's one of the most American things you can do is protest. So
did it strike you at all as odd though, the discrepancy in how those two insurrections, if you will, if you really want to call January 6th
I don't
an
think
insurrection?
I didn't think it was odd. I think that I think again the protests around January 6th, an American right?
Yeah.
But storming the Capitol was and disrupting a democratic process is not right to me.
But that's what the feminists did with Kavanaugh when the Congress was trying to pass Judge Kavanaugh or Senate or whatever.
They
did this. Yeah, they stormed in, rioted, yelled, and screamed, and disrupted a congressional proceeding or whatever you call it. And
I don't think that disrupting a democratic process is a good thing. So
right, but who cares? I mean, that's what many Americans do, especially unruly Americans. We have unruly Americans nowadays, and they want to call that an insurrection. No armed, like the only people who died was innocent Trump. Well, maybe not totally innocent, unarmed Trump supporters.
There were people who were in the Capitol building with like zip ties and stuff like that. There was a gallows.
I know, but it was an art project gallows. It was not a.
Yeah, but
it was not a
it
functional
was an art
gallows.
project. If somebody put a gallows outside my house and was like yelling, like hang Stardust, I'd be rightfully like concerned myself. Even if it was an art exhibit. So.
Right, but I mean, it's kind of still First Amendment. It's like they're saying he committed treason, whether he did or not. I wouldn't say it was necessarily treason, but like we have my point is there is a crackdown on the whites, the Trump supporters, the Christians, and there's a pass for the anti-racist Antifa, and like Antifa definitely conspired, and some of them are college professors, or even I think Keith Ellison's politician's son, who's the AG for Minnesota. He was in the courtroom with Derek Chauvin, making sure that I don't know. Keith Ellison, the Muslim attorney general of Minnesota, supports. He's a black guy, light-skinned black guy. He's supported Antifa with this book, saying this strikes fear in the heart of Trump. And then his son said, "Call me Antifa." And a son or daughter of a Democrat woman politician came out as charged being part of Antifa's violence. But there's somehow only like an attack on radical traditionalist Catholics and Proud Boys and all that stuff, and Unite the Right. Like, did you notice, like, with Unite the Right, the Charlottesville riot? I know I'm going long, but with the Charlottesville riot, the whites who were protesting the tearing down of the monuments, they had a right to be there. Antifa and Black Lives Matter attacked them by and large, according to independent reporters. But the media didn't report that. They only reported that the whites were violent and not the BLM and Antifa.
Well, I don't know a whole lot about the statue protests, but
that was where, if it jogs your memory, that was where the James Fields drove into the crowd and that woman died. Heather Heyer died. if you remember that, 2017 August.
Okay. Okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Again, I think that people have a right to protest. I just don't. I don't agree with rioting, right? And I think disrupting a democratic process is, especially one that is determining the president, the future president of the United States. I think is pretty serious business. So.
Yeah, they were fighting for what they thought was election integrity, which I of course disavow for the sake of my YouTube channel. But they were the same thing as what. Anyway, what a mess. I think you get my point.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
That was fun.
All right.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. And Hake, I do want to express my appreciation to you for bringing in quite a few expressing very interesting views.
You're
nice.
Roboting?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear. Yeah, what you said.
Oh,
I hope my chatters were classy. I hope the people in the live chat who
very
are
classy, very classy group.
Nice. Right on.
But I do see the panelists for the next segment in the back rooms. So I apologize for earlier. I misunderstood what Cos was saying, but it or so to remind everybody who you are, what you do, where to find you, and then we're going to hand it off to Purple Rhymes with Orange.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm Stardust. I cover politics, news, drama on the internet. I cover internet going-ons. You can find all my links. You can go to links.fromstardust.net. Thanks.
Thank you, Stardust. Thanks again, Maya. And thank you to Kaz. And get well. Take care of yourself, Jason, best you can. Better, not bitter. This is a message from Jesse Lee Peterson of the organization where I work, Bond. I encourage everybody to tune in to Church with Jesse Lee Peterson tomorrow. I'm his producer. And I'm of the Hake Report, live Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. Pacific time. I am suspended on YouTube for a week, but hopefully I'll be back after that. But I am on Rumble and Odyssey and DLive, so go to thehakereport.com. Thanks again.
Thank you guys for having me, and
right, and thank you both for coming to the stream.
To Jason.
Yeah. Nice.
Right. See ya.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
Thank
you so much, Maya, for handling that. All right.
Yeah,
see you later, Hake. We'll see you later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Really appreciate it. All right. So, Maya, really appreciate you handling that so much. And everybody, please go check out Maya. She's in the description below. She is a great conversationalist, and she has a lot of good conversations on her channel. She's got more coming because there's not that many, honestly, but there will be a lot more. I love them.
A lot. Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll get on one of them one of these days if she doesn't hate me after this, because I feel like I kind of screw to the wolves. So I don't blame you if you do hate me, honestly.
No, you know what? It's my own fault. I should ask more questions.
It's not.
I had a lot of fun, and they were very easy to mod.
They were very cordial. I appreciate that, but it is my fault because honestly, this whole thing, I just am doing this is the first time I've ever done anything like this, throwing it together, and I didn't do the best job. I'll be honest about that, and I will hopefully do a better job next time, especially when it comes to back channeling and getting everything handled with you guys that are participating, and to give y'all more time, honestly, because this just came out of nowhere, honestly. But hopefully, they won't. Life tragedies they don't give you a lot of time, do they? So yeah, we're gonna give it to Purple Rhymes with Orange, MageGreyWolf, and Secular Rarity. So you're feel free to stick around if you want to, but I'm gonna take myself out of here so that Purple can run this. Hey, Purple.
Hello.
Hey, Secular Rarity, MageGreyWolf.
Hey.
Good to meet y'all.
Hello. We got Diesel waiting as well.
Oh, Diesel's here too. Great.
Hey, Diesel.
So yeah, this is sorry.
Okay, I don't really know Diesel. I mean, I've seen you in a couple of streams, but I don't know too much about you.
Well, yeah, in Kaz's last fundraiser, I think that's the first time I met you. we were raising money for your car or something. So that was a good cause.
Yeah.
Actually, this is my first time meeting Rarity, so that's great.
Hey.
All right.
So it's all
I'm
yours.
taking the goatee and beard. You kind of look like Jesus.
Thank you. Yes, you are blessed, my child. You'll sneeze in a minute. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What am I doing? Getting myself out of here. That's what I'm trying to do so that Purple can take over and changing this herbal. So bye, y'all.
Get out of here.
The
It's not
Matrix
like this
is
is your
glitching.
channel or anything, Kaz. Come on. Well,
Well, I did think that Kaz was at least going to start out by making a plug for his friend that we're trying to raise money for here.
Oh, yeah, I should do that, huh? Yeah, that's a great idea. Oh man. Okay, so for Jason, we're doing a fundraiser for Jason. Obviously, that's why we're all here. So here's a little screenshot of his GoFundMe right now. I think that $25 have been added to it so far, but in total, in gross, we've raised $231 so far in super chats, in direct donations from $50 from Diesel, $25 from Logan Fisher, and then all the super chats that came in tonight. So thank everybody so much for all of that. I also should highlight a super chat that I think we may have glossed over. We didn't miss it, but we kind of glossed over it. So I just want to put it up there. He wanted to know about Stardust's opinion. I will message her about that, and I'll let you know what she says, I guess. So yeah, and if you want, I can even get us started on the first thing on the list.
Sure.
Or you guys can just go around and introduce yourselves, or however you want to do it.
Yeah, or you can kick rocks, Kaz, and let us take it. Let the big guys take over.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think we should do a round of introductions here.
Yeah.
Just because we don't all know each other very much, and you know, who knows anybody in the side chat if they know any of us.
True.
So Diesel, why don't you start? Say a bit about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Isaiah. I go by Isaiah Diesel online.
It was a very quick introduction.
Yeah. Yeah, his connection must have dropped.
Losing people left and right here.
Kaz, you're muted.
Okay, Secular Rarity, what would you prefer us to call you? Because, you know, that's a little long.
Yeah, you can always call me SR or Elliot. That is my name. So I'm just some dude that hops around on various streams and gets to hang out and talk about a lot of different subjects. So.
Okay, so I'll just get back to that. I accidentally clicked out. Okay, so yeah, my name's Isaiah. Go by Isaiah Diesel. I have a podcast called Rarity, where Christians and atheists come together for decent civil discussions, and I'm so happy to be here with other atheists and some other believers to raise money for this very good cause. So very happy to be here.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. SR, you were kind of in the middle of things there when you came back in, so
that's okay. Honestly, it's the same. No, it's the same basic spiel. Just I hop around on a bunch of different streams. I get to talk about a lot of different stuff. So I'm just excited to be here, just, you know, helping out for a good cause. So that's always a good thing. So
yeah, is it Talk Heathen that you've been on a lot lately?
Mm-hmm. So I'm a host on Talk Heathen and on the weekly Atheist Republic stream, the Q&A. So I do those two things regularly. And then, like, I was on Skeptic Haven earlier. I was on the Burning Eden podcast. I mean, there's a couple of different things out there. There's actually an old video on this channel of me doing the Sherlock game. So yeah, that was a really fun time, man. That was a good game. So.
Well, mostly I got to know you when Beck used to be doing his streams and hang out in there.
I know it's been a while since we've gotten to talk, Purple. So I'm glad to be back.
Okay, Mage, you want to say something about yourself?
Something. Well, I tend to co-host with Purple quite often on her live streams. I also tend to be on the Lavender Lady's channel on Sunday. It's Diana. And I just kind of wander into these live streams every so often and wondering where I am and who are you people.
Well, and of course your own channel.
Yeah, on my own channel. Little Gardens Happen. I'm a gardener.
Mage is underselling himself. Mage has been the most reliable co-host I've ever had.
She's making all that up.
How many co-hosts have you had, though, Purple? That's the question, right?
One.
I would count Mage as being the fourth one.
Okay, well, that is good. That is good, Mage. That is good. If it was like one or two, then I'd be like, you know.
Well, I've been doing the chats for over 5 years now.
Yeah, you've been around for a while.
By the way, I have interviewed Kaz. I have interviewed Mr. Wolf, and Purple, you're supposed to be coming to my podcast soon, so that'll be great. And I'd love to talk to Mr. Rarity. Can I call you Mr. Rarity or Secular?
Sure. You can call me any of those if you want. Yeah, any of those work. I'm normally I go by like that guy over there or something, or hey, you stop talking. So, you know, whatever works, whatever's the easiest.
I just wanted to say real quick that remind everybody that's watching that this is an open mic too. So there's a link in the description finally for you to join if you want to. PurpleRhymesWithOrange is going to have the final say and everything. But of course, please be respectful and try to, elevate the conversation. But now I am really getting out of here. And Purple, if you have anything you need from me, I'll be listening, and I'll be following your cues for anything else.
You trying to share something here though?
No, that's just the first article on the list.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So whenever you want, you let me know. You cue me, and I'll run this stuff in the background.
Well, that's fine. We'll start out with this here.
Okay.
So I'm sure everybody has heard about the earthquake in Turkey.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty horrible.
I think that the death toll is up to like 25,000 now.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's been growing and by quite a lot, unfortunately.
Well, and we do say it's about Turkey because it was, the largest city hit was in Turkey, but was actually pretty close to the Turkey Syria border.
Yeah.
So there are also a lot of people in Syria that have wound up, a lot of people being killed and a lot of people being homeless there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the images from space, and when you can literally see an entire city shifted, between the two, before and after satellite images, it just reminds you of how powerful, these things can truly be. So
I haven't seen the satellite images. I've only seen the aerial photos of all the buildings left as debris.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh. And let's see.
As it is already, Syria's been involved in a bloody 10-year civil war. So place is already really, stricken as it is.
For sure.
After the earthquake in Haiti, I got to go down there and volunteer for a few months. And descending down on the airplane is just as you're talking about seeing it from satellite, but getting an overview of the damage that there was unbelievable.
And Turkey over the last few years has been inundated with hundreds of thousands of refugees from all over the world too. So yeah, it really is a terrible thing to happen for both of these places at this time. Like it's
okay. Well, jumping off topic for a minute, we do have a super chat addressing SR.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Do we have music, or do we just want me to just dance for a few seconds, just silently? I'm comfortable with either, and then people are free to just clip it and just put different types of music. Like what's that Sarah McLachlan song they often play? Like for the but normally.
Yeah, offhand, we don't have any music.
That's okay. Yeah. But will I do a little bit of
Let's see it.
Hey, yeah.
$100, or is that worth $100? Oh, now it's big screen. Okay,
you're on again.
There you go.
Kaz, we might need to renegotiate my contract. I didn't know this was going to be a part of it. You know, I mean, I'm all for it. I want to say, like, you know, afterwards, Kaz, we'll be renegotiating that $5. So I'm just kidding. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, and for Lilypad, that was a very generous donation there.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
It's nearly $100.
Yeah.
That was it. By the way, that was called the white guy shuffle right there. Just so you know.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, in these super chats are going to the charity. Am I correct with that?
I had assumed so, but Kaz would have to tell us.
I'm pretty sure I heard him mention that.
Yeah. I will not be dancing because my late fiance said that I am proof white people got no rhythm.
Well, I mean, the last minute and a half was also, it's up there, you know, maybe not number one, but top 5, brother.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to dance for.
I think maybe we could go on to the next topic. I don't think there's a whole lot more anybody can say about the earthquake.
Yeah, if
I mean,
you
it's
are
a
able
horrible
to,
situation for the people there, but you know, do what you can. If you can send money is the best thing, because if you try to send supplies or anything, they always have issues with how to ship them there and crossing international borders with anything.
Yeah, there are some really good efforts on the ground for sure already. So definitely support those. Yeah, that's one.
There we go.
So
yeah, that charity Navigator is a good site to check, because unfortunately there are also so many fraudulent things, and I've seen those coming up on Twitter. You know, scammers saying that they're in Turkey and that they lost family members in the earthquake and begging for money.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, not buying it from most of these accounts. Their stories just don't work.
Yeah, there are another number of sites like that charity, the Navigator, you can look into for funding in good charities.
And it's sad that such things are necessary, but there are some people who are out there who are just ready to make a buck off of any catastrophe.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say that I'm going to be putting the link to that charity in the description below as well, just in case, because, you know, obviously I want you guys to donate to my friend, but, you know, this is a big deal, so I can't ignore it. So that charity, the one that's on the screen right now, that is the charity Navigator link that you guys just saw. That's going to be in the description too. So if anybody wants to donate to that, that's awesome too, because there's a lot of people that need a lot of help too. So I'm sorry, I'm out of here. Bye.
Oh, hey, he's quoting, it's called Work Dance by
Safety
Men
Dance.
Without
Dance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Safety Dance. Men Without Dance.
Yeah, it's great. That was great. I liked that. That was a good reference. That was a good reference.
Yeah, Mike Raptor is also a frequent visitor on my channel.
Well, yeah. What do we got next? What's the next topic for us?
That you trust your mind to tell you the truth about reality.
You trust your mind to tell you there's an invisible man in the sky. Now tell me I'm the one who's not doing the proper evidence
I trust my mind to tell me the truth about reality because I am convinced that my mind is not an accidental collection of atoms.
That's Connectly, right? Stuart's dad. Is it Greg? Is it am I thinking G? Why am I thinking that? I don't know. Somebody correct me.
I don't know who that was that Kaz just put that up. But
oh, the Christian?
Yeah.
It looked like to me Connectly. The senior. I just forget what his name is. His son's name is Stuart, but I'm thinking George or Greg for some reason. But somebody's probably going to tell us in chat, and it's going to be like, I don't know, Phil or Bob. So I'm probably wrong. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, see, Kaz is confirming, but he only said the last name. He did not say the first name. So, but that's okay. We can still talk about it.
Does Christianity or atheism explain the mind? Neither.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Well, atheism doesn't even try to.
Yeah, it doesn't even. That's not even what it's addressing.
Yeah, you know, that's like asking a biochemist to explain abiogenesis.
Do you think Christianity really intends to explain the mind, or is just used by people to try and explain the mind?
Sounds like a good question for you, Diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a pretty complicated topic because I don't know, in the Bible, I think we recognize that there's different parts of a human being. But like logistically, no. Logistically, no, it doesn't do that, but it definitely lets us know that there's distinct parts of a person. And yeah, that's all I have to say about it. But I can't get into any of the, I don't want to speak on something I have no idea about. But we at least have a foundation, I would say, to try to understand what exactly, like, it is not a part of you. It is like distinct.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, I'd agree with this, just the general statement. I don't think atheism is really like trying to, right? That's just a totally different question.
Yeah, basically atheism is if the number of gods as you believe exists is 0, you're an atheist.
Yeah. You know, you might get into a thing of how does evolution view the mind, but not necessarily everyone who's an atheist follows evolution either, so that's a separate category.
Yeah, sure. The majority of people who believe in evolution and accept it are Christians.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's plenty of Christians who accept evolution.
Yeah, even when I was growing up in the early 70s, the Catholic Church did not seem to have any problem with evolution.
Yeah.
You know, I was basically taught they reconciled it that evolution was the system that God had put in place and how he created new animals whenever he wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually what I believe in as a Christian, because even if I were an atheist, I would have a difficult time to try to wrap my mind around how, even if you believe completely naturalism, how that process would have occurred to get from non-life to life and to complex life. Like it seems like there would have to be some kind of mechanism to make that happen. So even if I believe in evolution, I take a step back and say, well, that is clearly a sign that something created these little small.
Well, we've seen a lot of these small mechanisms in play.
Okay. Also, to go from non-life.
He was talking. Hold on, he was talking.
Yeah,
talking.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these mechanisms in play in the lab.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly which path happened in nature, though.
Spilled my coffee on myself.
Go ahead, Purple. You were saying something next, I think.
Well, just also, you know, abiogenesis and evolution are actually separate fields. Evolution starts with when there already are simple life forms, how do they grow to be more complex things?
And even more so when we start with multicellular life.
Yeah, the idea of like life in general to like more complex and specified life doesn't seem like a big difficulty in my mind, right? Like it's kind of like, yeah, you know, I get that once life happens and then like it experiences all these different environments and stuff, I kind of get that it would change and get more specific. That seems, I understand though, you know, about the whole field of abiogenesis and just being like, oh my gosh, that is almost insurmountably difficult to understand. The good news is, and you know, thank the Lord, I guess, if you will, but I am not a biologist. I am not somebody that studies it because that stuff is just over my head. But there seems to have been some pretty cool progress in a lot of different ways, you know, a lot of different.
Well, as far as the abiogenesis front, they still have not been able to produce DNA in the lab.
Sure.
But there have been experiments that I believe have gotten as far as producing some RNA molecules.
And that's huge. I think that alone is really huge.
So that's basically a precursor to a single cell life form.
Yeah.
Right. But my issue was something much fundamentally deeper than what you guys are talking about. Because once again, even if we proved exactly this is the exact process that life followed, the steps, there's cells being synthesized and processing different acids and whatever. That seems very specific, like it would have had to have been designed in a way to allow that to happen in the first place. So
why? What about it gives you the indication of design?
Well, again, there's lots of different elements to this. Like, it's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just three. It's thousands and thousands of scientific principles that have to go along with this. So it's like, where exactly, how would you think that all those things could align perfectly to produce life? I mean, if you could wrap your mind around that, that's fine.
I'm not so sure. But I'm not so sure it aligned perfectly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Mage. Yeah.
Take the fact that we live in an oxygen environment. That's not that's actually not conducive to life. If we had to adapt to that,
and we never really get to see, a couple of different things, right? Like, one, we don't ever really get to see the designs that didn't work, right? Like it's hard enough to find fossils as it is. To find one that happens to be like, it's like, oh my gosh, this must have been a horrible design for life, which is why it died out or something. But even going back even further, the big trouble, of course, is like, bacteria doesn't fossilize, right? Like, that's the real pain, because if we had some, if we could find those precursors buried somewhere, right? Like, that would be huge, because then it would really cut down on a lot of that mystery, in my opinion, because we could look and go, oh my gosh, look, this is a cell without mitochondria. Like, wow, that thing sucks, or this is one without whatever ribosomes. Like, oh, that one's doing bad. So, but we really don't get that opportunity, unfortunately. But that's where we get to, play with stuff in the lab,
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of intermediate steps there that we'll never see, because anything that evolved before it started having some kind of hard structures isn't going to show up in the fossil record.
Yeah. And that alone is one of the biggest steps for life. Again, for me, the idea of like a single cell becoming, multicellular and then becoming all of the cool things that we have today just isn't as difficult to wrap my head around as it is just that first step, just that totally, obviously, be straw manning here, but just that soup of DNA and chemicals and rocks and all that, that stuff, right? Like, that is something at the end of the day that's really still cool. And there's a lot of understanding that we don't have yet. But again, the progress that we have made on that seems to me just so powerful still, because of the fact that it is such a difficult question to get an answer to, that any step we make towards actually getting that answer just seems to me like, wow, that's a lot. And maybe that's just, kind of my bias or whatever, but that's true. Yeah. It's a long time for stuff to get. How long did the dinosaurs roam? They ruled over this earth for a very long time.
About 130 million years.
That's a good while. What are we at now with people? Like a quarter of a million? Like,
yeah, 500,000.
Okay.
And even that, that comes into, how do you define what is human, what is a hominid?
Sure.
Because even species there aren't clear delineators of where one species ends and it becomes a new species. It's always a gradual progression into something else.
Yeah. And it's only once real differentiation has occurred, right, that we get to look back and go, oh, okay, now we can really see this. It's just that it's kind of like that. You start exercising in the first day, like, you lift a little bit and you're like, oh, I don't see any results. And then, like, years later, and then there's thousands of other examples, I guess.
And this goes on all the time in paleontology, that, they're constantly debating, okay, we've got these two dinosaur skeletons we found. Are these the same species, or is this one different enough to be considered a different species?
Right.
Yeah, in fact, we run into that problem with human remains our ancestors. Whereas we have so many, we have trouble discerning if this is a new species or not.
Yeah, and
Because
now even more to the point.
Yeah, because that
and
gradient is so. Oh, hello.
We have Polymathic
Hey.
Jen from Australia with us.
Hi.
Good
I
day,
won't hang
Jen.
around for long.
How are
Hi.
you doing? Yeah, I know you had surgery.
How am I doing? Still in the hospital, as you can see. So yeah.
Well, you're still breathing and still talking, so
that's
it
good.
Yeah,
sounded like
mostly
you
I'm a
had
bit.
kind of a
As you
close
can
call
tell,
there.
as you can probably tell, I'm pretty out of breath at the moment. That's only because I got up to set my laptop up so I could.
Well, we
talk to
appreciate
all.
you having here. So if you
Hi,
need one
Diesel.
rest, drop out whenever you feel you need to.
Yep. So now Diesel's wandered off, but I wanted to try and explain the whole thing of how you, because I think Diesel's big problem was the whole concept of abiogenesis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is he coming back in a minute?
Well, he muted his mic, but I assume he's going to be back in a
Oh,
moment.
he's listening. Okay.
It also seemed to be about the whole complexity of in number of steps required to get to what we have.
Okay. All right. So, and I assume you guys explained that it's very easy to have a biased opinion on the complexity of steps when you're sitting in the middle of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the universe is huge and it's been here a really long time. So, and you need, yes, there needs to be a lot of steps to happen to get to humans or anything in particular, not that evolution has an aim in it, but there needs to be a lot of steps that happen to get there. But when you've got trillions of planets around trillions of stars on billions of galaxies, the probability of these things lining up becomes greater. So you're eventually going to get to the point where at some point around one of these stars, in one of these billions of galaxies, or one of these little tiny specks of dirt, the right combinations are going to come together at some point to create life. And as a thing, if you create life and then you get to intelligent life, which is still a fairly small chance in and of itself, that intelligent life is going to sit back and wonder about the universe they're in, and then try and decide how they got to where they are. So we are in the petri dish that life managed to happen in.
Mm-hmm.
So we are the proof that it can happen. Now, the exact mechanics to get from amino acids to DNA and RNA so that you can actually get the building blocks of life happening is the bit that we don't completely understand. But the basic building blocks, the amino acids that you need to develop RNA and DNA exist in nebula. We've seen them. We pick them up in our telescopes. We know these molecules exist, and they quite commonly exist around the universe. So the need that those molecules are already there. It's just the need that in enough time, in somewhere in the universe, those molecules are going to come together, and we're going to get very, very, very basic life forms. And then you get the things of these basic life forms joining together, and then you get something like a eukaryote.
Yeah, that's what Titan was saying earlier.
Yeah. And once you get to the point of having a eukaryote, it's just time. Everything else is just time.
It explodes from there.
Time to adapt to the environments you need to be in where you can make your niche. Now, that's no guarantee of intelligence. Intelligence is not a requirement of evolution. We are kind of unusual here on Earth that we got to intelligence. And if you are a religious person, you want to say that's because our evolution was guided, fine. I am okay with people saying that. I'm okay with people saying that maybe God caused the abiogenesis that happened on our world. That's fine. If you want to believe that, that is fine. That is faith, and you're allowed to have faith. People are allowed their faith. They're just not allowed to enforce it on anybody else. Just like as somebody who is heavy into science like myself, I'm not allowed to say to a Christian, no, God can't have done that. I think that's wrong when we do it from our side too. I don't think a God is necessary for any of it to have happened.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean there couldn't have been one.
Right.
Well, there's certainly the possibility.
I think that's irrelevant to the scientific process that we know that these things happen. So yes, it is possible. I don't think it requires a big leap of faith to say this. What you have to remember is we're inside the petri dish where it happened, and we're looking out and we're going, hey, it's too big a chance that this could have happened. Not true. There was so much potential. It basically inevitably had to happen somewhere. In the whole universe, this might be the only spot where it actually did. That is conceivable. Unlikely, but it's conceivable. But with the chance of it happening, it doesn't matter how tiny it was, given enough time, enough worlds, it was going to.
Yeah.
And that is the thing.
Statistically
speaking,
yeah,
it was going to happen. If we are the only ones, that's amazing. I think it's unlikely. I think it's very likely we are the only intelligent life form in our galaxy. I think that is highly likely.
That's possible.
But outside the galaxy.
I don't think we will be the only life form in our galaxy. There will definitely be other life forms, but they might not be as brain evolved as ours are. And I wouldn't say we are anywhere close to being hugely brain evolved either.
We've got our problems.
But we're on a pathway to it.
Do you think it's more likely that the basic building blocks of life, and just total opinion on this, like just totally, go wherever, but do you think it's more likely that those basic building blocks were originally created on Earth or were found on one of these things out there and like smashed into Earth?
The basic elements that made up our planet weren't pulled together on Earth, and most of the compounds weren't either. So the fact that we've seen the building blocks in nebula mean that the first generation of stars, when they exploded, would have created a lot of the things that were required to make those early amino acids.
So we are aliens, is what you're saying.
In that sense, panspermia is real. If you want to go right back to amino acids,
that's what I wanted.
Panspermia is real. If you want to go back that far, but if you want to talk about actual living eukaryotes or something, I don't know. We can't say
Mage was trying to get something in there.
I'm thinking there's probably a bit of both there. We had some stuff forming on Earth, and we had the stuff crashing into the Earth.
I would say RNA and DNA development actually happened on Earth, only because long-term survival of RNA is not too bad. Long-term survival of DNA, separate from a living host, is a lot harder. So you find that less.
It sounds like what y'all are saying is it is possible that the theory that the octopus is an alien, that could be, there could have been something that crashed into Earth a long time ago and solely developed into like squid and cuttlefish and octopus.
To be fair, Rarity, if panspermia is a thing, and I'm not saying it is, I'm not getting on that bandwagon.
Right.
Panspermia in the sense of amino acids and things is, but of actual life migrating between planets, if it is, I would say the spark of evolution of different stages of things probably happened multiple times. Eukaryotes were the surviving type that happened on Earth, but if panspermia happened, there's no reason why other sources of DNA and RNA didn't hitch a ride here. So that's quite conceivable. It's more RNA than DNA. DNA breaks down too quickly, but RNA can survive for a lot longer. So you can get these extra.
And even if it was just the amino acids that got brought in on a meteorite, kind of like what SR was saying earlier about we don't have the things that failed.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been that, in different oceans in the world, several different types of life evolved.
Yeah.
And it was just that, some of them were a little better at it than others, and they didn't all make it.
And they were all predatory. Eukaryotes are predatory. So if they were the better predator of the time, eukaryotes survived.
Yeah.
That is the whole point of it. That there would have been more than one thing trying for that survival. But the problem is, of course, it's hard to get fossils from that far back. But the chances are there was more than one and they were fighting. But none of this says there is no God. I'm quite fine with people. What I object to is when people go, "Oh no, there was definitely no evolution." I'm sorry, there's way too countenance of weight to prove evolution in so many fields.
I will say there is no way to argue against a deistic God. There's no way to say that there isn't some intelligent being could have created the whole universe and just hasn't noticed anything that's happened on this planet in the last 500,000 years.
And I would argue, as a mechanism of guided design, as intentional guided design, evolution is a terrible way of going about it.
He phoned it in on that one. He did. He spent a long time on some mountain ranges and some beautiful, rivers and stuff, and then was just like, just go about it.
If your God wants to step, if you've got a God whose main plan is to step back from his creation, a deistic way is the best way to do it. Just get the ball rolling and see what happens. That actually makes sense for a deistic God. That's why you can't argue against the deistic God. Anyone who thinks you can completely argue to get rid of something that's a deistic God, I think hasn't really looked at it well enough. Now, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think a God is necessary. But would it surprise me if I died and found out there was one? No. Do I think it would matter? Because I think if you're talking about a God that is loving and caring, as long as you've been a decent enough person in your life, I don't think the whole idea of, oh, you didn't get down on your knee and worship me, so I'm going to burn you, is something I can get behind. And to be fair, it's not the Bible I was taught when I was a Christian either. So, and that just goes to show how many variations of Christianity there is, And I'm sure Jen would agree with me then. Yeah.
No, I agree with you there. By the way, Jen, I love your accent, one. And I was just in the UK last month, and I met up with Godless Scummer.
I know
we went up.
You saw Jeff. Yeah.
We had a great time together. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
have you told the story of the guy who wrote the little booklet about theism, who became an atheist?
Oh yeah. I just talked to him. He disappeared for like a year, and then he abruptly reappeared. And I talked to him yesterday.
Yeah. I was giggling when Jeff repeated it to me. I was like, that's hilarious. But yeah, how are you anyway, Diesel?
Very well, thank you. I had my first talk with a trans person on my podcast. Her name was Amy Newman. So that was really enlightening and empathetic talk. We talked for a couple of hours, and we had a really great time.
Cool.
I think we need more people just sitting down and talking civilly.
Yeah, well, that's always the aim, isn't it? People talking civilly. Yeah. And it's nice when the chat's civil too. I mean, despite some of the things in the last bit of this show, I thought the chat was actually fairly civil from what I saw of it. But
everybody on the panel was well behaved, even if you disagreed with what they said.
Yeah, and I think that's fine too. People are allowed to disagree. It's part of being a society. So,
by the way, Jen, just one thing. The UFC is taking place right now in Australia, like as we speak.
The UFC.
So
okay, spell it out.
Yeah. So Chris and I are betting against one of the Australian guys who's fighting, and
they're fighting. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't watch fighting stuff very often, even despite the fact I used to do martial arts. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's going on literally right now in Australia. So whoever loses got to eat 5 chili peppers. When America played Australia in the World Cup, if America would have lost, I would have had it done to stream and drag. So that was the bet that we
made. What happens if you lose this one?
5 chili peppers.
That'll be fun.
Better you than me. So
we get you some Carolina Reapers. How's that sound?
Oh no! I am in South Korea though, so they have pretty hot peppers here.
Yeah, I don't do hot peppers at all. My system would not respond well to that.
Okay.
Glad I was able to answer some of those questions about origins of life and why we are of a biased opinion of where we're at, because it is a hard thing to explain to many people when they go, oh, but look at the chances, because it's not about the chances. We are in, even if the percentage of it are happening overall was really, really tiny, we're actually in that percentage where it happened. And it's very hard to have an unbiased opinion of that when you're right in the middle of it. So you have to look at the bigger picture of how big the universe is and how, and I don't think we're the only life forms out there. I think life is fairly common. I think the fact that there's so many amino acids and everything out there in nebulas and stuff like that, and there will be other worlds with conditions. And as we're seeing now, we're seeing more and more worlds that are in habitable zones and things like that. there's going to be life. Most of it's going to be microbial. There may be a few higher life forms. Unlikely we will find another intelligent life form in our galaxy. It's very probable, because our universe is very young in terms of how long our universe can live for, that we are the first intelligent life form to evolve in our galaxy. And space is huge. It's enormous. But you're never going to visit another galaxy unless, of course, we figure out some way to have a Star Trek type warp drive. So we're going to be stuck with probably the nearest 200 planets, even once we get out into interstellar space. 200 solar systems, sorry, not 200 planets, 200 solar systems. And that's a tiny, tiny part. But
yeah,
even in that, I think we will find other life, but we will probably find that as far as intelligent life or anything close to what we would conceive as intelligent life is not there. Those worlds are, well, unfortunately, we're going to be the intelligent life, and we're going to go there and fuck it up.
Yeah,
well,
like,
yeah,
because we still haven't learned. We still have not learned.
Yeah. Regardless of what the odds are, as the number of chances increases infinity, anything that's not impossible becomes inevitable.
Yeah,
like, pretty much. That's what it comes down to. The universe is so large. There are so many chances. There's been so much time. I mean, 13.8 billion years is a long time that we struggle. This is why there are quite a lot of Christians and other religious denominations who think that the world is young, because conceptualizing something that's 13.8 billion years old is really, really hard.
Yeah.
We are not built to deal with timelines like that.
We barely get to 100.
We barely can conceptualize 100 years. I turned 50 recently, and I'm finding it hard to conceptualize just turning 50. So
this is like how I had this guy going on about how impossible it is for have any other intelligent life except for us, and he gave some random huge number or astronomical number. And I took that number, I plugged it into the Drake equation. I kind of filled in some of the spaces with some estimates we had laying around that I could find at the time, and ran the thing, and I still came up with like 4 planets with intelligent life.
Yeah,
even with this
that's
impossible
the thing. If you are going to compute it across the entire universe, across the time frame that we have had, there is going to be more than just us, because the numbers just work.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be close to us, because that would be amazing if they weren't. If they were close to us and they were near our levels of technology, we'd notice them. The other side of that is the universe is old. We may not be the first one in the universe. I think we probably are in our galaxy, but we may not be the first one in the universe. And civilizations do not last forever. We will not last forever. There will be an end to us. So the ones, if there was any that came before us, they might be gone. So the 4 civilizations that maybe exist across the universe that come out of what the worst estimates for the Drake equation might all appear at different times of the universe, and we will never, ever meet each other. And that's it. That's all there is.
I have not been following what's been coming back from the James Webb Telescope, so can you comment on this? What is saying spiral galaxies formed 13 plus billion years ago?
Yeah, the first spirals formed 13 plus billion years ago. A spiral is the spiral galaxy is a very, very stable form. And the early universe, because it was so close together, galaxy collisions were a lot more frequent. So we actually underestimated how fast the spiral galaxies and larger galaxies could form. But likewise, we underestimated how fast large black holes could form as well. So it's it's one of those things that as we study and look at more, we learn more. It's a thing about science. Science knows it's wrong most of the time, but most of science is about the best fit for the data we have at the moment. And as data changes, science changes its outcomes. It has to, because we learn more things. And we will never know everything. Anyone who thinks we'll know everything, get in the bin, because we will never know everything.
And,
we're constructing models.
Yeah. What is saying here that life on other planets are more likely to be moss on a rock? It's more likely, but even do you realize that you had to go a couple of billion years probably to to get from being a single-celled organism to being a moss.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be moss. It would be something at best something that resembles moss.
Yeah, we're more likely to find microbes on other worlds, and we're likely to find them in our own solar system as well. But the chances are that if we find other microbes in our own solar system, we will find the same base RNA and DNA for it, because, as we were talking about with panspermia, the early solar system was a very violent place. And as long as the DNA, or more likely RNA, like I said, RNA will last longer than the DNA. So if the RNA can get from one site to another within a reasonable space of time, the chances are that those same structures will form. So the base structure of DNA and RNA will be similar within our own solar system. Is the most likely.
To answer the question, and there are estimated 100 billion planet that's in our galaxy.
Wow.
Okay, and that's just planets. And then as he was saying, as a Microraptor was saying also about, moons, that, now they're even saying here the possibility that there might be some kind of life forms like on the moons of Jupiter.
Yep.
We really don't know, because
at
even
the moment,
keeps getting reevaluated. We find things like the tardigrades and the extremophiles.
Excuse me,
that we're finding things that are living in conditions that we did not think life should be possible.
Excuse me, they had it wrong, and it's between 100 and 400 billion stars, and the planets go into the trillions.
And from what we've been able to pick out so far with our space telescopes looking for planets, it looks like about 50% of the stars in our galaxy have planets of one form or another. So and usually if they've got one planet, they've got multiple. So there's probably at least double the number of planets in our solar system than there are stars. So the problem is a lot of those stars are the type of star that if there was any life trying to evolve on the planet, they would wipe them out. Because the majority of stars in our galaxy are red dwarfs. The majority of red dwarfs are super active, which means they burst out solar flares all the time. So basically they're irradiating their planets, which means you end up with no water, no atmosphere, and death.
Yeah. So
you're going to have the majority of planets around stars aren't going to be able to support any life or any evolution of life. I won't say they can't support life. If we get to those planets, like if we get to Proxima Centauri and you get to Proxima Centauri B, I think it is, the one that's in the habitable zone, it's unlikely there'll be life there because Proxima Centauri is a flare star. But they think there is actually ice on the dark side of it because it's plaidally locked, so it always presents the same face to the star. So on the fringes of it, there's this almost habitable sort of area, and there may possibly be microbial life in those areas, but it could be a great place if we get to Proxima Centauri for us to actually build bases and live there, because in that twilight area, you probably find conditions that is very similar to living on Earth. We could transplant life to it, even if it's not there already.
Yeah, well, you're too late. It's already been done. That's where I came from. 66 million years ago, the aliens set up Proxima Centauri B as a wildlife preserve to keep the dinosaurs going because they wanted to study us. So I'm what evolved from one of the dinosaurs that was taken from Earth 66.2 million years ago.
Seems right.
Okay.
Seems right.
Okay, to answer what? No, we should not send bacteria to other planets. The reason for that is what if you've already got an evolving life ecosystem there, but you find out that our eukaryotes are better than their microbial life that survived? We will effectively destroy that world in the same way as introducing foreign species into other countries has destroyed local wildlife. We would be effectively destroying their wildlife. This is why when we sent probes to Mars and Venus, and we sent stuff, even when we sent things to the moon, even though we weren't very good at it when we did the moon, everything was scrubbed down. We are not sending any microbes there. The Huygens probe that went into Saturn, was so well cleaned that there was no way anything could have been left alive on it. They more or less soaked it in an acid bath to make sure nothing could still be alive. So you're dealing with a thing that we don't want to poison the atmospheres within our own solar system, and I hope that we treated other solar systems the same way. It's an unfortunate thing if we actually go there and we land on these planets. We've infected them, which is a sad state of affairs. We're not great at this sort of stuff. Human beings, our need to explore and claim is greater than our need to preserve, unfortunately.
Do you think it's more likely we'll make it to another habitable planet, or we'll die off on this one first? Which one do you think will come first?
Okay,
that's kind of depressing.
I don't think we will, despite what we see in human nature. I don't think we will die by our own hands now. I think we've got to the point where we can.
All right.
I think we will not by our own hands deliberately, not by war.
Right.
I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war that's going to kill us all off. Climate change could kill us all. Well, could kill an awful lot of us off, and that is an unfortunate thing.
Yeah, that
and we should be doing more against it, but unfortunately, the scales of economics say that we won't. But I don't think it will kill us off as a species. It might just make an awful lot less of us, which might actually be a good thing for the planet.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we're going to reach the point of making the planet uninhabitable for our species.
Diesel?
Yeah. It is.
One second, my wife's getting ready to leave right now, so I just want to tell my wife and daughter, but I'll be right back.
Okay. So I don't think that will. At the moment, we are not technologically advanced enough to protect ourselves from a natural phenomenon. Like even a big asteroid, suddenly we see it coming towards us. There are a few things we could do if we spotted it early enough, but that's the thing. We've had near misses in the last few years. Of very large asteroids we did not spot. So the chances of one coming in and actually hitting us that we didn't see is possible. We could be wiped out exactly the same way the dinosaurs were. And the other one is like, if a big enough star goes supernova close to us, that's it. We're all dead. The whole planet's dead. And there's quite a few other things. Suddenly, one of the things that could really wreck us, and there's nothing any civilization could do about this, if our black hole suddenly decided to go really active, if enough of the stars that were close enough to it fell into it, they don't really fall, but they orbit in, that they decrease their orbits as they lose mass, and then they eventually spiral them enough that they've gone in too far. So you increase the mass enough, the ejection of the particles that create the relativistic streams from them would deliver enough radiation to any planet within the first third of the galaxy that it would probably wipe out life on those. We are almost on that boundary. So that could destroy us, and there is not a thing we could do about it. And it could all... Yes, I'm talking about Sagittarius A star there. So if Sagittarius A star suddenly... we don't think this will happen because we do watch the center of the galaxy, but if something happened to perturb the center of the galaxy and enough matter fell into Sagittarius A star, the radiation that would come out from that would destroy all life within the first third of the galaxy.
Would it be quick, or would it be like a slow,
it
painfully
happens slowly
thing?
because, of course, the radiation would expand out at
That's a bummer.
the speed of light. So you'd have, but you wouldn't have time to notice it because it's you might see the radiation spike at 100 years before it got to you. But remember, we're only visualizing things that are at the speed of light. So the progression of this is slightly slower. So, hello.
Hey, everybody say hi to Leah real quick.
Hello.
She's
Hey.
Leah, say annyeonghaseyo. Say 반가워요. Okay, she's got to go. Mwah. Leah's turning 5 this week, so she was born by the
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, it's one of those things that our level of notice that it had happened would probably be in the hundreds of years, and unless, of course, we could build some sort of very large electromagnetic shield around our entire solar system that was more power output than what the sun gives, we're dead. So, but that also depends because we're not exactly sure how big the burst is. Would depend how far out it came. So it might not reach us, but everything on the inner solar system would be bye.
Yeah, I'm
So
not feeling super good about it. So I'm thinking maybe we don't figure that one out. But
hey, Jen, you're a very smart person.
Oh, thank you, David.
Very articulate too. Either that or just your accent makes, or your accent just makes you sound smarter. It's always a possibility.
I think my polymathic name is fairly realistic because I study a lot of different things. So I have a good deal of knowledge about a lot of things, and only some specific knowledge when it comes to maths and physics. And and outside of that, I tend to stumble a little bit. But because the stuff of abiogenesis and the start of the universe sort of crosses over between biology and physics, I know about that stuff as well. I mean, if you wanted to have somebody who really could explain it all, you'd want to get someone like Tessa in here, who's an astrobiologist. So she studies the prospects of life on other planets and things like that.
Ooh. Or math.
It's amazing.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm just
she's,
a jerk of all
looks like
trades.
she's getting a job at NASA, which is actually really cool because she finished a PhD last year. Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, we are just about at the top of the hour, so I think this would be a good time for Kaz to give another plug for Jason and, remind everybody what we're here about, trying to raise money for. So, Kaz, you want to pop back in here? And
yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, I just want to let you guys know that I think at this point in time, we are around 360 gross, thanks to that last super chat from Lilypad. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Hell yeah. Also, I talked to Jim, who is still a minority stakeholder in the Atheist Edge. So we're going to donate the entire month's revenue, super chats, memberships, all that stuff to.
Oh, awesome! That's
okay,
really generous.
So these super chats are going to the charity.
Yes, the super chats are all going to go to the charity, the GoFundMe, and whatever views, revenue we're going to get for this whole month from, what is this, February? So, yeah, this whole month is going to be dedicated to that. So, please feel free to like, share, subscribe, donate. Everything that you can do to help out is great, and it helps the channel out as well. So, let me just...
That sounds very generous until you realize that February is the shortest month. No, but seriously, like and share this video. Like and share this video to boost those revenues.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That's totally. But
like and share, comment.
Definitely.
Like, share, comment.
Subscribe.
So yeah, I'll be back if you need me to. I'm still here. Bye.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen Orion's belt. It's okay. 3 stars.
3 stars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true though. But I mean, it'll be way more interesting. Yep.
I got a joke for Jen. Okay, maybe she'll appreciate this one. But why did the math teacher take away the child's rubber gun in class?
I don't know why.
Because it was a weapon of math disruption.
Now that's a dad joke.
I'm a dad.
Pretty good.
What would you expect?
Okay, so there was questions about Beetlejuice, was there? Yeah. No, we have no idea. To be honest, all we know is that Beetlejuice is in the last stages of its life. But given that those last stages can last for anything up to 1 million years, it could technically happen at any time. Just sit on the bed. I'll grab it in a bit. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that was the original question. I've heard rumors it was going to pop.
That was my lunch, by the way, coming in.
Cool.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be one of these cases where it's up there and all of a sudden we don't see it the next night.
Yeah.
Right.
These things are so cool. I want one, except you don't really need one in your own house. So.
What's that?
It's a portable ECG. Because I'm on the heart ward and that I have to be permanently monitored. So I carry this around my neck, and Wi-Fi connects up to the thing. So if my heart rate drops too low, they all panic and run in here. At the moment, because I'm very animated and I'm sitting up, it's sitting around 60, which is what most people consider normal, but that's actually high for me. So, yeah.
I had one of those during a surgery many years ago, but that was long before they had wireless things. So mine just had a recorder, and they had to come and take the wire out of it every 6 hours and replace it.
Oh. Wow.
Very old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always amazes me how much we've advanced with medicine, you know? It's just...
Oh, it is absolutely amazing.
yeah.
Because I went in for surgery on Friday, so and because they knew there was a risk. Oh, sorry, Purple. I apologize.
My grandfather had a great way of summing up the technology. That he had said, when I was born, cars didn't exist, and I saw a man walk on the moon.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Wow. That's a good point.
You know, and the rate of technology just keeps accelerating. So that's what it did during one person's lifetime in the last century. And just the rate we're going now, there are just things that people, you know, even 40, 50 years ago, people couldn't have imagined some of the things that are just commonplace now.
Something that you see now that even 20 years ago wasn't a thing that happened. Whilst we had ultrasound 20 years ago, we didn't have little tiny portable ones that they have all over the hospital now. So if you've got a person who's hard to put an IV into, they can bring an ultrasound in and ultrasound the veins and find out exactly where they are and get it spot on. That's absolutely amazing that we've kind of got to that point, and our diagnostic tools have gotten to that sort of level. So yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Well, and just the scanning technology, all the techniques they have for actually looking inside the body to figure out what's wrong, whereas before they literally would have had to cut someone open just to look and try and figure out what the problem was.
Oh, yeah. I mean, case in point sitting right here. Yeah, well, I did. I've had, in the last 3 weeks, I've had several x-rays, 2 CAT scans, an MRI, and a PET scan.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's all been lots of fun. I probably have had twice my yearly dose of radiation in the last few weeks. But yeah, even with the last lot of surgery I had, it was all guided by ultrasound. They ultrasounded the area to find what they wanted and did it and removed it and are now testing it.
So how close is medical science to giving people superpowers? Is that something we're working on, or...
I don't know about giving people superpowers, but bionics in the future.
Well, we've got some mutants that we could work with. You know, some dense muscular structures, some nearly indestructible bones. You know, throw that together. We're working on it.
Diesel was trying to get in there too.
Go ahead.
No, I'd be saying I already got the superpowers, but superpowers for you all here.
Yeah.
And yes,
I'm going to go, people, because my lunch is here, and
you take care of yourself. That's what you need to do now.
Glad you're doing well.
Jen, it was a pleasure. Jen, it was a pleasure to finally meet you off of Twitter.
Well, no, we've met because we've been on Six Pack.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, we have been on Six Pack before.
Well, nice to meet you for the second time.
It's the second time, yeah. That's good.
I'm just popping in to say bye, Pally.
Bye. Bye, guys. Yeah. I'll
get
catch you later. Bye.
And yes, we are the universe looking at ourselves, wondering why.
Yes, sentient life is the universe attempting to understand itself.
The ultimate navel gaze, right? Well,
isn't that the classic philosophical question? Why are we here?
Yeah, that's true. It is.
And it might turn out that there really isn't any reason, so we gotta just make one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems to make sense to me more so than most things. But yeah, what's the next topic we've got, y'all?
Okay, yeah, Kaz has something queued up here for us.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll have something to add to the conversation. I didn't have much to add to the last one, so I was pretty quiet because it's a little bit over my head.
It was good though. It was good
Families
conversation.
found dead in Pennsylvania and made a joint decision to kill themselves. Boy.
Well, this is, yeah.
Well, this is a cheery
This is
topic.
bad. Yeah, this is not great.
Okay, a Pennsylvania family found shot dead in their backyard last week in what police say appeared to be a suicide pact, including a mother and daughter who loved bowling. That's a weird thing to include there, and were devout Christian conservatives. Sorry. Morgan Daub, 26, and her parents, James Daub, 62, and Deborah Daub, 50, were found dead on the ground in the backyard of their home in York County, Pennsylvania, on the morning of January 25th, after police responded to a request for a welfare check from a neighbor. The West Manchester Township Police Department has since said that notes left inside the house indicate the family recently made a joint decision to end their lives. Police believe Deborah shot and killed her husband and then was shot and killed by Morgan, who died by suicide. Wow. Police said there were no signs of forced entry or struggle and no evidence anyone else present.
Wow. Yeah, that's terrible. That's just horrible.
Did I hear this story right? That they were like all trumpets, and I guess
conservatives. They said, yeah,
trumpets, trumpsters, whatever you want to call them.
Possibility.
What was that?
Good possibility.
Well, no. Well, the reason why they were the reason why they were killing themselves is because Trump lost.
Wow.
Right? That's.
I don't know. That would seem kind of removed from today.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Unless the reality just finally sunk in.
Okay. They were just so hell-bent on Trump winning, like this could be the end if he doesn't, Stabby said, referring to an instance where they saw him just before the 2020 election. Okay, so yeah, apparently they do think that there was a connection to that.
Man.
Well, yeah, that's, the whole Trump thing really has become a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So I guess it shouldn't be that surprising that someone's taken it to that extreme.
Well, and this isn't the first time we've seen something like this. There's unfortunately been a couple of other stories over the last few years. There was one where a father killed his two boys, I think, out on a family, like hiking trip or something, and then himself. And then there was something about a family like traveling to Mexico and then just basically just crossing the border, and then a whole murder-suicide thing. Yeah, unfortunately, this is something that seems to be, I don't know, growing, but this is definitely a problem. So
I do want to say something. I'm a Christian, and a lot of my family back home are Christians, and a lot of friends too. They're a bit divided on the Trump issue, but I've been overseas since Trump took over, and I have never seen like such a devolving as far as political talk and the things that people were willing to excuse as Christians. I mean, I just simply could not believe it. How many people I've seen justify the most unjustifiable act. I mean, it's honestly mind-blowing to me. And one of these people, I talked about this on my channel, she became like my adopted mother after my mother passed away. And we were like really close, like really, really close. But after Trump came over, man, her mind just went into a completely different space. And I tried to talk to her one time, and I mean, she literally spoke 30 straight minutes. I couldn't say a single word. And I saw her get on arguments online with her own children and stuff, like airing out garbage in front of everyone over the Trump issue. It was horrible.
Yeah, I had a friend Yeah, I had a friend who went from being a supporter of Bernie to a full-on Trump supporter, and also just looking up the numbers here, there are close to 600 murder-suicides occur yearly in the United States.
Wow.
I'm guessing that's a rough estimate. So.
Wow.
Well, I'm sure that's an average based on
yeah
what they've seen over the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, it's terrible. This is what bad thinking. Honestly, I mean, bad reasoning can lead to harmful decisions like this. And yeah, just reading through kind of the rest of the article, it was, there are some obvious signs from some people in the community that this family had started to isolate themselves and, get more extreme and stuff. But also, like one of the people is the guy who manages the bowling rink, the bowling alley in their area. Like, what is that guy going to do? What's that person going to do for this? But yeah, it's terrible that stuff like this happens, but a lot of it has been perpetuated online in a lot of hateful places, and it very quickly the rhetoric very quickly leads towards violence.
And this is also why we need to be so worried about misinformation.
Yeah.
That the internet gives everyone access to more information than anyone 30 years ago could have had. The problem is, how do you filter through all of it and figure out what's accurate and what's bullshit?
Right.
Yeah. Though I'm not too keen on social medias is this dictating which is and which isn't.
Sure. I do want to say one thing. I disagreed with 98% of everything Trump did and said, but probably the only thing, maybe two other things that I agreed with him about was talking about fake news and how people can get caught up in that, and how you could have an opinion on something because your information was faulty. And so when we deal with people, it's important to understand that not everybody has access to the same amount of information or truth, or what they do have access to maybe could be wrong sometimes. So I did appreciate him at least getting that on the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. He was right for the wrong reasons. What I was kind of how I looked at.
But 98% else was wrong.
Do you think we're more prone today as a global society to fall for fake news, or we're just as prone as we were 100 years ago? It's just that the access to it is so different.
I think it's just the access.
I'd like to respond to what Pragmatic Crystal said here, that we all have access to the same information. It's willful ignorance. And no, it's not always willful ignorance. Like I say, people can't figure out which is the good information.
Yeah, I see that.
Right. So they're going to hold on to something that's closest to what they believe to start with.
Right.
And they have no way to check whether or not that was accurate, or whether it's just something that was spewed out by some politician for their own purposes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we do have access to the same information, but as we said, some of that information could be faulty. It could be based, think about if you're getting your news from Fox, like it's so biased and so it's so willfully biased, just flat out biased. So yeah, I will say that.
Yeah, I think that's Pragmatic Crystal is saying media literacy is critical, just like critical thinking is critical, right? It's not about what to think, it's about how to, right? It's about how to go through the steps of actually saying, like, is this a reliable source? And that can be tough, especially when there are things that really hit home, for you in whatever way, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's hard to get out of that, Yeah.
Well, that kind of gets into another thing about this is, even if we have the same exact information and access to the same exact information, we're all not going to absorb the same information the same way. So we might be somebody might be saying the same thing over here, and it'll sink in from that person over there. or instead of what they were hearing from over this other person who was saying the exact same thing, just a different way.
Well, and a big part of the problem is that most people will get all of their news from a single source, from one channel that they watch. You know, so if they're not thinking about, you know, what's the bias of this channel, and they're just taking everything they say to be true, it pretty much depends on which channel they're watching, what they're going to believe to be the true state of affairs going on.
And it is hard to keep up with all of the information, honestly, all of the different conversations that are being had in society across the board, right? And we can, you know, we can say, well, in a perfect world, everybody's going to be educated on everything, right? But how do you do that? You know, how do you truly stay up to date with, you know, the best medical evidence we have on smoking tobacco, right? Let's say, right? Like, how do you stay up to date with, you know, the geopolitical atmosphere between Taiwan and China? You know, how do you truly get involved with all of these different causes, you know, worldwide now that we have access to? And I think, you know, one good thing there is just humility, right? Is just recognizing, taking that step back and saying, like, this just really isn't something I've looked into, you know? And in those moments where it's like, hey, this is one of those things that I've looked into, like, still being able to recognize, like, but maybe I don't know as much as I thought, you know? like that is valuable. You know?
Well, and that kind of goes into what Microraptor is saying here, that people don't do well with nuance. And social media really works against that. And even, you know, the news cycle, the TV news stations and that, you know, that they work in sound bites, they work in short clips.
Yes.
So anything you can't put across in 2 or 3 sentences, people aren't going to hear it.
Yeah.
Mr. Rarity, I think I heard you mention humility. I think you like our channel, Rarity, respect, humility, empathy, because when we have these conversations, when we have conversations, one of the things that people tend to do, or if it's like a debate where you're trying to disprove the other person and prove yourself right, and not really listening to if they're making valid points, and because you're so busy thinking, how can I refute this? So because I honestly think that dogma is the most dangerous thing from either side. When you get so stuck in your ideas that I cannot be wrong, everyone else is wrong, I'm right, I'm the moral one, I'm the just one in this conversation, it's going to lead to some serious problems.
I agree.
Well, like what is saying here, that people tend to vote with their feelings, and that's definitely true. That, you know, people will get fired up about some emotional issue that often doesn't really even affect their day-to-day life, but they'll get so obsessed with that they won't pay attention to the laws that are passing that will affect them.
Right. Good point.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you, I know a little bit about some local politics in my area. So there are hospitals that, like, literally are just closing in certain counties in my state because, you know, the lack of funding from the state government, specifically over years. And instead of that being an issue, right, instead of the lead pipes that still exist, instead of, you know, the failing infrastructure in various parts of the state, like, that isn't what's being talked about. That isn't what's being voted on. And yeah, in part because there is a group of people that are, you know, actively pushing something that inflames people and gets people very, very emotional about it. And instead of going to the places that have done the research, right, have done the studies, and do have demonstrable evidence for us, it's a heck of a lot easier for us to just, you know, write a freaking law and figure it out later. I think there's a clip from like years ago. I want to say somewhere in like the 90s, but I could be wrong. But it's like this it's this Ohio politician, a state legislator who just recently like had finished, making this bill that would like ban abortion and stuff and blah blah blah, and it just got voted in, and the news crew runs up to him and it's just like, well, what about this particular case, or what about that particular case? Would that be banned? And the politician just goes, the guy who wrote the bill, again, mind you, just looks at them and goes, well, I don't know about that, but I'm sure doctors, have a better understanding. And it's like, yeah, that's the point, right? That's the point, right? Like, I'm not a freaking mechanic. Like, I shouldn't be the one passing policy on how to build cars.
Yeah, you wouldn't want me as a mechanic.
Right. I would destroy your car, man. Like.
By the way, I really like this what person in the chat section. Thank you for your contributions.
Yep.
Whoever
we appreciate the comments from the side chat, asking us questions and keeping the conversation up. But yeah, the part of the problem is that the politicians really aren't expected to know about everything. That's why they have staff. They should be reading the bills that are up, and they should say that, I don't understand this medical stuff, and give it to a staffer and say, why don't you call a couple of doctors and find out what they think about this?
Yeah. I wonder how many times they actually do that.
Yeah, not much, because the staffers are usually just put to work on their re-election campaigns rather than on the bills they're voting on.
I would bet the real numbers for that would be really upsetting. Like, oh man, if we just polled all the senators and House of the representatives, and they're just like, how many bills do you actually investigate before you vote? Like, but again, in some places, especially like a state house, a state senate, one issue is the sheer amount of bills that they are passing in a legislative session. You're talking, a few handful of months, and you're looking at thousands of bills, some of which are hundreds of pages long. The system of government that we have in the United States has a lot of purposeful, implements in place that slow down the process. And so, especially when, somebody really tries to speed that up, that can be problematic, right? Because you can pass a bunch of laws that just make it impossible to undo certain things, right? Like, if you pass a bunch of laws that gerrymanders the whole state in such a way where, one side just literally never gets to, have any representation, well, that can really skew how the next set of laws are going to be, right? Like,
well, and that's a big part of the problem, is that most of the U.S. systems are based on an all or nothing thing. We don't really have proportional representation.
Right. Can I say that's one thing I've really loved about living overseas, is seeing that a lot of the political parties, there might be like 5, 7, 9 or more viable political parties. I went to Greece. I was in Greece, and they have like official like communist and Nazi parties, and those probably a little bit too extreme. But it's nice seeing like just a wide range of ideas, and everyone having a chance to vote for ideas that most likely align with theirs. Because I could tell you this from someone who's like middle of the road, either of those parties, Republican or Democrat, I mean, I might agree with 40% of both of them, but they're both off in a lot of stuff, in my opinion.
And unfortunately, it's not a bug. It's a feature. It's a feature of the system that was set up a long time ago. And because there has been a concerted effort in a lot of ways to keep some of those, various institutions in place. Honestly, as it sits right now, the system of government in the United States would really not allow for a third party that's viable. It just wouldn't. Is it possible eventually? Like, sure, but a lot of things have to kind of shift and move for that. But when you look at those other systems, you know, around the world, you can argue in a lot of places that it works better, you know, but to get to that in the United States would be such an overhaul that it would just like, I don't know, it'd be quite a lot. I'm not saying, you know, we shouldn't necessarily. I'm just saying it would definitely be a huge overhaul.
Oh, and we have in our we don't have universal health care here in the U.S. because our politicians are bought and sold like playing cards.
Well, they've all got it. That's why once you become a federal politician, you get it. So it's like, wow.
It's socialism for the rich. It's capitalism for everybody else.
There was a bill a couple of decades back put through Congress that would have given everyone in the country basically a Medicare expansion for everyone in the country. And damn it, I had his name a second ago and I just blocked it. Paul Wellstone was the senator from Minnesota at the time, and he attached a rider to it because they kept trying to water it down till it was basically worthless. So Paul Wellstone attached a rider that every member of Congress would be covered under the same health plan. The bill disappeared overnight and was never seen again.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, fun little fact about the Bill of Rights for the Constitution is that there were actually a couple of other things that were proposed at the time as well that did not make it in. And one of the most interesting ones, in my opinion, was that apparently right from the get-go, somebody proposed the really interesting idea that sitting senators and congressmen and women were not allowed to vote on a bill that raised their salary during their seat while they were sitting, right? So if they voted, they could still vote to raise their pay, but if they did, they had to institute it after a period of time where all of the current members of Congress would have had to gone through another vote at least. Now, isn't it interesting? Some might say coincidental that did not get initially passed. It did, however, eventually go through a referendum and is now added as like the 22nd or something amendment to the Constitution, 23rd or something, somewhere in the 20s. So it's cool. It's really a fun little piece of history. But yeah, right from the beginning, our politicians were like, you know, I don't know about that one.
Well, also people don't really realize how much our society has changed since the Constitution was written. Yeah, when the Constitution was written, there really was no such thing as a middle class. There were property owners and basically what we would think of as minimum wage workers. There wasn't anything in between.
Right. Yeah. And just again, too, a lot of the things that were, you know, the most important at the time, obviously, are completely different now, where they're not on our radar. And the things that are important to this day, you know, they couldn't have possibly imagined. There's just no way that you could have imagined that 200 years ago. It wouldn't have been on your radar at all. And so, really, there is, you know, the argument that there does need to be a change in a good couple of different ways. How exactly we go about doing that, of course, is always a tough thing. I'm always a big fan of expanding, you know, voting access. I'm always a big believer in people deciding their own fates, right? Especially in a government. But pure democracy is chaos. That just always, you know, seems to devolve into populism and you know, harm. So
yeah, pure democracy works for the masses, but it requires there to be some checks and balances in there to protect minorities.
Right, exactly. You know, so that's a hard battle.
Hey, Mr. Rarity, this is off point, but you have like a perfect voice for being on. I always don't think I sound that bad because I guess my ear is really close to my mouth. But when I hear myself afterwards, I'm like, man, it sounds like I'm like in middle school or something. My voice is so high. I don't know how you do that voice control, man. You got to teach me sometime.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I think just a lot of just poor decisions. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But,
I think you need to see a lot of practice.
Yeah, that too probably. But
well, I consider myself to have a face for radio or in a voice for silent films.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah. I think, and that's that too. There was a different kind of feel in the day, right? This was why Washington ended up stepping back, is because he had this kind of idea that it was kind of like jury duty, right? Where it was just like, all right, well, eventually you just kind of get called for it and you go and you do your service for a little bit and then you leave. And that was something that we had a lot more of. Whereas today, we have people that have been in office for 40, 50 plus years. And it gets hard in some places. Again, like where I am in Tennessee, it's obviously going to pretty much go Republican. Pretty much all of the votes are going to go red. There's a few places though, and a few races that we, do see a dot of blue here and there, right? And for somebody who tends to find themselves more on the left of things, it's hard to know what to do in those moments, because when you have somebody who, let's say has been in office for 30, 40 years, do you vote for somebody that has less name recognition in a place where you're already against, kind of against the main wave of votes around you? What do you do in that instance? Do you take a chance? Or
I'm more focused on the policies they're supporting, and if they show that they're actually going to fight for those policies.
Sure, but if you
yeah, I think he's meaning about the problem with the two-party system. That do you vote for the lesser supported left-wing candidate on the chance that's just going to split the vote and give it to the person on the right?
Right. If you do end up getting somebody else up there who, definitely does align more with you on those particular issues, right? Do you try to unseat the established candidate that, aligns pretty well, but is also like, a 40-year politician and whatever. But again, it's like, the entire rest of the state is going to go the opposite direction. And this is like the one or two people that are going to end up representing us, it's difficult. And it's especially hard too, I think, when some of the things that we allow to be on a state by state basis, in my opinion, really doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah.
Like the true freedom that a lot of our states have when it comes to certain things, like education, for instance. I understand that there should be variations based on the country, but like literally when it comes to just the actual knowledge base that a child is supposed to leave, so many years of public education, like that is different across the states. That doesn't make sense to me. Like 1 + 1 = 2, whether we're in the United States or South Africa, right? Like
it's your 1984. Sorry, stupid joke.
No,
yeah,
it's good.
Well, I do wind up struggling with that.
It's interesting.
On the third party issue, because actually here in Minnesota, we have a fairly strong Green Party. And from time to time, they do get seats in the in the state legislature. So that they get up to some high state positions. And it's like you say, it's just like, okay, this year, do I think this guy actually has a chance to win, or is it just going to tip the vote?
Yeah. And it's also hard too, because again, just trying to stay knowledgeable on all the various things. we were talking earlier about poll the politicians and see how many of them, you know, actually have read all the bills and stuff, and it's going to be a low number. Poll the voters and ask us, you know, how many of these people you voted for, or policies or referendums or whatever it is that you voted for. Now, I think last election, it was just time. It was just time for us to like vote for judges again in my area. And y'all, I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I always try really hard to go in and study and learn and all this stuff. But you how do you do that with 20 judges? How do you do that with 40 different people you don't know really jack about? And on sometimes the question is just literally, do we keep this person or do we get rid of them? Well, if we get rid of them, who's next? Like, do I have any say in that, or is it just some random person? And like, yeah, it's just some random person. If we kick off some of these judges, the you know, governor just gets to appoint them, and so it's like, well, who's coming next?
Though the whole tipping the vote thing, we do see that used as a fear mongering tactic, and and the media will lie about that. For instance, a good example I remember was with Hillary Clinton, how they tried to blame Jill Stein and voters for splitting the vote. Well, I actually went through the votes, added all of Jill Stein's votes to Hillary, and Hillary ended up only picking up one state and still losing to Trump.
Yeah.
So they lied about that.
Yeah, they often do when, you know, the polls aren't really reliable, especially when there's a third candidate involved.
Yeah, it's tough. It is.
One of my really my favorite election story was you were saying about voting for judges. And in 2016, a guy in Pennsylvania became a judge because on the bottom of the ballot, he wrote in his own name. And it turned out that there were more seats empty than there were judges listed on the ballot.
Jeez.
So by getting one vote, he got a county seat.
Yeah. And there's stuff like that too, which is always so interesting. It's like, especially when you get to the stuff that really on a day-to-day affects us in the US. A lot of it is very local, right? And yet we have such a bad turnout for local elections. It's just when it comes to those things, we have just a terrible track record of getting out there. You know, for a country that prides itself supposedly on its freedom and tells everybody else in the world how bad they're doing with their freedom and whatnot, we seem to not use that freedom for you know, the
Even in
purpose
presidential elections, we often don't get much above 50% turnout.
I know.
You
And
know, that's embarrassing.
It is. And that's, you know, not 50% turnout of like the country, right? That's 50% turnout of like people that are actually eligible to vote.
That's registered voters.
Right. And so that's an issue, you know. That's
that
an issue
doesn't even count how many people didn't even bother to register.
Right. Or people that are barred from you know, registering or stricken from the record for various reasons, right? You know, like it's amazing to me to think that there's so many of us truly that do not go out and vote. Like,
You know what?
that's also true. Yeah.
You know what? I do want to say this because my sister is a politician in California, and I have worked on some campaigns with her, and she has access to some kind of like, because her husband was also doing political campaigning, but it prints out like the person's age, their race, like their dress and all that stuff, so you can canvass them. Okay. But it'll tell you what party they are and how many election cycles out of the last 5 election cycles, how many times they voted. It is like clockwork. If you look at those things, you will see the Republicans is just 5 all the way down. And then the Democrats, it's usually like an active voter will be like in the 2 or 3s, maybe a 4, but you'll like never see a 5er. And you'll see a lot of zeros or 1s and 2s, like a lot. I'm telling you, like a lot. I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, Well, and that's always the problem, that the Democrats are not good at getting the vote out. They're not good at getting their base. Well, and I blame it on the party. It's like if they're not putting out candidates that people actually want to back, the only people who are showing up are just because it's this Republican is so deplorable, I can't bear him getting in.
Right.
But most of the time, we're not even voting for the Democrats. We're just voting for something less deplorable.
Well, when you have candidates who will make a bunch of promises and lay down, let the other party walk all over them the second they have the chance, and well, what do you expect?
Yeah, it's hard to get motivated when the argument is just we're not as bad as them, right? It's like, like let's say like they're gonna beat you with lead pipes, and like we're just gonna beat you with like sticks, and it's like, okay, well, I guess technically, yeah.
I have a much cruder way of putting it, but I don't think I can get away with it here.
Yeah. Mr. Rarity, that's what I always say. It's like, okay, I have someone who wants to stab me with a machete and someone who wants to stab me with a samurai sword.
Yeah.
Well, out of those two, I'm going to go for the samurai sword, but I certainly would prefer you don't stab me.
Right.
Yeah, my standard refrain has come that I will continue to keep voting for the party who will sit back and watch me die, rather than the party who's actively trying to kill me.
Yeah, it's like I asked my mom, what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? And she told me, one will stab you in the back, the other will stab you in the gut.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Yeah,
Not
I felt good that way.
Orange, were you saying that because of medical issues or because of the trans issue?
Well, both, and they're closely intertwined.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, we've only got a couple of minutes here because I think Kaz was supposed to come in at 1:45 and wanting to do kind of a final push thing.
Yeah.
So why don't we go around once more if anyone has anything they want to plug, want to talk about your channels a bit.
Sure.
Mage, you have any final words?
Oh, well, I can just plug my gardening channels. Gardens Happen. I don't get into politics or religion over there, so I want it open to everybody. So, check that out. I do try and do like little, kind of inject a little bit of science into it where I can. So it's interesting. Like I'm working on in the video to test out how the drainage of water through a pot if it has a different medium in the bottom.
Yep. And a couple of weeks ago, you'd done an experiment with sprouting popcorn seeds.
Yes, the germination test. I tested 3 different ways of testing germination tests there.
Hey, Mage, I do have to say this. It's probably a good idea that you don't incorporate any politics or religion and stuff into the plants. But I have to say this, plants are definitely more likely to be Republican than Democrat.
Yeah, but not... Go ahead.
Because of the fact that Democrats and all these secular, godless people around here, they're more likely to be vegetarian and probably more likely to eat them. So they're definitely... I'm just joking. That's stupid.
Okay. Diesel, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, again.
Your channel again.
Again, RHE, Kaz is... I think Kaz is doing like 5 different channels, but it's really... I actually really, really enjoy having Kaz on because even if we don't agree, like I've told him this, like I respect his ability to reason through and to use logic and rationality to come to his conclusions, even if I disagree with that. So this is the second time that we've got together. We were supposed to do something for when the Itaewon disaster happened to raise money for that, but we had some technical issues. But our podcast has been supporting a couple of people who survived the Itaewon disaster here in South Korea. So yeah, if we can continue to work together on stuff, even if we don't agree, they're still hurting in the world. And so if we could set aside some differences for a couple of hours, 6 hours, it's kind of too long right now, but a few hours and just, agree to disagree on some stuff and understand that there's people out there who need help. And that's a good thing.
Yeah. Pragmatic Crystal is asking about links. I do not have links for people here tonight.
I think they're in the
But
description.
yeah, I think that Kaz put them in the description.
I don't think they have my garden channel in the description just yet. Oh wait, no, there.
It's there.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
Okay, SR.
Yeah, you can go on any of the things and type in secular rarity. I'm often found on places like Talk Heathen or Atheist Republic, so I'm a regular host on both of those channels. But yeah, it's highly possible you'll find me just bouncing in on a bunch of different good channels. So yeah, remember if you guys can, please donate. At the very least, just like this, share this, subscribe this. So yeah.
Yep. Well, and my channel is mostly just I do open chats, pretty much like what we're having here today. It's usually me and Mage and Jenny Morgan, and then other people jump in and out. So I do that every Wednesday at noon and every Thursday at 10 p.m. Central Time. And in addition to that, I'm often on Saturdays with the shills. So
good group over there.
Yep.
Nope, that's not my garden channel in the description. It's a dead link.
Okay, we'll have to get the right channels in there.
By the way, Mage, do you show your face on the garden channel, or do you just do like the hand things?
I just do the hand things. I won't show my face. If I ever do put myself in front of the camera, I have this screen I can put over my face and wear sunglasses.
I see.
Yeah, Titan, the name of Mage's channel is Gardens Happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I will hand this back to Kaz here to do the wrap up. Let us know where we are with the fundraiser.
Woo. Okay, sorry about that. Just fixing that link for Mage right there. So now it is definitely in the description below. Sorry, thought it was. I did do it before, but I guess I messed it up. So I'm so sorry. Yeah. So thank you all for being here so much. PurpleRhymesWithOrange, you did a great job. I really appreciate you coming on and taking charge of this and just doing what you do best. So thank you again, Mage. I really appreciate you and all your conversation. And Secular Rarity, I'm so sorry that we didn't have a chance to talk more. And Hazel,
okay.
Obviously, Grail, it's great to talk to you, man. Thank you guys so much. So I just wanted to pop a couple things on the screen for you guys to check out real quick, just so you guys can get an idea of where Jason's coming from with that burn pit registry that we talked about a little bit ago. So I obviously did not, not obviously, he wouldn't know. I did not deploy to Iraq with him. I don't even know if I think he went to Afghanistan, not Iraq. I'm not sure. We met when we were stationed at a hospital in San Antonio. But here is a little video of what he's talking about there, as far as burning shit for deployments. As you can see, we're burning all those at the same time, and all that is filled with JP8. There's me when I was much younger.
Sorry, what's JP8?
JP8 is a mix of diesel and I believe jet fuel, or
okay,
it might just be some weird gasoline with high octane. But yeah, so that's that. Here's a little video of me, Christmas 2007, burning a bunch of shit.
All right, check this out. Here's our Turp right there, doing absolutely nothing. He don't do shit here. Just walks and takes showers.
Hey, you getting this?
And here
Gonna do it again.
is a fire. This fire is where all the garbage goes. We burn fire. What are you guys doing over there? Hey, what are you doing over there?
Burning shit.
You're burning? No, you're not burning shit.
Well, I'm burning shit over there.
Okay, take me to where you burn shit. Okay, you know what? Hey, hold on a sec, Doc. Hey, Doc, show them where you get it from first.
Well, we get the shit from here.
Right there.
This
Yep.
beautiful place.
There's a barrel right there that people shit in.
That one. That's a nice
Yep, look at that.
specimen right there.
Look at
mate.
that specimen right there. Crikey.
Crikey.
Almost took my finger out. Yep.
Let me bring it over here, mate.
Okay.
We mix fuel with it. We stir it up into a nice shit stew, and we let it ablaze.
Has anybody ever burned a cigarette from there?
No.
No?
Yeah, well, We did eventually burn a cigarette from there in the next part of that video, which I'm not going to show right now. And I apologize for my cringy accent, but you know, that was a long time ago. I was a much different person, but I was having fun. So yeah, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the shit burning that we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's what the burn pit registry is all about. Because you see us just standing there, stirring it up, breathing in the toxic fumes, just loving it like it ain't no thing. It's really sad. I didn't even know about this burn pit registry until I talked to my friend. So I'm gonna go put myself on there as soon as I can.
Yeah, definitely.
If I can. But I need to try to get him on there before that. So that's what that is all about. I'm just gonna stick the GoFundMe in the chat one more time right now and pinning it. So if you guys can you can donate. But also, you know, since we're gonna donate everything from this month, anything you do on this channel this month is gonna help him out. So like, share, subscribe, comment, whatever you'd like to do. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much for letting me do this and put this on for my friend. It means so much. You know, I have a lot of friends that they went through all kinds of stuff. A lot of them took their lives. They didn't have a chance to do anything about it. And you know, we were out of touch and we didn't get to talk about kind of stuff like that. And some of them I wasn't that close to, you know, but you find out about it later when it's too late. So I'm just going to make a point of it to not be too late anymore. Yeah. So if you can donate, do it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, everybody. Once again, I'll have a great night. And it's the bridges we build, not the bridges we burn, that give us the edge. Y'all have a great night.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Later.